The world today has advanced incredibly. Every mage uses AI technology to cast spells with total ease, but our protagonist is born unable to adapt to modern tech. While normal people cast spells in the blink of an eye, it takes him an entire hour to pull off a single one. Still, he's thrilled that this time, he was faster than before. After reading every book in his house, he suddenly stumbles upon a tome that no one else could open. But because he was diligent enough to like this video, he's the only one who can open it. Little did he know, it contains all the knowledge of the strongest Archmage in history. Someone who didn't rely on top-tier gear or AI, yet could crush everyone. And hey, no more stalling, let's dive right in. The story opens with a young man trailing magical energy as he steps into desolate ruins. A monster, the master of this place, appears right before him. The moment they lock eyes, the beast lets out a roar, baring its razor-sharp teeth. Instantly, layers of magic circles converge in the sky. The young man lowers his face, hair flowing in the wind, as he lands on the ground. A glowing circle appears beneath his feet. Suddenly, a massive snowflake manifests in his palm. This block of ice is meant to freeze the entire globe, engulfing it and lulling it into an eternal sleep. As soon as he finishes the incantation, the Snow Queen is summoned, instantly freezing the earth. The temperature plummets, and everything around begins to turn to ice. The monster retreats a few meters, roaring in caution, but the Snow Queen simply breathes a cold mist, freezing the beast solid on the spot. Once the job is done, the magic circle beneath the young man's feet fades. He looks up, and the sunlight outside starts to filter back in. His crimson eyes, sharp and cold, reflect the prosperous world of magic, home to the most powerful magical family in Korea. I was one of the many geniuses in this clan, still seen as a cut above the rest. Until that happened. The stern man, in high wook, frowns and speaks up. "Ha, Dan. Do you understand? The young man with the crimson eyes is the third son of the prestigious Ha magical family." He smiles. "Yes, father. I will bring back results worthy of our family's reputation." In high, Wook turns sharply to the window. "You must graduate top of your class at the Obelisk Magic Academy, become the greatest mage in the world, and lead this family. You have talent that far surpasses your brothers. No one compares to you." "Wait, let me correct the flow. I have such high expectations for you. My son, reach the peak of magic and prove your strength." Ha lifts a blue gem in front of his chest, declaring confidently, "Yes, father, I will definitely prove it." In his mind, he thinks, to become the greatest mage in the world, I told myself I had to surpass not just my brothers, but my father, the best mage in the country. 2 years later, at the prestigious Obelisk Magic Academy, the professor holds up a notice board. All second-year students gather round. Today is the practical exam. First up, Sahai Wook. Don't be nervous. Just do what you do every day. Hearing that, he just scoffs. Why would I be nervous? The winner is already obvious anyway. Ha Dan, that piece of trash who can't even use basic magic. How did he even make it to the second year? He sneers, hands in his pockets, his face twisted in annoyance. In this day and age, mages are valuable and rare talents. Simulated monsters are summoned, and the system announces the start of Sahai Wook's practical exam. His first move is a fire attack, a fireball. In the blink of an eye, the system announces that he has cleared the exam, exterminating the magic beast within the time limit. Sahai Wook shrugs, looking smug. It's easy. But there's one thing you need to know. Modern magic has evolved powerfully thanks to AI integration. Today's mages have AI implanted in their bodies, allowing them to cast spells easily without complex incantations. But I just wasn't compatible with that. Like Sahai Wook, 2 simulated monsters appear for the next turn. Now, it's Ha Dan's turn. He closes his eyes slightly, gathering magic in his hands. In his head, he carefully repeats every step of the casting process. First, gathering the base mana of the spell into his heart. Through 8 steps to form the magic formula, suddenly, the monsters swarm him, making him lose focus. Sahai Wook stands on the sidelines, laughing mockingly. "Idiot. You call that magic? Ha Dan, you old-school mage who can't use AI know your place. You're not worthy of touching magic." Ha Dan sits on the ground, staring at the black smoke in front of him. The time limit for the beast extermination exam has passed. This immediately becomes entertainment for the others to laugh at. His hands clench tightly, his emotions unreadable. I failed. But at least the incantation time was faster than before. That moment when I was deemed incompatible with AI was also when my father gave up on me and gave me the potion to destroy the magic circle in my heart. But I have no intention of giving up on my dream. I chose traditional magic, the path long forgotten. But unfortunately, these ancient spells can now only be learned through books. In Hai Wook Dan's room, books are piled everywhere. Damn it. If only they converted these ancient magic books into e-books, I wouldn't be running out of space to stack them, he thinks to himself. Suddenly, Ha Dan's eyes catch something. A strange magic book. He's a bit puzzled. Did I buy this? Out of curiosity, he picks it up. Looking at it, he tries flipping through a few pages. It looks pretty old, but it also looks expensive and high quality. What is this written in? The handwriting is too messy to read. Jae Beo Bai Tel. Haven't seen that in a while. There is a legend that the first human Archmage, Jae Beo Bai Tel, was the first emperor of the Bell Magic Empire and the creator of all magic. I used to read books about him all the time when I was little. Suddenly, the book glows. It releases a blinding light with brilliant golden magic. Ha Dan instinctively drops the book to the ground. What is this? He frowns, scanning it with suspicion. The book glows even brighter, and a voice resonates from within. Oh, descendant who shares the same constitution and can hear my voice. I, Jae Beo Bai Tel, leave this book to you. He covers his eyes from the light, wondering about the voice coming from the book. At that moment, I had no idea that being incompatible was actually a God-given stroke of luck. Ha remembers that day when Jung So said that those who failed the practical would have to take a makeup class. He just stood there, listening to everyone gossip. Huh? Someone failed the practical? It's that guy who got rejected by the AI. Returning to the present, standing before this opportunity, someone like me who could only endure in helplessness never thought I would get a second chance like this. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrives. At the academy cafeteria, everyone is paired up. In a corner, Ha sits alone. Just then, a guy walks over with a food tray. Eating alone again today? In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. At the academy cafeteria, everyone was paired up, but in a corner, Ha sat silently all by himself. Just then, a guy walked over with his lunch tray and asked, "Eating alone again today?" You recognize him. "You're here?" He casually pulls up the chair opposite you. "That stuff actually looks pretty good." The young man looking relaxed in front of you is named Jun Chan. He's a bit of a goof, but he's actually in the Academy's top 10. He mastered 3 magic circles by age 18. He's a pretty talented mage. While you were distracted, Jun Chan was eyeing your food. "If you aren't going to eat that, can I have it?" Ha Dan frowns and reminds him, "Eat your own food." Then, you watch him in thought. He's the only one I can truly call a friend in this hellhole of a school. Jun Chan, mid-bite, says, "If anyone gives you a hard time, let me know. I'll take care of them for you." Ha just brushes it off and looks out the window. "Don't worry about it. I found a strange book yesterday." Jun Chan asks, full of curiosity, "What kind of book?" You think back to the book sitting quietly on your desk, a strange one where everything from the 3rd page on is blank. Then, Ha calmly recounts the weird phenomenon from yesterday. It's a book about the mage Jae Beo Bai Tel, but someone must have messed with it. Opening, it triggers a light and even a voice. Jun Chan doesn't show a hint of doubt. He just exclaims, "It even uses magic? That's some serious investment." "What does it say?" Ha scoffs, looking unimpressed. "It says it leaves magic for its descendant. Something like that. But if you don't have the right physique, you can't open it." Jun Chan lights up. "That sounds interesting. Can I try?" You suddenly turn serious, looking mysterious, and the last page says you have to die once to use it. Jun Chan looks stunned. "What?" Ha's eyes swirl with the memories of yesterday, not in the heart, but creating a magic circle in the brain. Jun Chan looks completely bewildered. "You're joking, right? A magic circle in the brain? And what's this about dying?" "Let me see that book." That night, at the Aurelis Academy dormitory, Ha brings out the book of Jae Beo Bai Tel. "Is this it?" "It won't open unless you have the same physique as Jae Beo Bai Tel, right?" You tell Jun Chan, "Go ahead, try to open it." He immediately strains every muscle trying to pry it open. After a while, Jun Chan gives up, helpless. It didn't budge an inch. Ha asks, genuinely curious, "Do you think it's locked with magic?" He just scratches his head awkwardly. "I don't know. Forget it. I'm heading out. Sleep well." As soon as he leaves, Jun Chan walks away. Ha opens a few pages at random, his mind filled with contemplation. "I can open it so easily, and these pages used to be blank." Suddenly, the voice of Jae Beo Bai Tel echoes again. "Descendant, if my guess is correct, you are currently using magic by creating a circle in your heart, aren't you? For normal people, that's nothing unusual." Ha reads the next few lines intently. "But for you and me, that is not the right way. What the hell is this?" The book begins to float on its own. Jae Beo Bai Tel continues. "If you accept my will and are willing to become my disciple, destroy the magic circle in your heart and create a new one in your brain. Then, open this book again. Ha's pupils tremble as he stares at the closed book on the floor. This is a sick joke. He keeps telling me to create a magic circle in my brain, just like what people in this world already know. The raw pressure of magic is toxic to the brain. If you let it enter, the brain, the mind, collapses. And in the worst-case scenario, it leads to brain death. Ha clutches his head, his hand forming a fist. That's right, no matter how you look at it, he's basically telling me to kill myself. Frustrated, he gets into bed and pulls the covers over his head. Who would actually do that? Ha Dan ignores the book and falls into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sun is high. Jungso looks at Ha with a scrutinizing gaze. Student Ha, is something wrong? You carefully bring the book of Jae Beo Bai Tel to him. Professor, could you please check this book for me? Jungso mutters. A book? Using ancient characters? He flips through the pages, thinking to himself that it looks quite old. But a moment later, Jungso asks, So, how exactly do you want me to check this book? Ha frowns, offering the simplest solution. Just opening it would be enough. And could you check if it's sealed with magic? Jungso is intrigued. A seal? You urgently insist. Yes, there's a strange rumor spreading around the academy lately. Hearing this, he warns Ha that rumors aren't good for his studies. I'll take a look, but focus more on your lessons. Let me concentrate for a moment. Jungso puts on a serious face and checks it with magic. Immediately after, he delivers his verdict. There isn't a single trace of magic on this book. Forget the rumors and focus on your studies. Even though you don't really believe him, you take it back. Thank you, Professor. Ha walks down the hallway, lost in thought. I really hoped there might be something to it. Even Jun-chan, who has high magic power, and the professor couldn't open it. If that's the case, maybe it's real. Your hand glides over the cover of Jae Beo Bai Tel's book. That night, Ha sits deep in thought, staring at the book. You take out some small pills and ponder. The medicine your father sent, if you just take it, the magic circle in your heart will be destroyed. Ha remembers, in Hai Wook's harsh words, put magic aside and focus on studying magical theory. Ha Dan bites his lip, his pupils trembling. But I don't intend to give up magic. Don't shake. My life has been on the edge of the abyss anyway. Today, I'll die. Just as you take the pill, Ha's pupils contract violently. The pain from his chest makes him slide to the floor. It hurts so much. The magic circle linked to my heart is slowly shattering. This pain is the death of a mage. From now on, I will challenge the taboo, channeling mana into the brain. My old self will die, and I will be reborn as a true mage. As soon as the mana is channeled into the brain, the pain will vanish, a pain as if death is looming. Is this really what death feels like? Someone whispers the word death. Ha vaguely realizes someone is whispering. Jae Beo Bai Tel's hand gently catches him. My descendant, can you hear me? Ha has no strength left to open his eyes. He can only guess it's the voice of Mana. Ha's body is lifted. A source of light envelops everything: the light, the darkness, the sky, and the earth. The spirits of Mana are dancing and whispering to me, blending into the Mana along with that sound. Ha thinks to himself that he can hear them laughing and singing. The final part of the voice feels like a blessing. Ha Dan suddenly snaps his eyes open. He forces himself to sit up and look around. Am I still alive? Ha immediately looks at the open book. He picks it up and examines it carefully. Writing appears on the blank pages. In his heart, he confirms one thing: the whispering is becoming clearer. The voice echoes softly in Ha Dan's ear. Congratulations on taking your first step. Izit. That is the name of this book. From now on, your myth begins. Through this book, Izit, I leave all my magic to you. Ha Dan looked just like someone under the mentorship of Jae Beo Bai Tel. The master suddenly reaffirmed, Old man, what should I call you now? My disciple. Time passed since that day. A few days later, as usual, Ha had class, but he seemed fixated on the zit, and there was another new page. So, it turns out that learning magic suited for yourself is this exciting. The Urzit holds so much dormant knowledge. First of all, mana has a will of its own. For a normal person, when mana enters the brain, the two wills clash and destroy the brain. That's why mana is like poison to the brain. But I'm different. The brain's will resists the mana's will, so it doesn't get destroyed. My brain refuses to accept the mana's will, which gives this body the ability to reject anyone trying to interfere with my brain's will. Then the teacher up front called out, I'm sure you all know that the second-year students have a midterm evaluation coming up, right? This exam will have new rules. That statement cut off Ha Dan's thoughts about the zit from moments ago. New rules? The teacher smiled with a smirk on his face. Starting this year, students who don't meet the standards will be expelled. This is a new regulation proposed by the head of the Magic Academy family. Sa Hai-wook deliberately spoke loudly with contempt. Time to get rid of the defective products. The teacher chimed in with a sarcastic remark. It seems like there's a student in this class who's teetering on the edge, isn't there? Ha didn't pay much attention, just rubbing his chin, calculating his next move. That afternoon, the sky was tinted yellow, and on a certain street corner, the crowds were thinning. Ha-dan headed to what was called a training center. He stood outside, deep in thought. A simulation center for rent in the city center is expensive. 200,000 gun an hour? Damn it. Looking at this price list really makes my head spin. After thinking it over, Ha pushed the door open. Hello, he said to the receptionist. Give me 1 hour. The guy looked a bit surprised. Are you going in alone, sir? Ha nodded to confirm. Yes. The receptionist handed over a card. Then please use room number 14. Instructions for using the Holo Zeet equipment are inside. Dan took the card, nodded, and left. Got it. The receptionist stood there, hands on his hips, watching his back. Isn't that Ha from the Magic Academy family? A young master from a prestigious house, yet he's not compatible with AI? What a loser. Later on, Ha-dan was already in room 14, beginning the training simulation, the 7 Wolves Challenge. Before he knew it, over 5 wolves were surrounding him. They bared their teeth and growled. Ha waved his hand forward to prepare for the attack. Maybe these are just low-level monsters, but facing 10 of them at once isn't easy. He calculated in his mind. The average completion time for this challenge at the academy is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Right now, I'm training according to what's written in the ZIT every day, and this is the best way to check my progress. Dan's brows furrowed, a spark of determination gleaming in his eyes. Oh, my new magic circle, endless circle. The simulated wolves began to pounce. With just one motion, a water wall appeared. Water? This is actually pretty dope. Excitement surged through Ha-dan's veins. Is this my true power? Unbelievable. Other mages only activate the magic circle in their hearts to use AI magic, but I can activate it through my brain to my whole body. Thanks to the endless circle, the power that had been suppressed for so long has finally been released. In a flash, Ha drew a fire attribute magic circle. He was stunned, mouth agape. Jae Beo Bai Tel spoke up to reassure him. My disciple, don't be surprised by such trivial things. You still have so much to do. The endless circle is just the foundation of Jae Beo Bai Tel's magic. Control the magic, according to what your heart envisions. This is the first step of Jae Beo Bai Tel's magic. The principle, and the beginning of Jae Beo Bai Tel's magic. The blinding light seemed to shatter everything. When training time was up, Ha-dan left. The receptionist called out, "Thank you, sir. Please come back again. Man, I really want to go home." Come to think of it, I wonder how the genius Sa Hai-wook is practicing. His excited expression immediately twisted, because the system screen displayed an astonishing time. Ha-dan completed the 7 Wolves Challenge in 6 minutes and 37 seconds. This is an international record level. How could someone who's not compatible set this record? Ugh, this piece of junk must be broken again. That afternoon, Ha comfortably held the zit while humming. This is the beginning of a legend. Ha-dan remembered the simulation practice from earlier. The endless circle connects with the mind. I had a lot of trouble with the first magic circle. What's recorded in the zit is completely different from the knowledge I've been taught so far. He remembered Jae Beo Bai Tel's words of advice. This mana is your arm, your leg, your heart, and your brain. Just control it however you want. Ha-dan propped his chin on his hand, his mind swirling with those words. What does that mean? Trying to grasp such vague advice, he could only stare at what was written in the zit. Ha-dan remembered a concept from a long time ago, like a transparent veil covering his thoughts. It was clearly touchable, but he could never quite reach it. In magic theory, this is called the Wall of Enlightenment. Mages who reach their limit eventually touch this. And this has been an unchanging truth for ages. For now, I must focus on circulating mana throughout my body. According to what's in the zit, is it really okay to do that? Early the next morning, the sky was cloudy. Back at school, Ha was still lost in thought. By the time I regained consciousness, I had been circulating mana for 10 hours straight. Usually, this much would be enough to knock me unconscious, but strangely, this time it wasn't like that. Is it morning already? Just then, Jun-chan walked up from behind. Good morning. Ha, why do you look so lethargic? Are you okay? Ha-dan was slapped hard on the back by him. I'm usually fine, but the ma flared up and covered his body. Maintaining mana circulation during daily life is not easy at all. I want to adapt to the new magic circle quickly and use it skillfully. I have to hurry. At 12 years old, after connecting to the second magic circle, I was nicknamed a prodigy and had high expectations from my father, but now I've only connected one magic circle in my brain. What should I do? Breaking the wall of enlightenment is a very important step for magical advancement. That's what my father used to say back when he still had expectations for me. Perfection is just a shackling chain. Perfection is a lie created by human arrogance. Thinking that, Ha suddenly spoke out loud. Perfection is a lie. After class, he dove headlong into training. As Ha Dan's eyes closed, the energy within his body became clearer. I can feel it. It is my arm, my leg, my heart, and my brain. Just control it as you wish. Imperfection is free imagination. Magic does not need incantations to be cast instantly. One can shorten incantations to trigger magic. However, it must follow certain rules. The method recorded by Jae Beo Bai Tel is actually about free thought. The forms of magic can also be changed at will. They don't have to follow the rigid algorithmic procedures of traditional spells. Ha Dan's cheeks flushed with bubbling excitement. It was only the first round, yet the physical toll was this immense. It's hard to believe I can actually use this absurd type of magic. At that moment, Ha Dan affirmed to himself, I am breaking through the walls of enlightenment to reach even greater heights. It was a typical morning at the academy when Jang So stood outside and called out, Ha Dan, someone is here to see you. Come with me. Ha Dan, who had been deep in study, paused and asked, Me? Then he followed him. It's your father here to visit. The presence of In Hai Wook left Ha Dan quite surprised. Father? He led him to the reception room. In Hai Wook, looking arrogant in his long coat, spoke up. Come in, Jang So replied in a low voice. I've brought Ha Dan here. He glanced briefly at the door. Ha Dan stood before In Hai Wook, his expression unreadable. Father, it's been a while. Jang So caught the hint and quickly bowed. If you'll excuse me. Now, only the father and son remain to talk. You're still at school, which means you haven't taken the medicine I gave you, have you? Ha Dan looked In Hai Wook straight in the eye. I haven't. But recently, my magic has shown progress. He looked annoyed at his son's pathetic joke. Progress? Are you still refusing to give up on that delusional dream? However, answering In Hai Wook, he firmly insisted, Yes, I will definitely become a top-tier Archmage of this era. This attitude left his father stunned, but Ha Dan's eyes remained full of resolve. Seeing this, In Hai Wook could only sigh. Ha Dan, you've already wasted a whole year. Look at reality. No matter how hard you try or what you achieve in the future, if your body cannot accept AI magic, you can never become a complete mage. But you were born with natural talent. If you would just give up those useless illusions and seriously study Mage technology, even if it's not a perfect fit, you could still put your talent to use. Ha! Dan cut him off with a serious tone. Father, I've said it once, and I'll say it again. I won't give up on magic. I don't want to live a mediocre life under your shadow. What I want is to be the next head of our magical house. In Hai, Wook fell silent at his son's unwavering confidence. Becoming an Archmage and head of the house required more than just willpower. He smiled and asserted, I will prove it to you. He could see the disdain lurking in the depths of his father's eyes. Prove it how? Don't tell me you intend to just pass the academy's test to avoid getting expelled. To instill trust, Ha Dan promised that he would place in the top 10 in this upcoming exam. If I fail, I'll leave the academy and dedicate myself to Mage technology, just as you said. But if I succeed, I want you to acknowledge my abilities as a mage and promise to fully support me. In Hai Wook had a headache. Was his son really getting arrogant just from a little progress? I hope this isn't meaningless progress. Ha Dan watched his father's back as he left. The weather was quite pleasant with sunlight. Time flew by, and it was a few days later. Jang So stood on the podium and reminded them in a stern voice, Everyone, pay attention. I will now announce the assessment method for this exam. The students started whispering. A duel? I'd rather fight monsters. The instructor raised his voice to silence them. The exam method this time is a one-on-one direct elimination duel. The testing period will last for 3 days. From the round of 16 onward, outside companies and Magic Tower partners will also attend as spectators. Everyone, do your best. The announcement ended. Ha Dan clenched his fists with determination. It's time to show everyone. A typical day. At the Magic Academy, loud whispers erupted in the Grand Hall. Is it a duel? Even the Magic Tower is coming? Oh, this is a big deal. Ha! Dan walked through the crowd, glancing around. The news about the midterm exam had the whole school buzzing. If the Magic Tower is coming, the media will definitely be watching. I need to know about this group from the tower. It is an organization founded by 12 top-tier mages from around the world, possessing power equivalent to a nation. and every student at the academy dreams of joining it. Suddenly, someone blocked Ha-Dan's path. Hey, defective product. Is your condition stable? He didn't even bother to look at Sa-Hai-wook. However, there was one thing Ha-Dan had to admit. This guy was Sa-Hai-wook. Despite that smug face, he was actually one of the outstanding second-year students. He approached with a look of contempt, mocking Ha-Dan. I heard my first opponent in the midterms is you. Have you prepared yourself to bite the dust yet? I'll definitely get my revenge for 5 years ago, Ha-Dan sighed. Last year, in the Youth Magic Tournament finals, this guy had lost to him miserably. Everyone called him the crybaby mage because Sa-Hai-wook had burst into tears when the referee announced, "The winner is Ha-Dan." He had been a mess. Mommy! Everything had gone by since then, but ever since he found out I was a misfit for AI magic, he's been bullying me constantly. Right now, Sa-Hai-wook was acting high and mighty again. I heard that anyone who doesn't pass this midterm exam gets expelled, right? One of his lackeys laughed out loud. We should take this chance to beat him up before he gets kicked out, right? Sa-Hai-wook seemed amused by the suggestion. What's wrong? You're going to cry and run home, aren't you? Seeing his smug face, Ha-Dan smirked. Is this guy my first opponent? I can't miss an opportunity like this. This midterm exam is the perfect chance for me to prove my abilities. I'm going to use you to the fullest, Sa-Hai-wook mockingly said. I thought you'd be the one doing that. Sa-Hai-wook was suddenly taken aback, his face darkening. What? The argument between the three attracted everyone's attention. Sa-Hai-wook was annoyed but raised his voice. Is this bastard crazy? Are you actually insane? You still haven't woken up to reality? You damn defective product. Do you really want to die? Ha-Dan was tired of his childish behavior, but he didn't forget to put on a smug face. You were just as loud 5 years ago, and you still got defeated by me. It's been so long, and you haven't improved at all? This attitude made Sa-Hai-wook back up a few steps. You bastard, you. The next second, Ha-Dan switched to an innocent, beaming smile. Sorry. Are you really that bitter about losing a little bit? Sa-Hai-wook, the crybaby mage, was so angry his veins were popping. Damn it, you damn defective Sa-Hai-wook. Ha-Dan directly brushed Sa-Hai-wook's hand off his collar. It seems you've only lived at the bottom, so you wouldn't know. A Sa-Hai-wook rank is only for those who have been at the top. Once a genius, always a genius. Just wait, I'll help you remember that well. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned away, satisfied. Sa-Hai-wook gnashed his teeth, furious. Damn you, Ha-Dan. I'm going to crush you into dust. The next day, Ha-Dan was trending on the front page with the headline, Is the Prodigy's Revival Real? The fallen genius of the magic god house. Rising above adversity, he dried his hair and thought to himself, I made the front page of the news sites already? It seems Sa-Hai-wook's background isn't bad at all. He managed to find a reporter to write exactly what he wanted in no time. With his personality, he's definitely up to something. Thinking that, Ha-Dan became even more determined. This midterm exam was his chance to show everyone the return of a prodigy. The more attention he got, the better it would be for him. Perfect. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was In-Hai-wook. He answered calmly. Yes, father. I've seen the article. No need to worry, father. His response made the man suspicious. Did you do this on purpose? Ha-Dan replied briefly. Yes. I provoked Sa-Hai-wook to grab attention. In-Hai-wook fell silent, recalling the events of yesterday. Ha-Dan, just because I accepted your proposal doesn't mean I trust you. It's only because it doesn't harm the magic god house. Even now, I don't believe you can win. That article could become a disgrace to our family, yet you still want to keep it up. What is your goal? Ha-Dan was tired of hearing these words. Everyone thought he had been disowned by the family, so even if he did something embarrassing, it was considered a minor issue for the clan. He touched his chin as In-Hai-wook continued. But no matter how small, it's still damage. Wherever you go, you still bear the reputation of the magic god house. A strange glint flashed in Ha-Dan's eyes. I know, but considering the benefits we'll gain, I don't think it's a big problem. This caught him off guard. Benefits? If you win, what does the family gain? He simply and calmly asserted, Me. The magic god house will gain the greatest mage in the world, and the strongest family head in history. I will become the greatest head the magic god house has ever had. In-Hai-wook, on the other end of the line, sat back in his chair. You're only a student, and you're already talking about surpassing the magic tower? Fine. Leave it be for now. Ha-Dan looked relaxed. Thank you, father. The man spoke again. But if you do anything to tarnish the family's honor, be prepared. I'm hanging up. Ha-Dan set his phone on the table. His hair swayed slightly, and a smile blossomed, as if he held victory in his hands. The stage was set. In the blink of an eye, the day of the midterm exam arrived. Students were present, and the stands were packed. Ha-Dan stepped onto the arena, warming up. His opponent, Sae-wook, smirked mockingly. Ha-Dan, did you see my article? Prodigy, huh? You're famous now. Just thinking about you failing to cast a single spell and losing in shame makes me laugh. Ha, Dan replied nonchalantly. Maybe the one who's going to lose isn't me, but you. He's lost his mind, hasn't he? Is he crazy? Ha-Dan placed a hand on his chest and said softly, Thanks for following my plan so perfectly. Though, do you hate me that much? I don't even pay that much attention to you, and I'm definitely going to win anyway. Don't blame me. Sae-wook was blindingly furious. He's totally lost it. Right after that, Ha-Dan dealt another blow. 1 round. That's all the magic I need to beat you. In the large plaza, 3 figures watched from the stands. On the Orbilit Academy arena, Ha-Dan declared firmly, with an excited expression, 1 round. 1 round of magic is enough to take you down. The crowd in the stands went silent, watching intensely. Sae-wook gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. He lifted a finger to his mouth and cursed angrily. This bastard. How dare a failure like him talk down to me? The referee blew the whistle. The first match of the Orbilit Academy second-year midterms had begun. Ha-Dan smiled with a determined look. Sae-wook waved his hand, unleashing his mana. Die, you piece of trash. His eyes glowed brightly. A fireball shot through the space toward him. Ha-Dan dodged while internally evaluating Sae-wook's signature detonation magic. The AI chip behind his neck sparked. Sae-wook frowned, pointing forward and shouting, 3-round detonation magic. His eyes blazed, a sneer on his lips. The next second, a massive explosion erupted where Ha-Dan stood. Reporters in the stands quickly scrambled to take photos. Sae-wook laughed wildly, sweating profusely as he cursed, Trash, you're nothing, yet you try to show off. Suddenly, his face went dark. Behind the smoke, Ha-Dan appeared, completely calm. Impossible. Not even a scratch? Then try to block this. As he finished, Sae-wook launched 3 fireballs at once. Ha-Dan simply used magic to create a water orb in his palm. A water shield formed from the orb, gently catching the fire. Panicked, Sae-wook stammered. What? In his heart, he thought. My signature detonation magic. Blocked so easily. A mysterious person watched, hand on their chin, and murmured, Strange. Looking out from the VIP window, the other person agreed. Indeed, even though it's just a first-round spell, the fact that he could cast it instantly like that. A serious-looking girl named Seo. A glanced over and expressed, I've been wondering why you postponed your entire Blue Tower schedule just to watch this student's match. Do you know something about Ha-Dan's magic? Kang Kanin, hands in his pockets, replied calmly. I just read the article about a young prodigy reappearing and got curious, that's all. She sighed helplessly. Turns out it was just a coincidence. But if people knew the master of the Blue Tower, an 8-round mage, was watching a student's match, it would definitely cause a stir. Kang Kanin laughed out loud. I know that. This man was indeed the master of the Blue Tower, the 8-round mage, Kang Kanin. The two looked toward the stands. Kang Kanin added, That's why I'm using this VIP room. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the door. Kang Kanin turned to look, and his expression brightened. As expected, you've come too. Outside the arena, Ha-Dan stood with his hands on his hips. Opposite him, Sae-wook gritted his teeth, wondering, Damn it, what the hell is happening? My 3-round detonation move was blocked by his first-round water shot? The scene of him fighting with water orbs replayed in his mind, and Sae-wook's tension spiked. Plus, that guy's casting speed is insanely fast. Ha-Dan grinned excitedly and teased, What's the matter? Curious about my casting speed? He waved his hand and yelled, Shut your mouth and just die. Sae-wook launched 3 more fireballs from his simulation screen. A massive explosion occurred. He clenched his fists, laughing manically as he cursed, Trash. From the moment you used that first-round spell to play hero, I knew how this would end. You failure. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? He waved his hand and shouted, Shut up, just drop dead. Sae-wook launched 3 fireballs from the simulation screen once more, and a massive explosion erupted. He clenched his fists, laughing maniacally as he spat, You idiot. I knew exactly how this would end the moment you used that single ring spell to try and show off. You pathetic trash. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? A bolt of magic was launched by Ha-Dan toward Sae-wook. It zipped toward him so quickly that Sae-wook screamed, What the? Sae-wook's eyes darted around, sweat beading on his forehead as he wondered, when did that guy even cast Wind Spear? He couldn't believe his own counterattack didn't even leave a scratch. Why is he still standing there? Sahai Wook gritted his teeth in frustration. You bastard, do you really think you can beat me with those first circle spells? Ha-Dan cast another spell, answering him with a calm composure. Obviously. The spear struck like lightning. Sahai Wook held up his hand, bracing for the massive pressure from Ha-Dan, a smug look appearing on his face as his barrier held firm. Then, Sahai Wook started gathering something in his palm. What are you planning? He spat. Don't get cocky just because you can chant faster than me. You buggy piece of trash. Ha-Dan furrowed his brows in confusion. When did he cast a wind spear behind me? Not wanting to dwell on it for too long, Sahai Wook demanded. What the hell did you do? Kang Kanan and Seo watched the scene intently. Ha-Dan pointed upward, creating a small wind spear, and asked with a grin, Still don't get it? Do you need me to show you again? He snapped his fingers, releasing a small phantom bird that transformed into a giant, cyclone-like bird charging forward. Sahai Wook turned his head, gasping in shock. What? How? Is that really a wind spear? How can you launch 2 attacks at once? Ha-Dan smirked. That's right. It shouldn't be possible, but I can do it. Try blocking this. This time, there are 4. 4 wind spears were fired off in succession. Sahai Wook waved his hand, shouting, Shield! The shield appeared, enveloping him to protect him from the incoming barrage. Sahai Wook sneered, trying to reassure himself. Whatever, it's just a first circle spell. As long as I defend well, but to his surprise, the wind spear curved around and stabbed him right in the back. Sahai Wook gritted his teeth, disbelief written all over his face. A wind spear that changes its trajectory? Dan scoffed. Thinking is a good habit. But don't space out like that. Are you okay? The match just started. A second later, the bird-shaped wind spells flew off in the direction of his hand. Sahai Wook jumped back to dodge. Damn it, this bastard, he cursed to himself. I have to get out of the wind spear's range and keep my distance. Magic power and range have limits. If I put some distance between us, those weird attacks won't be able to reach me. Dan noticed his intent and praised him. Smart move. Dan clasped his hands together and raised them high to cast a new spell, and a violent gale began to roar. Sahai Wook looked up, panicked, and yelled, What is that? The giant bird instantly dove toward him. Kang Kanan, watching from above, was also slightly surprised. He not only chanted instantly but also changed and merged the magic trajectory mid-flight? What kind of magic is that? At that moment, a man stood silently watching, arms crossed, not missing a beat. It was the head of the Inhai Wook family, the master of a prestigious magical house, and an 8th Circle Archmage. Inhai Wook stood nearby, looking troubled as he confirmed, Indeed, Dan's magic is completely shattering the rules of open-source magic. Let's clarify a few concepts. Registered open-source magic, like Wind Slash, can only have its trajectory modified exactly once during use. Take Wind Slash, for example. If the opponent is beyond 38 meters, the spell won't reach. And if the trajectory is modified once, you cannot adjust it a second time. In other words, magic only works as it is recorded. So battles between mages are currently just a battle of wits. Reading the opponent and reacting flexibly is the most important factor, just like using skills in a game. But that flying-style magic completely ignores the principles of modern magic. Just then, the wind spear bird slammed into Sahai Wook. Back on the arena floor, Sahai Wook sat on the ground, mocking himself. I got defeated by a first circle spell? Dan, hands in his pockets, stood before him and warned, You underestimate first circle magic too much, Sahai Wook. Even if you throw all your third circle spells at me, I only need 1 circle to take someone's life. Sahai Wook was terrified. What? Dan's expression turned cold as he conjured magic in his hand. First circle magic. Water prison. The principle is the same. You don't need flashy magic to kill someone. Sahai Wook gasped for air as the water engulfed him, unable to breathe, while Dan continued to lecture him. The Academy combat uniform is protected by a safety barrier, but I don't think it's going to save you from this one, is it? Look at you now. After those words, the audience went dead silent, holding their breath, waiting for Dan's next move. He turned and smiled at the instructor, reporting, Instructor, the result is clear. Do we need to continue? The final whistle blew, and the vast arena erupted in cheers. The match was over, and the winner was Dan. Once it was done, 2 medical staff came over to lead Sahai Wook away. Dan turned and walked into the tunnel. He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, It's been a long time since I felt this, the feeling of being a mage again. Elsewhere, Kang Kanan and his assistant were walking down the hallway, reflecting on the match. He stopped and looked down, curious to see if this was truly the return of a genius. Interesting. I need to find out more about him. Meanwhile, Junchan kicked the door open and shouted happily, "Hey Ha Dan, you won, right?" Ha Dan was startled and replied awkwardly, "Junchan, don't stand so close." Junchan asked curiously, "How did you train to be that good?" "Your spells were top tier. Wind spears flying everywhere, magic merging and launching at lightning speed." Ha Dan smiled mysteriously and asked, "Want to know?" Junchan leaned in close, whispering, "Of course." Ha Dan leaned in and whispered back to him, "That magic is a secret." Ha Dan looked at his phone and asked Junchan, "Have you seen this yet?" Junchan asked, "What is it?" On the screen was an article about him. Breaking news, the rebirth of a supernova. Ha Dan replied, "It's my post-match interview. Are you curious about my magic too?" A crowd of reporters with cameras stood before him. A reporter asked, "Jin Sok, what was that instant magic you used?" The crowd bombarded him. "How did you cast magic so instantly? And what about the way you changed the trajectory or merged the wind spears?" Ha Dan was about to answer when someone suddenly appeared and cut him off. "I will answer that question for him." Ha Dan's eyes widened in shock as he saw who it was. He stammered, "Why are you here?" It was the master of the Blue Tower, the Frost Magic King, Kang Kanan. Kanan waved his hand, pretending they hadn't met. "Ha, Dan, I watched your match very closely. From what I can see, Ha Dan used fourth circle magic." "Spell storing?" someone exclaimed in shock. "Did you say spell storing?" Kang Kanan then raised his hand, conjuring a small orb of fire. The crowd stared in bewildered silence. The uncle affirmed, "That's right. This is a type of magic that allows you to activate a pre-prepared spell at the exact moment you desire." As he spoke, it became clear that instant activation was entirely possible, and someone in the crowd pressed him further, "So, if it's such a great spell, why isn't it widely used?" The uncle winked and explained with a smile, "Because spell storing has a drawback. It can only store magic 3 circles lower than the user's own level." "See? Huh? Was I right? Or what?" Ha Dan, of course, smiled. Yes, he was right. He turned to the uncle with a bright grin, thanking him silently in his heart. "I was just wondering how to explain the spell to Tello. Lucky to be saved from that one." A reporter looked confused. "So, does that mean Hadan has already reached the fourth circle level?" Kang Kanin grabbed the boy's shoulder and announced, "That's right, I guarantee it." The reporters clicked their cameras incessantly to capture the scoop. Junchan watched the footage on the screen and sighed, thinking this would definitely be breaking news. To reach the fourth circle level at such a young age is on par with the records of the Magic Tower Masters. If the Blue Tower Master has confirmed it, there's no doubt about it. Are you really a fourth circle mage? But let's put that aside for now. The person on the screen started asking another question. "So, how do you explain breaking the principles of open source magic?" Jun Chan shouted, "Yes, there it is." Kang Kanan touched his chin in deep thought. "As for that," Hadan placed a hand on his chest and answered confidently, "Let me explain. Breaking the principles of open source magic is actually quite simple. I've improved the spellcasting method." Kang Kanan's eyes widened in shock, breaking into a sweat. "Improved the spellcasting method? No way. Improving the method is like turning a car into an airplane. That's not easy at all. If he's truly unsuitable for AI, I wonder what his future holds." Just then, Ha pointed his finger and shouted, "Modified magic. From now on, I will call magic that uses an improved casting method. Modified magic." Kanan's eyes lit up, and he muttered with a bright smile, This is truly a revolution. After today, the magic world is going to be thrown into chaos." The screen cut to black with the headline, "The Rebirth of a Supernova." Jun Chan watched it with a dark expression, frowning as he asked, "Modified magic? And you think I'm buying that?" Ha Dan replied cheekily, "Just try believing it." Then, he patted Jun Chan on the back and asked, "If it were you, could you even believe it? Anyway, winning is all that matters." "Well then, I'm heading back to the dormitory." "Huh," Dan asked, surprised. "So soon?" Jun Chan walked away, turning his head to say goodbye. "I have to face a tough opponent tomorrow, so I need to save my energy." Energy? Energy. The boy stood with his hands on his hips, muttering to himself, "A tough opponent? Huh." The sky was clear, with bright white clouds, and the stands were packed with people. The next day, at the Obelisk Arena, the crowd watched the match in silence. Jun Chan was resting his chin on his hand. He knelt down before his opponent. Ha Dan, watching from the stands, thought to himself, the tough opponent Jun Chan mentioned. It must be her. A girl with flowing blonde hair raised her hand high to chant a spell. Moonlight flared. This was Adela, a rare genius born from two prestigious magical families, the Sei family of France and the Mystique family of Korea. Ha-Dan watched, seriously noting that Adela's magic was very unique thanks to the moon attribute magic, a secret technique of the Mystique family. Jun-chan gritted his teeth, struggling to defend himself. She waved her hand, a layer of light flashed, and he was sent flying backward. The referee blew the whistle and announced, "The match is over. The winner is Adela." The stands were buzzing with chatter, and Ha-Dan's eyes narrowed. He watched Adela's back, analyzing the combination of light and shadow attributes, a secret mirror moon technique of the Mystique family. But it hadn't been registered in open-source magic yet, so there was no information on its attack range, distance, power, or traits. An opponent like this is really serious. Wait a minute. Dan's gaze locked onto Adela in the distance, his face filled with confusion as he asked himself, did she just look at me? After the match, Jun-chan grabbed the water bottle from Ha-Dan's hand and complained. So annoying. Ha smiled, trying to reassure him. You did great. Come on, drink some electrolyte water. He grumbled miserably, running into Adela of all people. So unlucky. You won your second match, right? Ha nodded confidently. Of course, he had calculated everything. Then your next opponent is... Suddenly, Adela walked over and spoke with praise. That was tough for you just now. It was a good match. Jun-chan scratched his head, confused. Huh? Thanks to you? I learned a lot. Ha. She stared at Ha in silence. Confusion was clear on his face. Adela suddenly said, You've returned to being a true mage, haven't you? I hope you can help me remember why I entered this academy. Hearing Adela's strange words, Ha thought to himself. The Mage family and Adela's Mystique family have known each other since before we enrolled. Our families have a very good relationship, so Adela and I often met at events. If I had to use one word to describe the relationship between me and Adela, it would be rivals. Adela even gave up studying in France and chose to study at Obelisk to defeat me. But ever since I was deemed unsuitable for AI, we haven't spoken a single word to each other. The fact that I carried the label of being unsuitable for AI became a big deal, and it made Adela lose her rival. Then, he scratched his head and denied it. Adela, I'm not at a level where I can be your goal yet. Adela turned away and replied seriously. You won't know until we fight. Jun-chan, standing beside him, tapped his shoulder and asked in a low voice, Hey, Ha, are you ready? Ha turned, confused. Huh? Ready for what? His face darkened, and he exclaimed in panic, You really don't know? Your next opponent is Adela. His eyes widened in shock. What? The next day, on the arena floor, the figures of two people were missing. The referee kept checking his watch. Adela rubbed her hands, waiting in silence. The crowd saw this and began to murmur. Where's Ha-Dan? Did he get scared and run away? I knew it. From behind Adela, voices mocking him erupted. During the interview, he bragged about some modified magic, but it turns out it was just empty talk. He knew he couldn't beat Adela, so he bailed. Right? She glanced at the referee. A second later, the referee called out loudly, Time is up. According to the rules, Adela is declared the winner by default. Suddenly, Ha rushed over and shouted, Wait! I'm sorry I'm late. The referee held the whistle and reprimanded him. Ha, Dan, what took you so long? Well, never mind. Leave the excuses for later. I'm not going to give you time to breathe. Consider this a penalty for being late. Get in position. Adela clasped her hands and asked, Can I ask why you were late? He closed his eyes and replied calmly, Nothing much. I was just preparing a little bit. Confused? She asked back. Preparing? He smirked in response. Because you're strong, Adela. I have to prepare properly to beat you, right? This match is going to be interesting. Adela, finding it hard to believe, kept questioning. Preparing in just one day? Looking at Ha in front of her, she silently thought she could finally sense it. The Ha-Dan, before her now, was somehow different from the one yesterday. Can I really rely on his skills? Then Ha raised his hand and cautioned. Just a heads up, you'd better go all out. A voice echoed from the grandstands. The match began. Adela raised her hand, and a fireball appeared. She pointed forward and shouted, Fire Lance! The fireball in Adela's hand flared up, and a second later, 3 flames shot out. To counter the wind attack, Ha intercepted them with gusts of his own. Adela clenched her fist, a faint light glowing in her palm as a small staff appeared. Adela shouted, Earth Needle! The ground on the arena floor cracked open. The ground beneath Ha's feet also shattered, forcing him to scramble. Ha somersaulted to dodge the attack. Adela leaped up and warned, You're in midair now. There's no way you can dodge this. Then she glanced over, and a magic circle appeared behind Adela. Ha watched the aerodynamic palm and muttered to himself. Attacking right when I'm defenseless in midair, people usually think that's an impossible spot to avoid. But Ha lowered his hand, manifested a barrier, and shouted, "Shield!" The crowd in the stands gasped and whispered, "A defensive shield magic. Cast right in midair? No way!" Adela stammered in panic. "What is this? Did he flip the shield and use it as a stepping stone?" Ha really has that one-of-a-kind magical instinct. Ha looked down at her from above and thought, the secret technique of the moon attribute from the mystery family. To deal with that kind of magic, I have to use everything I've got. So, for this battle, I'll pull the sun itself down to show you. Adela quickly covered her eyes as a flash of light erupted. She furrowed her brows and wondered, sunlight? He's about to launch an attack. I have no choice but to defend. The next second, Adela thrust both hands forward and shouted, "Giant shield!" Ha-Dan lunged in, unleashing an aerodynamic strike. He gripped a sword made of water as he plummeted from the sky. Ha-Dan slashed directly at Adela's shield. He gritted his teeth and marveled internally. A one-circle aerodynamic spell combined with a three-circle defensive spell. Pretty cautious, aren't you? Saying that, Ha landed on his own shield. He touched the ground to regain his footing so he wouldn't fall. Adela saw this and told herself, all right, my turn. Suddenly, she was startled to realize her feet had been frozen. Adela broke into a cold sweat, hesitant. Dan watched her movements silently. Adela found it unbelievable, constantly asking herself, Earthbind? When did he do that? Did he cast it the moment he touched the ground? That's too fast. My eyes can't keep up with his movements anymore. Then, she jumped, turning to look at Ha-Dan. He waved his hand, and a stream of water appeared. Ha opened his palm and shouted, "Water arrow!" Adela quickly cast a spell to break the ice under her feet. Water orbs appeared around Ha-Dan, followed by dolphin-like currents darting forward. Adela could only use her shield to defend. The streams of water collided with the shield. Adela smiled faintly, thinking, looks like he's easier to deal with than I thought. Then, she remembered what Kanan had said during the interview. As I see it, Ha has been using four-circle magic. Inscription can only activate spells from 3 circles and below. Ha is already a 4-circle mage. But currently, he's only using 1-circle spells. 1 circle alone won't be enough to take me down. Suddenly, something streaked across the sky, and a pillar of light slammed into the ground behind Adela. Her eyes widened in shock, wondering, when did he attack? Could Ha have hidden a modified wind lance inside the sunlight earlier? Adela squeezed her eyes shut in pain and suddenly collapsed at Ha-Dan's feet. He looked down and asked, has it been so long that you've forgotten what your opponent is capable of? Adela. In that room, Sue didn't take her eyes off the match. His combat instinct is truly beyond imagination. Kanan also laughed foolishly, analyzing. From the very first chain attack right when he dodged the Earth Needle, Ha had calculated everything. While dodging into midair, he baited Adela's attack, used the inscription as a stepping stone to gain altitude, and used the sun as a backdrop to block Adela's vision. At that moment, he had already set up the wind lance, thanks to the slow activation property of inscription. Then, while falling, Ha-Dan used aerodynamics to keep Adela's eyes focused on him, pretending to fight on the ground with Earth Needle, and choosing the perfect moment to turn his back to the sun to launch the preset wind lance. Finishing his sentence, Chu glanced at the man sitting there. A second later, Kang Kanan added, "A 1-circle Grand Mage, what a title." In Hai-Wook muttered a denial. "Still, it's just 1-circle magic anyway. Look." At this moment, the two stood on the arena floor. Adela looked up with a calm expression. Ha didn't dodge either. The man sitting there spoke in confusion. He has the advantage but still can't land the finishing blow. This match won't end here. In Hai-Wook's gaze fixated on the image of the boy clenching his fists, he continued to explain. Moreover, Adela hasn't even unleashed that magic yet. Adela, standing on the arena floor, placed a hand over her heart and exclaimed, "That was amazing. You made me remember that time. Now, I'm going to fight you seriously." Ha took a combat stance and muttered, "Here it comes." Her whole body suddenly began to glow. Seeing this, he broke into a sweat, staying on guard. The strongest moon attribute secret technique of the mystery family. Radiance shone, and magical rings were summoned by Adela. It was so powerful that the arena floor beneath Ha-Dan cracked. Light from the circles shone directly down on Ha-Dan. Observing from the corner above, In Hai-Wook fell into silence. When he saw him leave, Kanan smiled and called out, "Leaving already?" There was no belief left in Un-Hai-Yusi's eyes. The battle is over. What's the point of staying to watch more? Suddenly, boos erupted from the stands, and the brown-haired girl's eyes widened in amazement. No way. Even the corners of Kankanen's mouth struggled to lift. That was on this side. Zan was gaping in shock. The image before them made Attila look like she had turned to stone. How is this possible? Not only is Ha unharmed, but he's also summoned a massive magic circle. He calmly controlled the flames to surge and attack. Fire dance! Adela's feet instinctively retreated. Two-circle magic? Ha's smile became smug. I told you. I was late because I was busy preparing to beat you. She didn't seem to hear it, her brows slightly furrowed. Inscription can only be applied to one-circle spells. Could it be that you've already reached 5 circles? Ha left the question hanging, simply smiling. For everything to be clear, we have to go back to the night before. At the Orbilit Academy dormitory, Ha looked seriously at the book on his bed. His eyes narrowed, his heart full of deep thought. Just one-circle magic alone won't be enough to beat Adela. My fighting style doesn't really mesh with the hidden abilities of this secret technique. Flipping to the first page, Hadan felt a wave of restless anxiety. He'd planned to master it more thoroughly before trying to overwhelm her. On the new page of the grimoire, it suggested utilizing his mental focus, while the next page instructed him to channel mana into the magic circle. Scrawled inside the book were these words: "This magic circle will lead you to a new realm." He was taken aback. Is this some kind of mechanism? Don't hesitate, just do it. Hadan mustered his courage and touched the glowing magic circle on the page. Light burst forth from within. He squinted and shielded his face as the blinding radiance flared out. Damn it, it's glowing again. What the hell? Suddenly, shards of energy were released. In the blink of an eye, Ha-Dan completely vanished. When he finally managed to open his eyes, he realized he had been transported somewhere else. He scanned his surroundings, murmuring to himself, "Where is?" Suddenly, a voice echoed out. "Welcome to the first trial. I am Afer, the guide and administrator of the first trial." Hadan whipped his head around, his pupils contracting in shock. He stammered out a question. "The first trial. Page?" Afer nodded calmly. "That's right. This is the first trial page." Hadan stepped back instinctively. Inside the book? He darted his eyes around, his heart pounding with excitement. It wasn't teleportation to some faraway land, but an actual space existing inside the book? Unbelievable. Next, Afer waved her hand to introduce the first round. In this trial zone, we will test whether the successor's mental focus has truly matured. The details of the trial will be announced once we begin. If you pass, the information regarding the two-circle magic from page 18 to 31 will be unlocked. Dan rubbed his chin in deep thought. It seemed the only way to advance was to clear this trial. Afer prompted him again. "The explanation is complete. Do you wish to begin the trial?" Without a hint of hesitation, he decided immediately. "Of course. Let's start right now." Afer bowed in acknowledgement. "Understood." Initiating the first trial, Afer closed her eyes, and strange lights swirled around her. Dan watched, eyes wide, as her form slowly dissolved. He thought to himself, I didn't think she was human, but I didn't expect her to be a magical construct. Just then, the voice of Jae Beo Bai Tel boomed out. "I shall now announce the trial requirements." He frowned, recognizing the voice instantly. It's the instructor. Suddenly, a stone materialized in midair. This is an elemental mana stone, an incomplete core with 4 mana attributes tangled in no particular order. Your task is to fully purify this stone. Hadan's spirit shook. Fully purify this? An elemental mana stone was incredibly fragile. He had to manipulate his mana with extreme caution. The 4 streams of mana inside the stone were in total chaos. He had to purify it? It was like trying to separate mixed grains of sand, salt, sugar, and pepper. This wasn't going to be easy. To purify this, one truly had to have mastered their own mental focus. But as he thought about it, Hadan flashed an excited smile. This is interesting. His pupils glowed with an ocean blue mana. Under his focus, the stone looked like a sophisticated web of flickering light. As his mana flowed through, the elements quickly began to separate. Hadan squeezed his eyes shut, pouring his focus into the magic. He tried to steady himself. Concentrating his mana, he separated the clusters of light again. Hadan pushed with all his might, teeth gritted, only to be struck by a magical backlash that sent him flying into a bookshelf. Hadan dragged himself up, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Even the slightest fluctuation in mana creates a shockwave. I have to be more careful. I tried to separate the mana, but they're so tangled, it's hard to unravel. But I've got it now. I'll just keep trying until I get it right. Who knows how much time passed? Despite constant failure, Hadan refused to give up. Every time he tried to refine it, he'd get blasted back. He purified it over and over. A single momentary lapse in mental focus meant starting from scratch. This cycle repeated countless times. Finally, the Mana Stone reached a state of stability. I did it! The elemental Mana Stone! Right then, the voice of Jae Beo Bai Tel echoed again. Congratulations on passing the trial. Successor, you who have mastered your mental focus, I shall update the grimoire. With the method for the second magic circle, the resonance circle. Dan snapped his eyes open and found himself lying on his bed, a strange sensation washing over him. I'm back? He quickly opened the book, unable to hide the smile on his face. Awesome. I finally got the second circle. Even though he was confident, he remained tense. I have to master this before the match starts, no matter what. Back in reality, the duel between Dan and Adela was underway. She went all out to activate her magic circle. The aura flared brilliantly, the immense pressure causing the ground beneath his feet to sink. Not stopping there, Adela flicked her wrist, pushing the light from her magic circle to the limit. Jun-chan, watching from the corner of the stands, couldn't help but curse. Damn it, is this as far as Dan goes? Below, Adela brushed back her hair. The match is over. Her eyes held a flicker of admiration, mixed with disappointment. To think you've become this strong in such a short time. Dan. Who on earth are you? But this is the end. The genius I was aiming for isn't here anymore. Suddenly, something behind her made her freeze. Adela turned her head, brows furrowed. What is that? A voice rang out, full of confidence and steel. Second circle. Activate. Dark mana resonance. The mana converged in the palm of Dan's hand. A second magic circle appeared behind him, combining the two infinite circles with free will. You shall become my hands and feet. This reaction blew away all expectations from Kang Kanan and In-Hai Wook. Jun-chan stood in the corner, jaw dropped in shock. Adela, once again, couldn't hide the surprise on her face. What is happening? Before her, the magical hands seemed to rip open space itself. He didn't show a hint of hesitation. The flame goddess Adela quickly retreated, activating her defensive magic. However, by now, Dan's magic gun was complete. First resonance form. Her pupils contracted, flickering slightly. Looking at the weapon in front of her, Adela could only stand rooted to the spot. She couldn't stop it. At this point, she was forced to give up. Adela's eyes shimmered like sunlight. You're back. You're my target once again. As those words faded, the magic gun fired. The referee standing nearby had to shield himself from the sheer pressure. Naturally, Adela took the hit head-on. Kang Kanan and In-Hai Wook watched the scene tensely, only to see Adela lean over, losing control, and then pass out. At that moment, Dan slumped to the ground, panting for air. A second later, the referee regained his composure and announced, "The match is over. You are the winner." Up in the observation room, Kang Kanan called out to In-Hai Wook, "Are you leaving?" A slight smirk played on his lips. "I have another appointment." He didn't bother to stop him, his tone indifferent. "I see. So the great master really isn't good at lying, is he?" After the match, the group gathered in the lounge. Sighed with exhaustion, shrugging off his jacket. "Man, I'm beat." He recalled what he had learned from the secret circle, the second eternal circle. Resonance through the sync of the circles intensifies magic. And the moon attribute magic is a hybrid, blending light range and shadow power. That means if you adjust the ratio of shadow within the spell, the attack range narrows. And I used enhanced shadow magic to shatter that blinding radiance. After all, moon magic is the secret art of the mysterious household. It's not something just anyone can access. Relying on the structure of the magic circle I caught a glimpse of back then, I successfully manipulated the resonance of the magic circles, allowing me to see through the structure of the moon magic, clearly distinguishing it. Refining the elemental mana stone also improved my mana control. Without all those factors combined, I could never have defeated Adela. Just then, noticed the strange reaction from everyone. Kanan appeared, nudging his glasses up. He walked toward step by steady step. Kang Kanan let out a hearty laugh, calling out loudly, Dan was so startled his eyes went wide, and he instinctively jumped to his feet. The master himself. Kang Kanan didn't beat around the bush. "I came here to discuss a few things with you." The two sat down across from each other. Kanan smiled first. "Sorry to bother you while you're this exhausted. I watched your entire match. It was a magnificent battle." Remained calm, though a bit guarded. "Thank you." Kanan adjusted his glasses again. "Let me get straight to the point. Have you already reached 5 circles?" The question made freeze for a beat. He remembered the match earlier. "That's right," he recalled now. "I used 2-circle magic during the fight, and the master of the blue tower thinks I used an inscription spell. If I can use 2-circle magic, they'll assume I can use 3 or even 5, right? They'll naturally misunderstand and think I've reached that level. Thinking this, he waved it off with a chuckle. Sir, I haven't reached 5 circles yet. Kang Kanin's eyes gleamed. I knew it. Then, how were you able to use 2-circle magic? Dan realized he was being probed. He went on the offensive. If I told you I used a secret art, would you believe me? Kanan stroked his chin, giving him a once-over. Is this secret magic the same modified magic you mentioned in that interview? Remembered the day he stirred things up with the media, and nodded. Yes, that's the one. He secretly thought to himself, let's just leave it at that. After all, reaching 5 circles at 18 is way too absurd. If that gets out, it'll cause a global sensation. I'll have enough trouble later when I start using 3-circle magic, so I have to keep this under wraps for now. Kang Kanan praised him. That secret magic is incredible, but what does it have to do with 2-circle magic? As soon as he finished, his eyes sharpened. Felt a wave of tension, placing a hand on his chest. I modified the inscription magic too. This seemed to strike a chord with Kanan. You modified that spell? So there was a way after all? Truly astonishing. Kanan reached toward and in a blink, his probing gaze shifted into a laugh. I'm impressed. I never expected you to improve upon the flaws of inscription spells. Answered on instinct. Thank you, sir. Suddenly his eyes widened. Red eyes? As expected, Kang Kanin had used magic to probe him. His eyes glowed a deep red, putting heavy pressure on Dan's chest. The air around them seemed to stagnate. Then, Kanan smiled slightly. Right. There are no characteristic signs of a 5-circle mage. It seems you really haven't reached 5 circles yet. I'll take my leave now. I'll handle the explanations for the reporters. With his ruby eyes. Hearing this, jumped up and called out, Thank you, sir. Safe travels. As soon as Kanan left, bowed, only then letting out a sigh of relief. He raked his hair back, muttering, I can't believe the Tower Master used his ruby eyes to test me. Remembered the scrutiny of Kanan's gaze. The ruby eyes, the eyes of the Blue Tower Master, Kang Kanan, are said to see through the very essence of mana and are considered the best probing eyes in the world. Cold sweat poured down his back. The Tower Master didn't realize I'm hiding my true level, did he? Recalling things he'd kept hidden, thought, the B-class magic is my biggest secret. I can't let it be revealed. A moment later, the arena announcement echoed. Match over. Winner, Dan. Ha's face lacked any confidence. As he returned to the waiting room, Adela appeared from behind. Wait, hold on. He looked back, bewildered. Adela, shouldn't you be resting for at least 4 hours? Why are you up so soon? Even though she was bandaged all over, she looked surprisingly alert. I'm fine. Seeing this, asked directly, So, what do you need? Adela stammered. If it's not a bother, I wanted to hear your feedback on the match. After all, there's still the final. If you're tired, we can do it later. Dan pointed cheerfully in one direction. It's fine. Let's do it now. Getting your feedback is helpful for me too. Let's head to the lounge. For a split second, she looked stunned. Just like before, there's so much to learn from his strategy and his use of magic. One day, I want to be just like him. Walked ahead, scratching his head. Why is the back of my neck getting all hot? In the city center, there was a skyscraper housing a very special room, because the person inside seemed quite interested in Dan. Dan. Isn't everything over? Inside the towering building, a flag with a dragon crest hung. The headquarters of the Shin Group. Inside a large room, 2 shadows stood. The girl stared at Dan's face on the screen, cursing under her breath. Damn it, didn't everything end already? Brother, are you just going to let Dan be? She was the eldest daughter of the Shin family, COA. Shortly after, the young man, Han, replied, So, what should we do? COA was suddenly agitated, shouting, What if returns to the family? You know more about what happened a year ago than anyone. If he's treated like that again. Before she could finish, Han cut her off. Don't worry, Soe. He remembered the image of Dan once being number 1, then looked at his current state and judged, maybe he was a star a year ago, but that kid is just trash now. In a real fight, he can only use 2-circle magic. You saw the match too. However, Soe remained wavering. But brother, everyone is praising him to the high heavens. Han immediately soothed her with sweet lies. Listen closely, Soe. Dan's current opponent is just a 3-circle student. He's a 4-circle mage, so of course he should win by a landslide. But did you forget that Dan isn't compatible with AI? He's just trying to hide that with some tricks and ancient spells. Compared to a normal 4-circle mage, Dan is still far behind. Even though he's a bit shaky, Junchan still trusts him. So that's how it is, right? Yeah, I think so too. No matter how much he struggles, he's just like a worm crawling on the ground. Han interrupted. Someone who isn't compatible will always be an outcast. She bit her nails, looking deeply unsettled. And what if he ends up becoming a threat to the position of the next family head? This remark was a direct jab at Di-han. He even crushed the wine glass in his hand, thinking it wouldn't be too late to deal with him then. One afternoon, the scenery was stained with a yellowish hue. The matches at the arena hadn't finished yet. There were 3 faint figures on the stage. A student collapsed from exhaustion, and the referee raised his hand and blew the whistle. The match is over. The final winner of the second-year midterm exam is Ha Dan. Cheers erupted from the stands. The genius has been reborn. Hooray! Ha Dan remained silent at the praise. Amazing, incredible. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Ancient magic is even better than expected. Ha Dan is truly a genius, Junchan shouted in excitement from a corner. Ha Dan, you're number 1. You did it. Everyone acknowledges your skills now. Congratulations. Ha Dan was startled as he was suddenly shaken by the shoulders. Junchan, calm down. A few people behind them scoffed with disdain. What is he anyway? Without ancient magic, that guy wouldn't be able to do anything at all. Just then, Jungso appeared with a radiant smile. Congratulations, Ha Dan. As your tutor, I'm truly proud of you. Hearing that, Junchan quickly added a comment. Then, sir, how about you treat us to a meal to celebrate Ha Dan's victory? Ha Dan sighed and reminded him. Junchan, he laughed and replied, no need to ask. I was already planning to treat you both. Hearing that, Junchan jumped for joy. Awesome! Let's go! Let's go! Hooray! Suddenly, Ha Dan spoke up with difficulty. Wait, I'm sorry. I really want to go, but I have a very important appointment. This was like a shock to him. What? How can the main character be missing? He hurriedly waved goodbye and ran off. Sorry, it's really important. My apologies. Junchan watched as Ha Dan changed his clothes and headed straight for a destination. I have a very important appointment. As soon as he arrived, he bumped into someone. An elderly man standing next to a luxury car bowed. We've been waiting for you. That young master is none other than Ha Dan. The butler opened the door for him. The family head wants to see you. I will take you to the main estate. In a flash, the two returned to the Shin family estate. The atmosphere here was deathly silent. Ha Dan frowned and looked around once more. It had been a year. After being discovered to be incompatible with AI, I stood up to my cold father and was moved to the academy dormitory and wasn't allowed to set foot in the family estate ever again. He walked into the grand hall alone. Ha, Dan muttered to himself. Wasn't allowed to set foot in the family estate ever again. Nothing had changed. Walking for a bit, his footsteps slowed down. In front of Ha, Dan was a closed door. An unconscious feeling of pressure welled up, just like it had every day. At his father's study, he took a deep breath. Ha, Dan knocked firmly on the door. In Hai Wook sat silently in the room, his eyes sharp and piercing. From inside, In Hai Wook's voice echoed to the door. You've finally returned here. It's truly a beautiful moonlit night today. Ha Dan stood in front of the room he hadn't entered for a long time. You've finally returned. In Hai Wook said from inside. Come in. Ha Dan bowed his head respectfully. Long time no see, father. He closed the book in his hand and said, Sit down. I used to think you were a failure. Your incantation speed is 20 times slower than a normal person's, and if you lose focus for even a second, the spell dissipates immediately. You can't cast multi-layered spells. You are a prime example of how useless someone incompatible can be, but everyone has to acknowledge your outstanding talent. That is precisely why I ordered you to switch to AI magic studies to utilize that gift. Of course, I didn't expect much from this, and I just thought it was the final struggle of a defeated man backed into a corner. Hearing these words, Ha Dan replied firmly, I understand. In Hai Wook also mentioned the article titled, He Has Returned. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued. When I read the article that everyone was posting, I thought this was a good opportunity for you to wake up after experiencing ultimate humiliation. But you completely overcame the penalties of being incompatible, created modified spells, and completely exceeded my expectations. You won this bet, Ha Dan. Your performance, in the last match, is very worthy of being called that of a true mage. As soon as he finished, the surprise made Ha Dan's pupils constrict. He stood up abruptly, his voice filled with confidence. Thank you, father. In Hai Wook smiled slightly, his tone conceding. From now on, I promise to support you fully. Whatever you need for your path in magic, feel free to tell me. Additionally, I allow you to return to the Shin magic family as the successor to the clan. See that you behave accordingly. With this backing, Ha Dan could speak clearly and confidently, but immediately after, his father exerted pressure on him. And finally, I have one warning. If I see you stagnating or falling behind once more, I will personally destroy your magic circle. Dan's hands clenched into fists due to the pressure. As expected of my father. Is this the pressure of an 8-circle mage? Truly terrifying. But this is my last chance. His blood-red eyes were filled with determination. Yes, father. Wook calmly returned to his seat. So now, what is your goal? Dan was slightly confused. My goal? There was no warmth in his eyes as he said, Tell me, haven't you always been aiming for the position of head of the Shin magic family? Dihan, Seo-a, Min-hee Wook. You are now the most backward among your siblings. Dan placed a hand on his chest as an affirmation. As I have said before, my goal is to become the head of the Shin magic family. Nothing more, nothing less. First, I will make everyone in the family acknowledge me. Wook glared, questioning him. By what means? He stepped forward and placed his hand on the desk. In the event taking place in 2 months, the World Academy Olympics, outstanding talents from all over the world will participate in this festival, and I will bring home the gold medal. To give a brief overview of this event, it is a tournament only for students under 20 years old, an Olympics for the Mage world. This festival is equivalent to adult-level tournaments, and is a dream stage that attracts the attention of the entire world. Wook was still somewhat skeptical of Dan. However, our country's best achievement currently only stops at the silver medal, won by a mage from the Blue Tower. He remembered that top medalist. Immediately after, Wook emphasized one more thing. You also know how unrealistic it is to win the gold medal at this Olympics. Replying to him, Dan offered firmly, Yes, that is why I have one condition for you, father. He immediately asked, What condition? My conditions are pretty simple. During the 2 months of this tournament, please don't let your siblings interfere with me. Dan's words left Wook silently impressed. What nerve. To demand protection just to secure a gold medal, he wasn't even guaranteed to win. Usually, I would have refused right away, but this isn't half bad. A few days later, in the academy dormitory, Dan's room was a chaotic mess of books, and he had even fallen asleep on the floor at some point. The morning sun woke Dan up. Did I fall asleep? He sat up, rubbing his stiff neck. I've started looking into the second trial ever since I got back from the family estate. Even though I passed the first test, I have to clear the second one to advance to the third circle. And right now, I have no idea how to do it. The only clue is that I need to raise my resonance state to deep resonance to master the 2 circles and move forward. Dan muttered as he flipped through the pages. To enter the 2-circle trial, I just need to place my hand here and move according to the principles of resonance. Currently, I only know that I have to combine the mind circle and the resonance circle organically. This handwriting is so bad. Is it supposed to look like this? In the middle of the page appeared 2 circles, water and fire, intertwined. He sat there for a while, then sighed. Let's go for a walk to relax. The weather is pretty nice for a stroll today. Dan threw on a shirt and athletic pants and headed out. Right, changing the atmosphere like this now and then helps clear the mind. The air is so fresh. I'll get some breakfast after the walk. Then back to the deep resonance state it is. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Watch out. As soon as he turned his head, something zoomed straight toward him. Dan couldn't react in time and took a bag straight to the face. A girl ran over to ask if he was okay. He held his face and groaned softly. That hurts. Who's there? It's Adela. Hey, why did that bag hit you? Adela looked a bit hesitant. I was about to have some banana milk. I was so excited I started swinging the bag a little. Then it flew out and hit you in the face. Seeing her flustered, he hummed in reassurance. I see. Adela bowed repeatedly. I'm so sorry. Dan smiled, shaking the milk carton in his hand. It's okay. Thanks to that, I even got a banana milk out of it. But is that all you ever drink? Adela opened her bag to show him. That's right. It's the greatest drink humans have ever created. Dan looked at her, speechless. Is it really that good? The sky is clear and full of white clouds today, isn't it? Adela asked curiously. Dan, I heard you just went back home? His face lit up more than before. That's right. I went back to the Min family estate yesterday. This calmed her down significantly. That's great. Is your dream still to become the family head? Dan suddenly froze. Did I ever say that? Adela recalled a childhood memory, then smiled firmly. You did. We used to talk about it all the time. Dan stroked his chin, lost in thought. That isn't my dream anymore. Her heart skipped a beat. What? Did you give up on reality? I mean, you have so many talented siblings at the Min estate. It's hard to become the head, after all. Dan widened his eyes and asked back. What are you saying? My goal is to become the master of the Min family and stand at the pinnacle of all mages, of every magic tower. That is my goal now. Adela looked away and cleared her throat. The pinnacle of all magic towers? That's a goal far beyond my imagination. Just following you is already putting me under pressure. As night fell, high atop the Min family mansion, Seo-A was sweating, biting her nails. She couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table. Brother, aren't you worried at all? Daihan crossed his arms, his voice stern. Father must have his reasons. Even though he said that, he remained deep in thought. He never expected him to set a condition like that. Remembering earlier, Dihan and So-A had entered In-Hai Wook's room. Father, why did you call for us? He stared at them both and spoke. I know your personalities well, so I have one order for you both. For the next 2 months, do not cause any trouble for Hadan. This came as a shock to them. Coa turned pale, clearly agitated. Father, why? Dihan was calmer and spoke on her behalf. Could you tell us the reason? He calmly explained the origin of his decision. You both know that Hadan officially returned to the Min estate yesterday, right? He is still a minor, and he has a 1-year gap due to leaving the family. Therefore, I think he needs 2 months to adapt to the family, especially with you two. I know you both want to compete for the family head position, and will put immense pressure on him. Dan and Dihan were stunned into silence. A second later, Dihan smiled and affirmed, Yes, I understand. Father, is there anything else you need to instruct us on? Hearing this, In-Hai Wook stood up and looked toward the door. You two must be tired. Go and get some rest. The remnants of magical energy dissipated. Back in reality, Coa couldn't help but ask, Brother, are you just going to leave it like that? She made a sour face, but Dihan looked even more twisted. Damn it, I just can't accept this. He analyzed carefully in his mind. Min-Hee Wook and Min-Ji weren't interested in the family head position, so it made sense why they weren't summoned. But to leave Ha-Dan alone because of a 1-year gap? Father should have said that the 1-year gap was due to the successor's lack of competence, and that he had to endure the consequences. Furthermore, the protection only applied to children under 16. Before he left, the brat was already 17, which is outside that range. These things left him feeling confused. Why? Why would Father say that? So-A sat in a corner, muttering to herself, guessing. Could it be that Father has already? Dihan dismissed the thought, trying to reassure himself. No way, Ha-Dan hasn't shown much to Father yet, she quickly added. Then why, in the end? He remembered Ha-Dan's performance a few days ago. He must have seen something in him. Or perhaps Father was curious about the mysterious magic system Ha-Dan had mastered. Or maybe Father and Ha-Dan have some kind of deal. This made Coa even more agitated. A deal? What kind of deal? That's right. Our father never makes decisions like that. It's so annoying. Ha-Dan, should I call back all the people I sent to watch him? Dihan said with a mocking expression. I suppose so. Especially if they aren't certain they haven't been detected by the Shadow Team. A secret organization. The Shadow Team, an intelligence unit under Father's direct command, acting as the underground arm of the Min family. They are a special unit capable of everything from infiltration and information gathering to bodyguarding. Before leaving, Dihan didn't forget to throw one last sentence over his shoulder. By the way, I've already pulled all my people away from Ha-Dan. So-A stood frozen as if struck by lightning. What is he planning? A few glints of killing intent flashed in his eyes. I'll go first. As he reached the door, a smirk appeared on his lips. Seo-A, however, said nothing. Aside from me, there's no way things will stay quiet for him over the next 2 months. If Ha has placed some kind of bet and made a deal with my father, the situation is going to get dangerous. Guess I'll have to rely on Black Tower for this. On a beautiful morning at Orbilit Academy, Jang So stood at the podium with his arms crossed, beaming. So, the midterm comprehensive assessment has finally concluded. You all worked hard, let's give ourselves a round of applause. I'm very honored that our class has the top-ranked student. Ha-Dan, please stand up. With a confident and triumphant air, he said, and handed a paper to Ha-Dan. You could say you're the most outstanding student among all the 17-year-olds in our country. Congratulations. Ha carefully accepted it. Thank you, sir. Then, Jiangso offered some encouragement along with a reminder. Since you've taken the top spot, I think you should maintain this position for the next 2 months to meet the goal for the Academy Olympics. Ha's eyes shone with obvious confidence. Yes, that is my plan as well. He leisurely returned to his seat, while a few people watched him, whispering behind his back. What are they muttering about? Just because he's got that magic eye. He thinks he's something special? Another chimed in. 2 months? Give it a week and we'll see what he's really made of. That was followed by a quick snicker. Exactly. If you don't belong, your limits will show sooner or later. Ha sat in his chair without saying a word, because he had always known exactly where his own limits lay. A while later, Junchan stretched, looking exhausted. Finally over. 8 periods, and it was all just theory? Seriously? Ha Dan blinked, trying to suppress a sigh. But tomorrow is all practical training, isn't it? He was about to add more, but noticing the boredom, Ha gave him a light punch to the chest. See? I told you to work on your physical fitness. Junchan suddenly collapsed to the ground, groaning. Are you really a mage? Honestly. Hearing that, Ha thought to himself, what a weakling. Junchan's face darkened, sweat pouring down like rain. He quickly chased after Ha Dan. What did you say, you weak mage? Does this mean I can't even tease you about being a weak mage anymore? Ha nonchalantly waved his hand in rebuttal. If you don't like it, put in the effort to train and fix your weaknesses. Junchan pouted openly. I'll fix them and blow your head off, just you wait. Ha spun around and laughed out loud. Is that so? Well then, let's head to the gym after dinner tonight. Junchan's expression clearly paled. Ha couldn't help but ask, what's with that look? He dodged the question, making up an excuse. I'd love to, but I'm not feeling so great all of a sudden. Ha, Dan put on a serious face and called him out. If you don't want to, just say you don't want to. Even at this point, Junchan is still making excuses. Look, it's not that I don't want to train, I just don't like training with you. Get it? Understand? He sounded annoyed and slightly flustered. Why on earth wouldn't you want to train with me? Junchan let out a long, weary sigh. The truth is, I'm scared. The way people look at you is just. That evening at the Orbilit Academy training room, Hadan was furiously lifting a 100-kilo weight. That brat. I told him training was important. 2 students nearby turned pale, gasping. Who is that? Is that actually a human lifting that much? In another corner, a student wearing glasses seemed to recognize him. Isn't that Hadan? The person next to him replied, the second-year student who just topped the midterm assessment. Right? Finally, he set the weight down. Ha, let out a sigh of relief and walked away. Since I've been pouring all my energy into practicing the BT magic, I've neglected my physical training way too much. I'm falling behind schedule. The Book of IDZit clearly states that since the infinity circle is a massive loop running throughout the entire body, it also interacts with physical conditioning. When both the body and the powerful magic circle resonate, it enhances efficiency. That's why you have to train both your physical strength and your magic to create the optimal vessel. Back at the academy, a simulated 3-eyed beast growled as it circled Ha Dan. Its eyes glowed and its sharp claws were bared. Ha watched carefully to dodge, and suddenly he spotted something. Blue mana swirled around his body. 2 monsters lunged forward. Ha Dan dropped down, and they collided with each other. Now, he began his counterattack. Fire dance, the flames made the monster recoil and vanish. Only one was left. As soon as it was scorched, the system notification popped up for Ha Dan. Quake Beast practical training session concluded. Jiang So checked the data on the side. The result was a perfect completion. Maximum score, he beamed brightly. Thank you, sir. Sitting in the hallway outside, Ha stared at his palms, thinking to himself, thanks to the infinity circle, my physical capacity has increased by about 1.5 times. If I go up to 3 circles, it'll probably increase even more. I absolutely have to keep strengthening the infinity circle. After that thought, Ha closed his eyes tight to train. Mana erupted along with his focus, gathering his will, syncing the circles, circulating his energy throughout his entire body. He reduced the fluctuation and rotation speed of each circle by 12.25% and 4.63% respectively. He increased the purity of the mana in his core circle by 8.9%, just a little more. Ha stopped chanting, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. His face went pale. 99% synchronization. I've tried everything, but I still can't reach that last 1%. But I absolutely have to master the 2-circle state. Before he knew it, the sun had set. Today, Ha had a jogging session outdoors. Wearing his headphones and focusing on his breathing, he passed by a deserted alley. Ha noticed something, a shadow lurking inside. Suddenly, the person threw a punch. He quickly shifted his body to dodge it. Ha raised his voice to question, who's there? Sahai Wook? Sahai Wook didn't hold back and struck at Ha Dan. He tore off his mask, revealing an angry face. You're pretty good at running away, huh? You look just like a cowardly rat. Ha stepped back and took a defensive stance. What's this? It's the weekend and you still haven't gone home? Or are you unable to? You're supposed to be in self-reflection, so no matter how much you want to, you can't go back. Right? The guy was trembling with rage. Shut your mouth, or I'll kill you right now. Ha didn't stop. He kept prodding him. Honestly, if you use your family's power and this is all you've got to show for it, you wouldn't have the face to go home even if you weren't in self-reflection. You've got nowhere else to go, do you? Rage made Sa Hai-wook lose control, and he directly used magic. Shut up, you damn loser. Ha realized he had pushed him too far. This lunatic. I just poked him a little, and he's already using magic out in public? Of course, Sa Hai-wook couldn't stop now. You bastard! His blood-red eyes glared as he lunged at Ha's back. Sa Hai-wook suddenly fell into a panic. His footing betrayed him, and he was finally pinned to the ground by Ha. Ha remained silent as he heard Sa Hai-wook screaming, "Let me go, you brat." My chance, he thought. A moment later, the police arrived. Sa Hai-wook stubbornly roared, "Let me go. I'm going to kill that guy today." The officer in black warned him, "Shut your mouth and come with us now." He struggled, demanding to be released. Only then did Ha speak up to explain himself. "Because I was attacked with magic. I was forced to restrain him. The whole incident was captured on CCTV. I didn't think he'd actually use magic in a place like this. This guy is really something else." The man replied to him, "We'll discuss the details at the academy tomorrow. It's late now. Get back to your dormitory." Afterward, he lingered, watching Sa Hai-wook being dragged into the car, his eyes darkening with a flurry of thoughts. "Keep acting like that, Sa Hai-wook." The next morning at Orbilit Academy, a large crowd was gathering in front of the notice board. It stated that student Sa Hai-wook was being disciplined with a 10-point deduction for using magic off-campus. In the Orbilit Academy administration office, whispers filled the air. "Did you hear? Last weekend, that guy Sa Hai-wook used magic on the streets just to start trouble. Seriously? Is that true?" Ha-dan, standing nearby, perked his ears up. But why was he only docked 10 points? Right? He should have been expelled. Dan frowned but stayed silent. Sa Hai-wook causes a scene this big and only loses 10 points? Makes sense. The Beck family must have pulled some strings. The Becks, a rising family desperate to build a reputation, often donated huge sums of money to the academy, making it difficult for the school to impose harsh penalties. Sa Hai-wook is probably getting torn a new one right now, huh? Elsewhere, Sa Hai-wook was indeed facing a storm of rage. "You idiot," he cowered, trying to explain. "Dad, I'm sorry," the man barked back. "I told you to behave yourself and stay out of trouble until you graduate. Is that so hard?" Sa Hai-wook stammered. "No." Immediately, the head of the Beck family warned him in a fury. "If our family fails to earn that title, it's all your fault. Do you understand?" His heart skipped a beat. "Yes, I'm sorry, I understand. Damn it." He hurled his phone against the wall. Sa Hai-wook gritted his teeth. "Ha-dan. That bastard. Everything that happened is all because of him." Just then, someone appeared behind him. Someone seems to be holding quite a grudge, don't they? Sa Hai-wook couldn't help but grimace. "Professor Seomit, what do you want? Can't I check in?" Professor Seomit chuckled, taking a step back. "Not at all. Who you like or hate is your own business. But tell me, Sa Hai-wook, don't you want to get back at Ha-dan?" Those words left Sa Hai-wook stunned. "What was that?" Professor Seomit repeated. "Don't you want to?" Back at the Orbilit Academy dormitory, Ha-dan sat in his room, deep in thought, reclining in his chair. He wondered if he should file a formal complaint against Sa Hai-wook with the academy. But, well, he'd already benefited enough from the situation. His phone screen lit up. A new message. It was from In Hai-wook. Sender. "Father, the negotiations with the Beck family are finished. I've secured 3% of the magic stone mining rights that the Beck family held to keep this incident quiet. Well done. If there's anything you want as a reward for securing this stake, just tell me." This had all been part of Ha-dan's plan. To gain a title, the Beck family couldn't just care about the academy. They also had to build close ties with prestigious families. This time, they really had no other choice. This was a logical move for the Beck family, since the victim of the incident was from the main branch of the Magic God family. The Becks clearly wanted to resolve this mess at any cost. But 3% for such favorable terms? That shows how important the title is to them. Titles were symbols of a family like the Magic of the Magic God family or the Mystery of the Mystery family. A title was the yardstick for status. Actually, Sa Hai-wook has already been disowned by his family after this. He can't touch me anymore. So, that's all wrapped up. Time to forget about that old man for now, and focus on reaching the peak of my craft. A few days had passed since the Sa Hai-wook incident, and Orbilit Academy had quieted down. Ha-dan walked through the halls, quietly observing. Are students being monitored more strictly because of what happened with Sa Hai-wook? Suddenly, someone called out behind him. "Ha-dan?" Ha-Dan put on a neutral expression and turned to greet him. Hello, Professor So-mit. The professor didn't speak immediately, just smiled and nodded. However, Professor So-mit's eyes were sharp with suspicion. This made Ha-Dan tense up for a second. A moment later, the professor approached with an unreadable warmth. I've been meaning to ask you this for a long time. Ha-Dan, you don't seem to like me very much, do you? Ha-Dan replied smoothly. No, not at all. It's not that, sir, So-mit laughed. It's understandable, given how things sound. I have been a bit harsh with you. But those were all sincere pieces of advice for you. Don't misunderstand my intentions. Even though he said that, Ha-Dan wondered inwardly, why is he acting like this all of a sudden? Encouraged, Professor So-mit reached out toward Ha-Dan. So, let's start over, shall we? Dan chuckled and declined politely. That won't be necessary, sir. Thank you. Suddenly, his nerves flared up. Why did he feel such a sense of dread? A thick, suffocating smell of mana radiated from the professor. Although it's a bit late, congratulations on taking first place in the midterms. And congratulations on finding your own path. Ha-Dan gritted his teeth, feeling the anomaly. It was definitely the aura of mana. But right before Ha-Dan's eyes, So-mit's dark magic flared up. This dark mana. Is it from the Black Tower? Realizing the critical nature of this, his heart skipped a beat. It was a force few dared to provoke. The Black Tower was different from the 12 official towers. It was an unofficial organization, a notorious criminal syndicate founded by a mage who called himself a dark mage. With this information, Ha-Dan felt his heart stop. Oh no, is Professor So-mit a member of the Black Tower? Does that mean there are other mages from the Black Tower in the school too? Since when? Well, that's not important right now. First, I have to analyze the magic formula to understand the situation. A holographic analysis board appeared in front of him, surrounded by streams of magical energy. Ha-Dan's pupils dilated as he looked through them. This formula is so familiar. This is mind control magic. Wait, mind control? But my brain is already immune to all outside interference. So, Professor So-mit's mind control won't affect me at all. Thank God, that was a close one. He hasn't realized it yet. I should pretend to be under his spell and extract all the information I can about the Black Tower. Ha-Dan deliberately let his eyes glaze over. Professor So-mit still seemed suspicious, but decided to set it aside for now. All right, a useless piece of trash who can't do anything but play act, even making me apologize. He whispered, Listen, Ha-Dan, from now on, carry this with you at all times, and don't ask any questions about why you have to carry it. Do you understand? He pretended to be under control and replied, Yes. The corners of the professor's mouth curled into a seductive smile. Is that all? Now, explain your modified magic to me. Ha-Dan cursed inwardly. How am I supposed to explain that? Then, he pretended to clutch his head in pain and collapsed. The professor muttered, It seems his willpower to protect the secret of his modified magic is too strong. Fine, stop. In a corner where he couldn't be seen, Ha-Dan smiled faintly. Time to clear a few things up. It seems his will to protect the secret of the modification magic is too strong. Fine, stop it. From a hidden corner, Ha smiled slightly. The idiot needs to get a few things straight. Mind control magic works by directly intervening with the opponent's brain to amplify emotions or manipulate their will. It's a signature technique of the Black Tower. When a high-ranking mage uses this, it can completely shatter a person's mind, making it an incredibly dangerous forbidden art. And just now, if the target has a strong will tied to a specific memory, trying to force your way into that memory could cause their mind to collapse. Ha pondered to himself. If they were just going to give up this easily, then clearly, the alteration magic wasn't their true goal. So-mit clicked his tongue in annoyance, then grabbed his head in disdain. This rare magic doesn't suit you at all. I was planning on selling it, but I can't let the mission fail because of this. Fine, I'll just wait until the mission is over and snatch that magic from you then. Huh, you okay? You've been zoning out while we're talking. You must be exhausted. Anyway, I won't bother you anymore. Good luck. Ha pretended that everything was fine and replied, Yes, yes. He watched Professor So-mit's retreating back, his eyes flashing with a strange glint. Back at the academy for his final class, he strolled through the courtyard alone. I'm starving. Better head to the cafeteria. During yesterday's lesson, Ha had chosen a spot away from the crowds. He pulled something out of his pocket to his surprise. It was the artifact Professor So-mit had given him. This was. Ha sank into deep thought. Illegal AI? By giving him this, they clearly wanted to frame him for using illegal AI. If that succeeded, the media fallout would be massive. Exclusive scoop. Ha caught. Finally, Their hypocritical, sinister masks were slipping. They wanted to drag his reputation through the mud. Professor Seo Mit had no reason to ruin him, though. It's true that their relationship wasn't exactly great, Ha mused, trying to piece it together. But someone very powerful could have made this request to the Black Tower. He mentally ran through a list of suspects. If that's the case, it becomes clearer. The first person that came to mind was Sa Hee-wook. Ha, I'm going to kill you. On second thought, he brushed it off. He was already under disciplinary action. That would be too much. It might be his brothers or sisters. They had a clear motive. They wanted him completely out of the race for the family head position. But Sister Min wasn't very interested in the succession. And she wasn't the type to pull something like this. Brother Min Hee-wook was definitely ambitious about becoming the family head, but he didn't have the guts for a stunt like this. That left the other two, or perhaps both. Thinking this far, Ha's hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. Should I just grab Seo Mit and interrogate him? No. The Black Tower is incredibly sensitive to intelligence. Professor Seo Mit might not even know who the mastermind is, and grabbing him would just alert the enemy. Besides, clashing with the Black Tower right now wouldn't benefit him. With that decided, Ha appeared at a large building in the city. The man standing inside didn't even turn around as he called out, "Greetings, Ha? So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Kang Kanan's pupils narrowed as he probed. Ha responded with caution. This was the master of the Blue Tower. Kanan, why does he seem colder than usual today? Still, he had to say it. Kang Kanan held his face, looking a bit dismissive. I told you not to cause any more trouble. Ha, Dan watched him, his brows furrowed. But he had to speak up now. It was just like the rumors. What in the world is he researching that has him so stressed out? He started the conversation with a small question. Are you working on a new research project? The master didn't hide it, answering, Indeed, it's about a special type of magic stone. It's taking much longer than I anticipated. Ha, tilted his head to follow. A magic stone? That's an elemental magic stone. A very rare find. Kang Kanan gestured for him to sit down. Let's get straight to the point. We're both busy. You said this was urgent and needed a face-to-face meeting. What is it? Ha. Dan's mouth twitched slightly. He looks so on edge today. At this rate, anything I say will be useless. Since that was the case, he had to negotiate. Having made up his mind, he started to speak. Before we get to the main issue, I want to say one thing. Regarding the elemental magic stone you are researching, this sounded like an explosion going off in Kang Kanan's head. His pupils contracted in shock. Ha, how do you know about that stone? I haven't even announced its name yet. You'd better explain yourself properly. Ha, waved his hands, trying to de-escalate. I didn't plant a spy in the Blue Tower, nor did I steal any information. Kang Kanan watched him suspiciously. Then how did you know? Ha pulled something from his bag and said, It's simple, because I have one too. When he saw the magic stone, Kang Kanan jumped to his feet. This is... Ha seized the moment to confirm. Yes, this is a perfectly polished elemental magic stone. The master's pupils trembled uncontrollably. Ha Dan, did you polish this? Ha didn't deny it or offer an excuse. Yes, I did. Kang Kanan suddenly let out a laugh, barely believing it. He thought to himself, the master of the Red Tower, James Biller, a leader in magic engineering, and even the top polishers of the Blue Tower, not to mention myself, one of the 3 best in the world at polishing magic stones, couldn't polish this stone. And yet, a high school student managed it? Kang Kanan's face hardened. Ha Dan, did you happen to come across this stone by chance? Ha, Dan replied with his usual calm demeanor. Yes, I figured only the Blue Tower could handle a stone like this, so I brought it along. He smirked, though his nerves were frayed. May I ask how you came to possess this stone? Ha smiled, looking at the stone in his hand. I'd rather not say. I just happened to come across it, and happened to polish it. That's all I can tell you for now. Naturally, Kang Kanan didn't buy it. Just happened to have it. Just happened to polish it? You've got quite a bit of luck, don't you? Fine. Mages have a right to their secrets. I won't ask again. Hearing this, Ha let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. He turned and offered, but would you mind taking a look at it? Ha nodded in response. Of course. Kanan put on his cloth gloves and carefully inspected it. This is the only completed version of a magic stone that carries 4 attributes simultaneously. So, is the reason you brought this that you felt the time was right? Ha revealed, yes. I want to craft a holy artifact. The master was curious. A holy artifact? What kind do you want? Ha thought it over. He hadn't decided yet. Clothing, accessories, or weapons. Anything is fine as long as it has the attribute to increase magic efficiency. Kang Kanan didn't hesitate to remind him. That's fine. But high-end magic stones require high-end supplementary materials. The crafting fees will be exorbitant. You are aware of that, right? Forgive my rudeness, but you are the direct heir of a prestigious magic family. You could just request the funding from your family. Suddenly, Ha cut off the master's excitement. That won't be possible. I want to keep the crafting of this holy artifact a secret from my family and everyone else. Once again, Kang Kanan let out a laugh. Ha Dan, you really do know how to make things difficult for others. So, how do you plan to handle this? Do you think you can even pay for it without family support? Ha asked with a playful, mocking smile. Instead of reacting to the question, Ha countered, do you have another way? I've already worked out a deal. I'll sharpen the elemental magic stones right here for you to see. I can even do it right in front of you. Kang Kanan's expression softened slightly. Are you saying you'll share the sharpening method with me? Ha clenched his fist in affirmation. That's right. Kang Kanan laughed heartily. Incredible. At this rate, I'll owe you a huge favor. Hearing this, Ha paused, then made his request. In that case, could you help me with one more thing? Kang Kanan tilted his head, his gaze sharp. What is it? Does it have to do with today's main issue? Ha sat up straight and pulled something out. This is. As soon as Kanan saw the item in his hand, he recognized it immediately, an illegal grade S mana stone. Where did you get this? Ha balled his fist, determined. Remembering the sleazy attitude of instructor Seo Mit, he said, a Black Tower mage at the academy gave it to me. There's a Black Tower mage hiding inside Orbilit Academy. Please help me get rid of them. Night began to fall, and the moon was glowing bright. A car dropped Ha off right at the front door. He didn't forget to nod at the driver. Thank you for the ride. Drive safely. Soe glanced at Ha. Yes, see you next time. He watched as the car disappeared into the distance. A moment later, Ha returned to the dormitory area. He flopped onto his bed, feeling exhausted after such a long day. Thinking back to the interaction with Kang Kanan, he mused, thank goodness. I never expected him to be researching elemental magic stones. Thanks to that, I can hide the fact that I'm crafting holy artifacts. Ha, then recalled, Sahai Wook. That brat, Ha, I won't let you get away with this. He relaxed his heart again. At first, I planned to use the 3% monostone mining rights I squeezed out of the Beck family as a bargaining chip. But now I can hold on to them a bit longer. Fantastic. I hope everything goes smoothly. Recalling his conversation with Kanan, he thought, it's honestly hard to believe. In a place with such strict security like Orbilit Academy, a Black Tower mage is hiding there? The only evidence is that illegal S-grade mana stone, he said, eyes wide with slight disappointment. Is it really that difficult? Kang Kanan's lips curled up, brushing the matter off with a half-closed eye gaze. Usually, we at the Blue Tower wouldn't act based solely on subjective feelings and uncertain information from a student. But fine, let's try it out just this once. Someone's voice echoed through the phone. Have you arrived, Ha Dan? Ha Dan replied to the person on the other end. Then let's proceed according to the plan we discussed. The elevator doors opened, and he stepped inside alone. The call was still ongoing. You don't need to worry about that. As long as the information is accurate, we at the Blue Tower guarantee there won't be any mistakes. Ha, Dan replied firmly. Yes, I'll leave it to you all. I'll contact you later. The elevator doors opened, and someone was already waiting. He flashed a smile, but his eyes were full of vigilance. I'm here, brother and sister. The girl with blue eyes was the second daughter of the magic god family, Mage. Seeing him, she called out excitedly, Oh my, it's been so long since I've seen you. Ha Dan. He laughed and complimented her. Long time no see. You're still the same as always, aren't you? Minji winked teasingly. Are you flattering me? Ha affirmed. Yes, of course. She happily welcomed her younger brother. Our Ha Dan has grown quite a bit, hasn't he? He might even be taller than Min Hee Wook soon. No sooner had she mentioned him than the second son of the magic god family, Min Hee Wook, appeared. He walked over from the table. Minji, don't say things like that. Welcome back, Ha Dan. Ha, Dan said. I wouldn't say it's just for fun, but anyway, thank you for the welcome. Ha smiled politely. Thank you, Min Hee Wook, he thought to himself. He's always this straightforward, isn't he? But this didn't sit well with COA. Brother, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Min Hee Wook asked naively. I'm not wrong, am I? Next, he glanced at the other two. Long time no see, Dihan? And Soe? The young man Dihan curled his lips in a greeting. You look more like a man now, less childish. He was the eldest son of the magic god family, Dihan. The eldest daughter of the magic god family, COA, sat beside him and added, Long time no see, little brother. Standing before them, Ha forced a fake smile. They're smiling, but their eyes look like they want to devour me alive. As expected, the culprit is right here. At that moment, Daihan raised his glass, urging, "Everyone, sit down, let's eat and talk." "What on earth is the reason you called everyone together, little brother?" Once everyone was gathered, Ha spoke up directly. "Nothing special, it's just been a while, so I wanted to organize a get-together." But COA didn't buy it at all. "What? Everyone has 100 things to do, and you're doing this for such a trivial matter?" he said sarcastically. "If I hadn't organized it, Dihan or COA would have done it eventually anyway, right? Isn't that right?" She couldn't contain herself and slammed the table. "What? How are you talking to me? All right, speak up. What are you planning?" Ha acted innocent again. "What do you mean? What am I planning?" COA exposed her ambition to everyone. "Stop pretending. You're planning to compete for the successor position, aren't you?" He lowered his head and glanced at her. "If I said I wasn't interested in it, would you believe me?" COA roared as if she'd lost her livelihood. "Who would believe that? Then why even ask?" "This kid." Dihan calmly reminded her. "COA, you can't ask like that. These issues aren't just settled with words, they must be proven with actions." "But tell me, Ha Dan, I heard you just mastered a pretty interesting spell called transformation magic. Do you plan on sharing that magic with the family?" His words caught Ha off guard. Deep down, he understood Dihan's intention perfectly. How clever. If he shared the secret magic, it would be synonymous with proving he was giving up the fight for the successor position. But it won't be that easy. COA happily supported the idea. "That sounds good." Ha Dan took a deep breath, then made the most pathetic face he could manage. "Brother, sister, this secret magic is my only hope. It's the only hope for someone unsuitable like me to live as a mage, so I cannot share it." Minji was immediately led by the nose by her younger brother. "Then it must be that way. It's our little brother's only hope." COA was stunned, while Min Hee-wook seemed to understand the implication. On the other side, he was being comforted by Minji, who was wiping away his tears. "Thank you for understanding." Dihan laughed and raised his wine glass. "Talking about the successor fight won't lead to any results anyway. Why don't we put that aside and chat a bit?" Minji nodded in agreement. "That's right. I also want to hear about Ha Dan." The meal was laid out, but no one touched their chopsticks. So-A and Dihan chatted with each other, while the other three siblings talked and laughed. In a blink, the clock hit 10 at night. Ha glanced around to assess the situation. It's getting pretty late. Just then, all four of their phones chimed with an urgent message, and their faces instantly stiffened. Minji looked confused. "What is this?" Min Hee-wook was a bit agitated. "This is an emergency notification," So-A said through gritted teeth. "Right now? Why at this hour?" As for Daihan, his expression warped. He couldn't hide his annoyance at the content. On the screen was an emergency notification regarding the discovery of a criminal mage belonging to the Black Tower's presence within the Orbilit Academy faculty includes the second son of the prestigious Mitt family from France. Co Mitt has been arrested. The one who captured him was a Sixth Circle mage from the Blue Tower and secretary to Kang Kanan. So-A. Ha noticed how Daihan quickly tucked his phone away, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "Found you." There was no way he could forget that twisted look on his face. Ha wondered, is Dihan the one? Night fell, the moon was still full, and on his way back, Ha received a call from someone, just as Ha Dan had predicted. On the phone screen was a message received at 10:31 p.m. Dung Shoa, a Sixth Circle mage from the Blue Tower and secretary to Kang Kanan, discovered Seomit's suspicious behavior at the Orbilit Academy's equipment storage. Seomit is accused of tampering with the gear used for the survival test, and if it weren't for Seo-A's accidental appearance at the equipment warehouse, it would be hard to imagine what kind of disaster might have occurred. During the survival test organized for this Friday by the South Korean government, the Korea Magic Association and the International Magic Association have declared they will show no mercy regarding the Black Tower's actions this time. The person on the other end continued. "But how did you know So-Mit would tamper with the equipment storage?" Ha adjusted his earphones and replied, "Just made a logical deduction based on the information I had. If So-Mit had infiltrated the academy, it's highly likely he would act within the campus grounds. Plus, the timing of when he used mind manipulation magic on me, and the schedule for this week where So-Mit could act was this Friday, the day of the large-scale survival test. And if he wanted to mess with me during the survival test, So-Mit had to tamper with the training equipment. Usually, the training equipment is checked at noon the day before the test. So the time he could interfere with the equipment would be tonight. Thursday night, the Blue Tower had the task of monitoring the equipment storage, and I called you guys to find the person colluding with the Black Tower. As a result, Seomit was caught. Confirming there was a Black Tower spy infiltrating Orbilit Academy, I also discovered Dihan had connections with the Black Tower. The plan went perfectly, didn't expose myself, and managed to get information a perfect plan. It's just a shame I haven't found definitive proof of the connection between Dihan and Seomit yet. But keep investigating slowly, and it will come to light. Kang Kanan on the other end of the line smiled brightly. Ha, Dan. I originally thought I was the one helping you, but it turns out I'm the one being helped. The Blue Tower's reputation is soaring because we solved this. I will definitely reward you properly. You laughed out loud. Then I won't refuse. The uncle offered praise before hanging up. Being straightforward like that is good. Now I'm off to finish the rest of the work. Ha. Dan took off his headset and said, "Yes, thank you, sir. Good work." He thought to himself that it was over, but no sooner had he thought that, than an explosion occurred behind him. The shockwave sent Ha flying, his face contorted at the scene before him. What the? A figure emerged from the smoke and fire. Ha. Ha Dan, die, you useless piece of junk. Ha couldn't believe who was in front of him. Sa Hai Wook. He didn't hold back, firing an orb of energy toward him. Ha's eyes lit up. He was too fast, so he quickly activated the water shield resonance magic. Under the crazed onslaught of Sa Hai Wook, Hadan could only defend. The power was too great. At this rate, the water shield would shatter. I have to adjust. Ha quickly escaped that area. A massive explosion occurred, and he was thrown into a pillar on campus. But this had already been anticipated by Ha-Dan, so it's impossible to avoid it completely. Sa-Hai Wook stood up from the smoke and hissed, "This is the real difference between you and me. A defective piece of trash like you dares to stand above me? That will be your end." Ha retreated and called out. Sa-Hai Wook. He suddenly noticed something strange about him. Wait a minute. This guy. Something isn't right. Bloodshot eyes, flushed skin. That reaction is the illegal performance-enhancing drug, Berserker Potion. The characteristic of this drug is forcing an acceleration of magic, making all blood vessels burst, turning the body blood red, and creating a maniacal warrior, which is how it got its name. But more importantly, the person taking the drug will fight to the death. Seeing Sa-Hai Wook rushing toward him, Ha snapped, "Are you crazy?" He lost his mind and laughed loudly. "Crazy? No, I'm very sane." Ha's mind raced. Red magic energy. Third circle magic. Flame infection. Before he could cast it, his wrist was already grabbed tightly by Sa-Hai Wook. Ha struggled to dodge. "You maniac." Drool flowed uncontrollably from the guy's mouth. "I told you I was still sane. Completely sane. Prepare to die." Smoke from the flame infection drifted straight into the sky. Sa-Hai Wook looked comfortably at Ha-Dan's body. "What's wrong with this guy? Still alive? You blocked my magic twice. A defective piece of trash like you dares to do that? How dare you?" He became hysterical, clawing at his own face. Suddenly, Sa-Hai Wook's face went blank as he muttered, "Maybe it's like that." Ha breathed heavily, observing every one of his reactions. It's true that those emotional swings are clearly from the Berserker Potion, but what is impossible to understand is his magic power. Even if he used a Berserker Potion, his power couldn't possibly increase to that level. Should I test it? Sa-Hai Wook's eyes glowed red. "What are you looking at, you bastard?" He quickly summoned birds to scout. The wind blade moved according to his command and rushed toward Sa-Hai Wook. "You bastard. You dare use that piece of junk magic?" His voice dropped slightly. "Careful with the wind blade. Not bad, but you have to pay attention here too." Sa-Hai Wook's pupils contracted in surprise. When did he get down there? He took the opportunity to activate his second move, Air Impact. Because the distance was too close, Sa-Hai Wook couldn't avoid it. He gritted his teeth and thought, "That's right, fire magic energy." At this distance, it was Ha's turn to be stunned when Sa-Hai Wook activated his move, Die, Fire Scattering Strike. However, he quickly dodged. The characteristic of Fire Scattering Strike is that it's very strong at close range, but the range is only 7.74 meters, so if you run far enough away, you can avoid it. Could those orbs later be useless? Ha wiped the dirt off his face and asked, "Do you hate me enough to use Abil?" He laughed like a madman. "Abil? What are you babbling about?" He intentionally put on a disappointed look. So, he really doesn't remember anything. The circuit on the back of Sa-Hai Wook's neck glowed. "Why would I have to use that for a piece of trash like you? If you can only babble, then just hurry up and die so you don't take up space." Ha-Dan dodged the attack while also lecturing. Abil has the effect of enhancing the user's physical strength, making the magic circle become more powerful due to illegally modified artificial intelligence, and it also changes the power and range of the magic. He listened without understanding anything. "So what, you bastard?" Ha Dan backed away, dodging the attack, not forgetting to set a trap. It's a funny thing. I'm actually researching the changes in the circle's structure, mana, and incantations. So as long as the mana is amplified, or the magic circle is accelerated, I'll notice it right away. As the words ended, he thought to himself, whether it was pure luck or not, the illegal items and the stimulant drugs gave me some very useful leads. Sahi-wook's mood grew more and more agitated. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? This time, it's Ha Dan's turn to counterattack. I'm not going to thank you for this. The only difference is whether I finish this by tomorrow morning or right now. Resonance. Facing this situation, Ha Dan had to take a risk. Anyone who reaches this realm will push past their own limits. But recently, I've been thinking a lot while reading the Erzit book. He clutched his head, exhausted. The problem is the backlash. Because linking magic circles with different properties and accelerating them, they put immense pressure on both the body and the mind. The accompanying penalty is the duration. If you can master 2 circles and then use resonance, the duration is 3 minutes. Afterward, you won't be able to cast magic for 12 hours, so you have to think very carefully before using it. Sahi-wook stared at Ha Dan, who was rambling on. Is that idiot scared or something, standing there mumbling to himself? He didn't bother to pay attention, focusing only on his calculations. The duration for resonance is 3 minutes, and that's more than enough. The earth cracked open because of this move. A sharp pillar impaled Sahi-wook's thigh. He couldn't help but be shocked. Triple circle magic? How can a piece of trash like you use triple circle magic? Ha Dan pointed to his head and smirked. Why, you ask? How could I possibly use it? Sahi-wook, furious, unleashed a large fireball. You bastard, die! You piece of trash. Ha Dan remained standing in place. His words were mocking. I see you're not just bad at magic, your trash talking is pretty pathetic too. So cliché. Water shield. This time, the fireball was blocked, but Sahi-wook seemed quite confident in this attack. You idiot. You couldn't even block it before, and now you're using the same move? Burn to death. Suddenly, the stream of water turned into a whirlpool, extinguishing the fireball. His face turned pale in terror. Dan held the initiative firmly in his hand. If you have something to say, you'd better think it through before you spit it out. If I were you, after seeing that earth spike just now, I would have realized this water shield is different from before. Your moves can't touch me anymore. Sahi-wook's face darkened. Ha Dan, you brat. That's right. I've figured out why you've gotten so strong. You must have used illegal enhancers. That's why you're this strong. Ha Dan felt helpless listening to that idiot's theory. It's over. I won't show you any mercy, because this is the consequence you brought upon yourself. Dan waved his hand to summon it. Black eye. Sahi-wook's red-rimmed eyes revealed pure terror. What? Ha Dan coldly reminded him. If you had hesitated even a little bit about killing someone or laying a hand on me, things wouldn't have reached this point. Sahi-wook fell into a deep, lightless abyss. Damn it, stop hiding. Come out. Ha Dan, stop hiding. Come on out. Ha Dan. He stood to the side, activating his elements. Earthbind, airbind, his whole body felt like it was tied up with ropes. It was just a pathetic restraining spell, but every move he made was held back by the elements. Dan's voice rang out, deep and chilling. It's too late. The last bit of mercy I can offer you is to help you leave as painlessly as possible. Sahi-wook screamed in desperation. Stop talking nonsense. It's not over yet. If it weren't for you, my life would have. Before he could finish, Ha Dan directly interrupted him. But would your life really have been different? I don't think so. His vision went completely dark. Where are you, you bastard? Where are you? Ha Dan benevolently added one more thing. At that point, you just blame someone else anyway. By the way, besides the side effects on your body, do you know why illegal stimulants shouldn't be used? Sahi-wook hissed. What is this? He screamed in pain. A third magic circle appeared on Ha Dan's palm. I just tried adjusting my magic frequency to synchronize with your overheated core. How does it feel? You used a stimulant, but it still hurts, doesn't it? Drool leaked from Sahi-wook's mouth continuously. Stop it. Facing this scene, he just casually gave a hard push. When the core and the body are pushed past their limits, even a slight impact from the outside will cause everything to collapse. Oh, and finally, I want to say thanks. Because of your crazy actions, I managed to get something quite useful from the Beck family. This time, the scale will be much larger than before, probably 30% of the magic stone mining rights, maybe even 40%? Sahi-wook's tears flowed out in frustration. You, Ha Dan kept his taunting smile on his lips. Goodbye, Sahi-wook. Thanks for the gift. Since you've given it to me, Don't go regretting it. As the words finished, he delivered a heavy blow to the back of his neck. Sa Hai-wook let out a miserable, agonizing scream. Immediately after, the magic disappeared. He lay limp on the ground. At this moment, Ha-dan picked up the phone from the floor. He quickly dialed someone. Ha-dan called In Hai-wook. "It's me. It's Ha-dan," he answered slowly. "Is something wrong for you to call me at this hour?" He glanced to the side and said, "I know you've been watching everything. It is late, but fighting this loudly in the dormitory without a single student or guard showing up is way too abnormal." In Hai-wook clicked his tongue and guessed, "Maybe the students were evacuated. I can't be sure if I was the one who kept the guards away." He smiled, as if exposing him. Many people could stop the guards, but only you would stand outside and watch until the battle ended. If it were anyone else, they would have intervened to stop it or stabbed me in the back. Thanks to your previous protection announcement, the others haven't been able to send anyone to follow me anymore. In Hai-wook didn't deny it but confirmed. "That's right, I have." Dan noticed someone in the bushes. A footstep emerged. This person was wearing a mask, his eyes glowing red, and he had been following him. A moment later, a cleanup crew arrived. On the other end of the line, In Hai-wook spoke up. "If you knew I was watching, why didn't you ask for help?" He hesitated slightly. "It's because I wanted to show you my triple circle magic." He frowned, somewhat confused. "I thought you couldn't achieve much in such a short time. So, you were hiding the fact that you could use triple circle magic?" Dan affirmed firmly. "Yes. About that." He said that, but in his heart, he thought differently. Of course, that was just a lie. In reality, I only just used the resonance effect of the second circle mastery level. Then, Dan added with a bit of caution, "My strength is still lacking in many ways. So if you knew I could use triple circle magic, the others would start playing dirty for sure. And Uncle Sok-hyun is already here, using soundproofing and illusion magic to seal off the surroundings." In Hai-wook was quite satisfied with Dan's performance. "All right, not bad. I've already sent a car. Go home and get some rest today." Dan hurriedly replied on his end. "Yes, thank you, father. See you later." As the call ended, In Hai-wook smiled slightly, but he couldn't help but chuckle with excitement. "I don't know what you did this past year, but having that much confidence is a very good thing." Returning to Dan, he was greeting the person in front of him. "It's been a while, Uncle Seok-hyun." The man raised his hand to take off his mask. Seok-hyun had a long scar across his face. "Long time no see, young Master Ha-jin. Hang on, that wound doesn't look light at all. Let me give you some first aid. The family doctors can handle the rest." You smile in agreement. "Sure, thanks, uncle. I'll leave the rest to you." Seok-hyun puts his mask back on and stands with his subordinates. Nothing that happened here will leak to the outside world. Back at Dehan's building, he irritably undoes his tie. "Damn it, how did it end up like this?" Someone emerges from the shadows. "Did you just get off work, sir? I've been waiting forever, but this sofa is actually quite comfortable." Dehan frowns, scrutinizing him. "One of the Black Tower's men? This guy doesn't care." He laughs, continuing, "But man, talk about bad luck. I never expected the Blue Tower to step in and ruin everything. We were caught before we even got started. Truly, there's nothing left to say." Dehan raises his voice, agitated. "You can still laugh at a time like this? You were so confident that you'd never fail. What do you want from me now?" The guy stands up and waves his hand. "My apologies. I just tend to laugh a lot. Since the mission failed, I'll refund the payment. Of course, the cleanup will be handled properly too. You're a VIP client of ours, so no information will leak out. Rest assured, as for Seo Mit, he'll be dead by tomorrow morning." Dehan waves his hand, as if brushing off the responsibility. "Whether he lives or dies is none of my concern. But what about the fact that he handed the U and the explosive potion to Sahi-wook, and brought the U to Dan? How do you intend to handle that?" The Black Tower Mage states confidently, "Don't worry about that, sir. That kid, Sahi-wook, is already brain dead. This takes him by surprise." "Brain dead? What are you talking about?" The guy explains. "It seems he went to attack Dan all by himself. And now, due to the side effects, that guy is nothing more than a breathing corpse." Dehan's expression darkens. "I don't care about that. What about Dan?" The Black Tower Mage holds up a finger, counting the injuries. "But that's it. This attitude is maddening." "Dehan, are you messing with me?" The guy replies cheekily, "How could I dare? That's just what I saw." Even with the current information, it's enough to make Dehan grit his teeth. "Are you saying Dan defeated Sahi-wook, a guy who was enhanced by both you and the explosive potion?" The Black Tower Mage snaps his fingers. "Bingo. Exactly. Though, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. When Sahi-wook attacked Dan, I'm not sure if he was there to monitor or protect him, but Seo Kyun was there. He even used a magic barrier to isolate the area. It was so fast, I couldn't track the whole fight. What a shame. Dihan frowns, making a dark judgment. Could it be the shadow unit? Since when has Seo Kyun been following Ha-Dan? The Black Tower mage waves his hand. I don't know about that. I only saw Seo Kyun appear after Ha-Dan left our VIP room. Dihan remembers the shadow unit and can't help but feel jealous. Seo Kyun, the captain of the Black Shadow Guard, managed by B himself, actually took action? But why would a person like him be there? Why? However, Dihan tries to calm himself down. If the shadow unit has made a move, he needs to be even more careful. It seems best not to touch Ha-Dan for the time being. Immediately after, Dihan brings up the U. So, what about the U in Ha-Dan's hands? The guy laughs again. Don't worry about that either. The U that Ha-Dan has is pre-programmed with a self-destruct code. It has already dissipated and completely vanished into thin air. Do you have any more questions? Dihan turns away and says, "Get out." The Black Tower mage opens the window to leave. In that case, I'll take my leave. I still have to take care of So-mit. My dear customer, I'm off. In the blink of an eye, he completely vanishes. Now, Dihan's plan has to change. He must erase all evidence so Seo Kyun doesn't find anything. If that's the case, bypassing his own home's protective barrier would be a small feat, so he has to hurry. It's been a few days since the event with Sa Hai-wook. Ha-Dan closes the book and stretches with a long yawn. Ha-Dan recalls a few things. Today, he heard from the Blue Tower Master that So-mit had died suddenly of a heart attack while being escorted. He had guessed as much, but for it to be handled so neatly is beyond imagination. It seems Uncle Seo Kyun handled the Sa Hai-wook situation well. Just then, his phone rings. A message from In Hai-wook. I've finished negotiations with Family B. In exchange for letting this matter slide, I received 43% of the magic stone mining rights. You've done well. Thanks to this, we won't have to worry about funding for the upcoming overseas project. Ha, Dan smirks, satisfied. It's rare for the old man to text this much. Is he that happy? That's fine. Everything is settled anyway. He feels more relaxed than ever. Now, only his phone screen shows notifications an event that has the whole world going wild. Ha, Dan smiles, looking toward his next goal. The Academy Olympia tournament. Suddenly, magic sparks dance around Ha-Dan. He clenches his fist, and it instantly shatters. The 1-2. Hour penalty from the resonance has ended. Now it's time to start. The third circle the book glows brightly, just like last time. He flips to a new page. Time for a challenge. In the blink of an eye, Ha-Dan's figure disappears. He struggles to open his eyes because it's quite bright. In front of Ha-Dan, nothing is visible. What's this? What is this white space? Is this also a world inside the book? At that moment, a figure appears. You appeared. It's not A. Welcome to the second challenge page. I am Afer, the manager of the second challenge page. Ha-Dan nods, thinking to himself, the second challenge? So this page will be just like the first experiment? In the first challenge, the manager named A gave him the task of perfectly refining mana from an elemental magic stone. At this point, Afer begins to explain on the second challenge page. O successor, we will test your ability to freely control the magic circle. The content of the challenge will be announced as soon as it begins, and if you pass, you will receive updates from page 32 to 81 regarding information on the third circle. This task surprises Ha-Dan. Really? A second later, an excited smile blooms on his face. Updating from page 32 to 81? I thought it would only be about 10 pages, but this is even better. But does that mean the third circle will be on a completely different level? Perhaps even the mind circle and resonance won't be able to compare. Both expectant and scared, Afer places a hand on her chest to announce the mission. Let's begin the challenge. As soon as those words finish, she disappears completely. Immediately afterward, the voice of Jae Beo Bai Tel speaks up. Oh my disciple, now I will announce the content of the second challenge. Ha-Dan recognizes him as soon as he hears it. This voice is his master, Jae Beo Bai Tel. He creates a magic formation and instructs him. From now on, 100 magic formations will appear one after another. Activate all of these formations. Ha-Dan touches one of the circles. The mana within it seems to have changed. He continues to instruct. Once the circle resonates with the magic formation, it will activate automatically. His eyes widen at the mana reaction. Why did it change so suddenly? Another circle appears. The appearance time for each magic formation is 3 seconds. If you fail to activate the magic formation within that time, you will have to start over from the beginning. Hearing this, Ha-Dan understands. So, I just need to memorize them, right? As if reading his mind, Jae Beo Bai Tel immediately warned him. By the way, the order of the magic circles changes every time, so don't even think about trying to cheat by memorizing the sequence. Let go of that thought. It definitely wasn't going to be an easy meal. Alright, let's give it a shot. Outside, the afternoon had turned to evening, and the whole dormitory was bathed in the warm golden hue of sunset. Inside the room, the Idrit book lay quietly, Ha's face pale from exhaustion. He felt utterly helpless, sighing to himself. 8 hours. I've been at this for 8 hours, and I've only managed 10 circles at most. But thankfully, I'm starting to get the hang of it. Still, knowing the trick isn't enough to pass. I need to find more clues. Thinking this, Ha continued reading. Suddenly, he froze at some information, as the book lit up because Jae Beo Bai Tel appeared. And hey, I don't just have that one book, you know. If you hit a dead end, try looking for the other books I left behind. They'll surely help you improve. Ha was shocked. He didn't just have that one book, so there would be times when he had to find other books. He didn't know the titles or where they were. But in another place near the big river, Ha walked into a convenience store, thinking, might as well go out for a stroll to clear my head. From inside, a voice rang out. Ring me up, please. Ha ran into Adela. She seemed quite surprised, too. And so the two had a conversation by the riverbank. Ha spoke up to break the silence. We sure run into each other a lot, huh? Adela smiled. True. You. He noticed her expression. Did you pull an all-nighter last night? Adela turned her head away to avoid the question. Guilty as charged. I found this really interesting essay and got so absorbed in reading it I lost track of time. Want to read it? The title is The Feasibility of Spatial Teleportation Magic. Ha pointed at the screen and said, This? Sounds like a scam, doesn't it? She firmly insisted. I know, but just read it. He felt a bit helpless at her attitude. Why are you so intense about this all of a sudden? Per Adela's suggestion, he began reading the first few lines. The two fell into silence. Adela kept sipping her favorite banana milk. A while later, he handed the tablet back to her. It's actually not bad. Adela was visibly happy. Really? Unexpectedly, Ha added a comment, and both of them chimed in simultaneously. There was no conclusion. But suddenly he realized something, and thought to himself, this essay is analyzed based on research materials compiled by Jae Beo Bai Tel himself. Jae Beo Bai Tel. Jae Beo Bai Tel. Sure enough, even though this book differed slightly in form and structure, many parts were very similar to the basic theories of B. T. Plain on the outside, hollow on the inside. Ha asked. Adela. Who is the author of this book? Adela was a bit surprised. Huh? Sang Jun. After that, Ha rushed home to search. He muttered the name to himself. Sang Jun, an unknown magic researcher. No organization. No info on age or gender. Looking at the paper in his hand, Ha thought, ever since, there's only been one essay, just that one book from earlier. I wonder if it got terrible reviews and just vanished? Ha crumpled the paper casually and told himself, is this the limit of information that an ordinary student like me can find? He reached for the phone on the table, but the corner of Ha's mouth curled up triumphantly. Hello? Greetings, Master of the Blue Tower. The reason was simple. I am not an ordinary student. The building had a mix of ancient and modern design. The Blue Tower. The ringtone blared loudly. Kang Kanan was sprawled across his desk. Hello, this is Hadan. He sounded exhausted from researching all night. What's the matter? He smiled, his words filled with hidden meaning. I think we can help each other out. This made Kang Kanan sit bolt upright, Ha's eyes becoming serious. Could you help me find someone? A clear morning at Orbilit Academy. Somewhere in the training room, Junchan had magic circles wrapped around him, pouring his energy into the magic to block a strike. Unexpectedly, Ha's wind blade spread out. He pouted and snapped, unable to take it anymore. You, Ha, you're playing dirty. Ha put on a shameless face and retorted, how is it cheating? It's just a single circle spell. What's the problem? Junchan had to jump to dodge the blow. You shameless guy. Who plays like that? Using only one circle spells. Just when he thought he was safe, a wind blade still came. Junchan could only grit his teeth and take the hit. Ha-Dan laughed gleefully. It turned out he had used magic to create a shield, and he teased, see? You still managed to block it. He was panting. You're trying to kill me, aren't you? Let's switch. Close quarters combat. This suggestion suited Ha perfectly. But do you think you can win against me in close combat? Junchan didn't bother listening, and lunged. Great. However, before anything could happen, Ha's fist was pressed right against his throat. With one more step, he was knocked out. This action made the other students gasp. Ha, Dan retracted his fist. How was that? Not bad, right? In close combat, the advantage of modified magic decreases, and only the difference in strength between 2-circle and 3-circle magic remains. Good tactic. Junshan blushed with irritation. Are you praising me or insulting me? That's not fair at all. He adjusted his shirt, revealing his belt. Magic combat is dirty. Close combat is like a madman. You really fight dirty. Ha walked over, stuck a piece of paper on his back, and said, If you don't like it, then you need to train your physical fitness harder. Suddenly, Junshan changed the subject. So, what are you planning to do now? Ha asked, confused. Do what? He smirked and mentioned the upcoming competition. Isn't your goal to win the Olympias? This startled Ha. How did you know? Junshan took the opportunity to act cocky. Think I just found out? I could see it from a mile away. That's why you were going crazy during the Lightstone defense test earlier, right? The average student blocks 27 times, but you blocked 74 times. Lately, you've been taking the top spot in every test or training session. You want to compete with the seniors, so you thought this was the best way, right? But in your current state, I don't think you can win the Olympiad. What do you think? I knew it. Furthermore, the championship contender this time is a 5-circle magic user, and you're only at 2 circles. It's going to be very hard to surpass them. Hearing this, Ha's mood sank. Junshan was right. If he wanted to make a mark at the Olympiad, even though he could use 3-circle magic thanks to resonance, there wasn't much of a difference. If he wanted to fight them, he had to reach at least 4 circles, and to do that, he had to find Songjun. That afternoon, his phone showed the location. He called Kang Kanin. Is this? He looked at the paper in his hand again and said, First, I apologize for calling you back so late. I didn't expect that just finding one person would take a whole week. That's never happened before. Get straight to the point. Where is Songjun right now? He gasped in shock. This is the old bookstore I always visit. In his heart, Ha thought. Songjun is here? I never expected him to be right in the commercial district, in front of the academy gates. After being deemed unsuitable for AI magic, I started hunting for information on magic within old, dusty spellbooks. But where did the book from Zit even come from? Could it have come from here? Without a second thought, Ha walked straight inside. Hello? A man inside looked up from his work. He walked over to Ha Dan. Ha Dan, it's been a long time. You offered a warm smile. How have you been lately? The man laughed. I've been great, but I heard you've mastered magic now. You're looking much healthier too. Ha, Dan chuckled sheepishly. That's all thanks to you. The man teased him. I didn't do anything. I just sold you the books. You felt a genuine sense of gratitude. But it was because of those books that I got to where I am today. Hearing that, the man looked at ease. Even if you're just being polite, I appreciate it. But what brings you here today? That's when Ha Dan got straight to the point. May I meet Mr. Songjun? Your son? The man looked surprised. Why do you want to see Songjun? And wait, how do you know about him? You were direct. I read a thesis written by your son. There were some things I wanted to ask about it, so I tried to track him down. I heard he was here. I'm sorry for snooping around, but this is really important to me, so I have to meet him. Songjun's father scratched his head, sounding hesitant. A thesis. He did write one, didn't he? All right, I'll arrange for you to meet him. Relieved, Ha bowed deeply. Thank you so much. Before he could even celebrate, the man dropped a heavy truth. But even if you meet him, you won't get any answers. Ha couldn't hide his confusion. What do you mean by that? Without another word, he opened a door. Follow me. Songjun is in here. After walking for a bit, Songjun's father stopped in front of a room. Before opening it, he turned back and said, Go on in. This is Songjun's room. The sight that hit Ha was unbelievable. Songjun was lying in bed, hooked up to a ventilator, with an IV drip in his arm. Songjun's father slowly approached the bed. He is currently unconscious. Ha Dan froze for a few seconds. Is this really him? The man confirmed it calmly. Yes, this is my son, Songjun. The two sat in silence by the bedside for a long time. Ha had a hard time looking over at Songjun's father. Could I ask what happened? The man nodded softly. Sure, Songjun. He broke the taboo of a sorcerer. This only made you more curious. What exactly is the taboo? He explained slowly. When circulating mana, you must never let it cycle through the brain. That is the greatest taboo for any mage. This felt like a slap in the face to Ha's current magic. Mana in the brain? But, I've done that before. Thinking this, you clenched your fists and asked, Why? Why would he do that? Songjun's father gave a short answer. Because of his thesis. He was trying to complete the theory in his research. which had completely fallen apart halfway through. Ha immediately remembered what he had read. The only way left was to cycle mana through the brain. Looking at Sung-jun in the bed, the man blamed himself. I should have stopped him at any cost. Ha, thought to himself. So, he had already come this close to the Beto-style magic? The man went back to your earlier question. I'm afraid your questions won't get any answers. If Sung-jun could talk to you, he'd definitely be happy. Ha didn't want to twist the knife in his grief. It's all right. I'm the one who brought this up. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Sang-jun's father patted your shoulder to reassure you. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I know you're a serious person who truly cares about books. Seeing you looking for magic books today reminds me of Sang-jun. The visit lasted until the sun was about to set. Before leaving, Ha made a request. If it's all right, could I look at the books your son used to research his thesis? Sang-jun's father rubbed his chin in thought. Sang-jun's books? Sure, they'll just rot away in the library anyway. Take whatever you need. But I have two conditions. If you read Sang-jun's books and write a thesis on spatial magic, please add Sang-jun's name at the end for me. You promised solemnly. Of course, I will do that. Right after, he continued with the second condition. Good. The second condition is, no matter what happens, you must never, ever circulate mana in your brain. This forced Ha to lie. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Having achieved this, Sang-jun's father led him into the room. These are the books Sang-jun studied, but the one you need. Dan walked over to the bookshelf, feeling something strange in his gut. There was something about these books. One of them slid out on its own and fell right where Dan was standing. The cover hit Ha's eyes. It looked just like the Zit book. You quickly picked it up in a daze. Sir, this book is. He remembered Sang-jun and said, that's the one Sang-jun always kept with him. It must be important. Go ahead and read it. I think the answers to your questions are all in there. Ha rushed to answer. Thank you. You quickly flipped to the first few pages. The handwriting was incredibly messy. This is the book the master wrote. Thinking that, Ha humbly asked for permission. Sir, may I take this book home to read? If you would let me borrow it. He laughed heartily. Take it. If you need any others, feel free to take them too. You were incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. I wonder if there are any others? Sang-jun's father rubbed his chin. I'm not really sure. Ha offered a hint. Have you ever seen a high-quality red-covered book? A moment later, he replied, I don't recall seeing anything like that. Books that luxurious rarely show up in a small bookstore like this. At this, you felt suspicious again. Then where did Sang-jun get that book? Afterward, Ha held the book tightly. I understand. Thank you. You asked yourself. Then why on earth did Zit's book end up in my bag? It was late at night when you returned to the dorms. Ha-dan sat on the bed with the new book and the Zit one. I searched Sang-jun's entire library, but only found one book that resembles the Zit one. The corners of your mouth curled up. Well, getting one is better than nothing. When the two books were near each other, they started reacting. You were quite surprised by the unexpected situation. What is this? Are the two books glowing at the same time? Jae Beo Bai Tel's voice echoed. I will leave this book to the rightful heir of Zit. Dozens of phenomena started occurring around Ha-dan again, as if he were being sucked into the book. You continue to be introduced to this book. It is the Book of Mima. Ha-dan gritted his teeth. It's the master's voice. Am I about to be sucked into the book again? The last words Jae Beo Bai Tel left behind were, enjoy the full blessing of knowledge. The light vanished completely, and Ha disappeared along with it. You had fallen into the world inside the book. Ha jumped up and looked around. Where am I? Suddenly, the hem of a skirt fluttered, and a small hand poked Ha-dan on the nape of his neck. He turned around, his fingers brushing against the cheek of the girl in front of him with a strange smile. Gotcha. Welcome to Mima's book. Ha-dan stood there, mouth agape, staring at the girl. Who are you? She asked in return. Me? I'm Mima, the manager of the Mima archive. It's a pleasure to meet you, successor. Dan looked around, confused, as Mima answered. That's the name of this library. Jae Beo Bai Tel prepared this place exclusively for the future successor of the Jae Beo Bai Tel family. Dan looked up at the ceiling, impressed. But calling this a library, it's a bit small, isn't it? Mima smiled, teasing him. That's because your achievements are still quite low. This Mima archive has a unique feature. Its scale changes based on the successor's level. Looking at its current size, you haven't even passed the second trial stage yet, have you? He didn't hesitate to confirm. Yes, that's right. Mima's expression suddenly darkened. By the way, could you talk to me more casually? Dan didn't quite get what she meant. She pointed at his face, explaining, we're going to be seeing a lot of each other, so talking like that all the time isn't really great. Just relax a bit. Ha Dan understood, giving a faint smile. All right, I'll do that. Mima sounded pleased. That's great. Hey, successor. You're pretty lucky, aren't you? Found me after only 2 rounds? Ha, Dan looked blank and asked back. What's so good about finding you early? Mima reached out, laughing out loud. At the very least, you'll be able to get through 5 rounds without any issues. Those words hit Ha Dan like a bolt of lightning. 5 rounds? For real? As soon as he finished speaking, Mima flew up, magic surged, and a book from the shelf slid out automatically. She controlled the book in her hand, handed it to him, and told him to read it to understand. Ha Dan took it, and flipped through a few pages. This is detailed theory on resonance? Mima introduced it. This contains only the information not found in the Mima book. Like the one he was holding, he was curious why it wasn't all written in one place for convenience. She teased him playfully. That's a very good question. Overloading the trial pages causes issues. The occupancy rate required to verify a successor is too high, so the Mima book only contains the most essential information, and the Mima archive was created as a supplementary book. Ha Dan froze, his pupils trembling. So that means Master recorded more detailed content in these Mima archives, right? Mima praised him. Exactly. If the Mima book is a summary, this place is more like a textbook or reference material. He nodded, deep in thought. I understand. So, all the books here contain such dense information, and when I achieve more, the number of books will increase. Mima winked. Bingo. That's right. So, do you understand now why you can make it to 5 rounds? Ha. Dan nodded firmly. Of course. This is more than enough for me to pass the second trial. The Mima book glowed, and Ha Dan was brought back to reality. He opened his eyes slightly. 79. The second trial requires synchronizing 100 magic circles. Initially, it took me 8 hours just to synchronize 10, but ever since meeting Mima, I've been able to synchronize 79 of them in an instant. Hadan's mood improved. All that previous hard work really felt like it was for nothing. He felt the magic flowing through his veins. If he was fast, he'd finish it by tonight. If he was slow, by tomorrow, he would definitely complete all 100 magic circles. Getting the Mima archive before the Olympiad was a godsend. The city at night was lit by lamps. At the Jin family mansion, Ha Dan was being led somewhere by a maid, following behind her. He wondered to himself, why did father call me? To get the reward from the Sahai Wook incident. Images of Sahai Wook rushed into his mind, and he couldn't shake his messy thoughts. I plan to spend the whole day at the Mima archive after studying today. The timing is good, but this is important too. A moment later, the maid opened the door and announced, Master, young Master Ha Dan has arrived. In Hai Wook called out, let him in. Ha Dan spoke softly, Father, his father's eyes looking heavy. Sit down. I'll get straight to the point. Unlike the previous incident, this time the credit isn't entirely yours. It's an undeniable fact that you contributed more than half, and once again, 26% of the magic stone mining rights are thanks to you. Ha. Dan answered seriously. Yes. In Hai, Wook continued. Because of you, the family has gained significant benefits, so you deserve a worthy reward. Is there anything you want? Ha, Dan didn't miss the chance. Yes, father, I want an artifact from the deepest level of our family's warehouse. That made him frown. An artifact? You don't actually believe the rumors about the secrets of those artifacts, do you? They're just antiques. Conversely, Ha Dan insisted firmly, I don't think so, father. I believe the legends about the artifacts, even the stories in mythology, are real. In Hai Wook sighed, rubbing his temples. You're still so naive. Who believes in such absurd stories? I will respect your choice, but you can only take one item. Having received approval, Ha Dan smiled. Thank you, father. Next, he asked about the artifact. So, which one do you want? He was a bit hesitant. An ancient artifact lying silent in the family vault. I want the thing. Ha Dan was eyeing something very specific. The ancient cloak of Jae Beo Bai Tel. Following Ha Dan's word, In Hai Wook took him to the magic family's treasure vault. The manager handed him a small box. Before giving it to Ha Dan, In Hai Wook said, I hope you won't regret this choice. Ha Dan happily took it with both hands. Yes, thank you, father. Before leaving, he added a warning. You believe in those absurd stories, huh? Truly, you are still too naive. Focus on your training. Don't let yourself regret it. You may go. Ha Dan held on to his own thoughts. Yes. Very quickly, the car waiting for him left the mansion. Ha Dan said to himself, most of the artifacts the family owns are the real deal. He glanced at the box beside him. The cloak of Jae Beo Bai Tel. If this is truly the master's cloak, then 30% of the magic stone mining rights are nothing. Wait, what if this isn't the real thing? Because of that, he opened it himself to check. Hadan's expression showed clear surprise. Holding the cloak in his hands, he still couldn't believe it. This is pure monofiber. Monofiber technology. Crafting magic stones into fibers by pulling them out like thread, a technique extremely difficult to execute. Worldwide, there are fewer than 30 craftsmen who can make monofiber. This isn't just a part made of monofiber. The entire cloak is like this. Dan cherished the cloak like a treasure. Besides, how could they use such high-end technology in that era? At this level, items crafted from modern monofiber can't even compare. I've never seen anything as high quality as this, have I? A silly smile lingered on his face as he returned to the dormitory. It was past midnight. Dan pulled the cloak out to study it. On the hem of the cloak, there were some scribbled words. The signature here and this terrible handwriting are definitely masters. I see it every day, so I'm way too familiar with it. Wait, what's this? Why are the structures of the inner and outer layers reversed? Started muttering to himself. Another reason why magic threads are hard to use is that you need to create a distinct structure between the inner and outer layers. The inner layer is designed to enhance conductivity and magical efficiency. The outer layer is designed to block magical conductivity, helping to minimize damage. But this cloak has a completely reversed structure, meaning the outer layer has higher magical efficiency and thus takes more damage, while the inner layer blocks mana, reducing the wearer's magical power. This left puzzled master wouldn't make a mistake like that, would he? Or am I the one looking at it backward? He pondered this, having tried turning it inside out, but the inner and outer structures remained the same. If that's the case, it was clearly designed with a purpose. But for what? Is this really an artifact? Now I understand why my dad left it rotting in the storage room. Opened the magic book, and he appeared in Mima's space. As soon as he appeared, hurriedly called out to her. Mima, who was relaxing, met Dan. The successor is here? That's Jae Beo Bai Tel's cloak, right? Successor? You found this so quickly? My goodness. Unlike her, Dan felt a heavy weight on his heart. But this cloak seems a bit strange. Her smile faded, and she carefully examined it. What do you mean, strange? Suddenly, Mima shrieked, then pointed a finger at him. Successor. You've only reached the second circle, haven't you? Though full of questions, he nodded. That's right. Hearing this, Mima concluded, it's not time for you to know yet. Dan wasn't satisfied and tried to persuade her, don't just keep it to yourself. What's the deal? I know how to use it. But Mima firmly shut her eyes and refused. I'm sorry, successor. I'm really sorry, but I can't explain this cloak to you yet. Seeing her reaction, he was a bit bewildered. What? Why not? Mima quickly pushed the cloak toward him. I take back what I said earlier. The Jae Beo Bai Tel family has a very unique type of magic. Upon saying that, she looked startled. Dan was only focused on her previous mention of unique magic. Mima clutched her head, wailing. I just remembered. I don't think I'm even allowed to say the name of that magic. Whatever. I'll say it anyway. The Jae Beo Bai Tel family possesses a very unique type of magic called true magic. Listened intently to every word. True magic. She put her hands on her hips, confirming it once more. Exactly. Unlike the magic you're currently using, this is true magic. He looked confused, thinking, does she mean the magic I've been using all this time isn't real? Mima gave a serious, hesitant answer. To be precise, yes. But I can only reveal more about true magic once you reach a certain level. Didn't give up, intentionally probing further. Is it some kind of restriction? She answered bluntly. Exactly. This cloak is a support item for true magic. Hearing that, he could only sigh in defeat, knowing she couldn't say anything more about it. Right? Mima laughed and praised him. Exactly, you're sharp, successor. A moment later, held the cloak in his hands again. So, to hear the explanation about this cloak, what level do I need to reach? Mima took a deep breath. You need to reach the 5th circle. Stood frozen for a moment upon hearing that. His expression made her even more amused. You must master the 5 circles and be strong enough to pass the 5th trial page. Only then can you truly begin with the Jae Beo Bai Tel family's magic. The magic book opened. Dan practiced, starting his circles, 98, 99, 100. The count ended, and the circle vanished. Dan was thrilled with his achievement. He had finally succeeded. The voice of Jae Beo Bai Tel rang out. Congratulations on passing the trial. Recognized the owner of the voice. It was his master, who immediately praised saying that passing this trial wasn't easy. You've worked hard. Now, I will teach you how to connect to the 3rd circle. Rubbed his wrist, wondering, the 3rd circle? Very quickly, the answer came. It was the third realm of the Jae Beo Bai Tel system, and also the third infinite circle. Interference. His eyes widened instantly. The interference circle. Ha closed the book, thinking to himself, that's the second trial done. Time to connect to the interference circle. Ha Dan put on the cloak and picked up Jae Beo Bai Tel's books. Without this cloak and Mima's book, the second trial would definitely have taken much longer. Speaking of which, let's go back to the night before, at Mima's place. Mima had revealed the secret to unlocking the cloak. One must master the 5 circles and pass the 5th trial page to truly begin learning the Jae Beo Bai Tel family magic. This made him hesitate. Well, nothing I can do then. I guess I have to leave it in storage and worry about it once I hit 5 circles. That's when Mima stopped him. Wait, successor. What are you doing? Why let something so precious rot in storage? He widened his eyes and asked, then what am I supposed to do with it? The inner and outer layers of the magic threads are reversed, so it's useless for anything. Very quickly, she snatched it back. Oh goodness, give it here. This cloak prevents mana from leaking out and keeps it contained within, helping the body become saturated with mana. When mana reaches a state of saturation, the infinite circle will also rotate faster than usual, and the mana circulating through your brain will increase. In other words, the brain will be influenced by a large amount of mana, helping to recover from fatigue quickly. The same applies to physical fatigue. With that hint, Ha took back the cloak. I get it now. So wearing this cloak means I can reduce my sleeping time, right? Mima ran over to tease him. You say you get it, but you don't really. With this cloak, you shouldn't even need to sleep at all. His jaw dropped. What? No sleep at all? Mima was confident in the cloak's capabilities. That's right. You only need to wear it for about 5 hours a day, and you can even maintain your best condition. And that's just a side effect of the cloak, so I figured it was okay to tell you. The true power of this cloak isn't just that. With these secrets revealed, Ha Dan's spirits were lifted. I want to reach the 5-circle mastery level as quickly as possible. Before he left, Mima had a final reminder. Oh, by the way, do you know it only works for the successor? For anyone else, this is poison. Ha leaned his arm confidently. Of course I know. With this cheat item, the upcoming trials should be much easier. Time flew by. 2 days later, Ha was constantly wearing the cloak. In the middle of the night, his eyes opened slightly. He was still intently reading the notes in the Jae Beo Bai Tel book. I've tried so many times, but I'm still just a little short. I've almost grasped the interference. But the thing mentioned in the book is the 3rd circle interference of the Jae Beo Bai Tel magic system, intervening in another person's mana. To do that, you need to achieve 100% synchronization with their mana. Ha, Dan lowered his head and thought to himself, so this is the full explanation of the interference circle? To interfere with someone else's magic? A smug, excited smile spread across his lips. Interesting, isn't it? Ever since he gained this power, he had been training relentlessly to improve. I never actually thought about this, he mused. I didn't expect the second trial to be a stepping stone to connecting the interference circle. Ha continued reading the lines in the book. To connect the 3rd circle, you must create a resonance between the intent circle and the resonance circle. Then synchronize it with the surrounding mana. He secretly resolved that if he kept resonating like this, the 3rd circle would form. With that thought, Ha began to practice. All right, this time it will definitely work. He half closed his eyes to focus and gather magic, synchronizing all the mana, filling the air and letting the mana in his body reach a saturation point, as if building a new home. Several sources of mana began to dance around Ha. That was the beginning of everything. I've found the place within me. As the mana was gradually being absorbed, a clear voice called out to him in his ear. Let's play together. He heard the mana speaking. Come here. The voice of the mana rang out again. It's tight, but it feels so warm. I don't want to leave. That's right. This is our new playground. Let's play a new game. What shall we play? Ha Dan seemed to be sinking into the magic. He was already halfway there. All he had to do was maintain this resonance, have the mana stones hold hands, connect into a circle, create a playground, hold hands, and form a ring. Sing, dance, become one. Sweat poured from Ha's body. It's so hot. If the mana amplification ratio is off by even 1%, the mana won't be able to stay in my body anymore. With that 1% amplification ratio, he had to make the mana locate itself inside his body, and then slowly reduce the mana amplification ratio to 0.01%, so the mana would form the circles. Don't let them notice. Be very quiet. The sky outside was brightening. Ha sat slumped on the ground, his eyes wide open, drenched in sweat. Ha felt like a completely different person. Done. The first circle, the intent circle. The second circle, the resonance circle. He clenched his fist. Now, Ha can be more at ease. This is the third infinite circle, interference. Ha was focusing on using his own power. This is the third infinite circle. I've finally connected the interference circle. Third magic circle. I have to become stronger as soon as possible. Onward to becoming a 5-circle mage. In a forest at the crack of dawn, he was lying comfortably at the base of a tree, with a few birds resting on him. Ha thought silently to himself. The survival combat test is a major exam held in a vast training area in the remote mountains. 32 hours limit. Every student is equipped with special artifacts. During that time, as the area gradually shrinks over time, surviving longer is better. The test is just that simple. He looked at the explanation in his hand. All right, time to move. The difference is that students have to survive monster attacks while keeping an eye on other students, all while racking up points. At the same time, the birds on him flew away. Suddenly, someone attacked Ha from below, but he dodged it quickly. Ha didn't hesitate to retaliate. Kang Diha has to give you credit. You dodged well. But the advantage is already mine. As soon as he heard that, he got angry. But the other guy kept taunting him. You idiot. What are you trying to do with your fists? Ha wanted to punch this guy really hard. He immediately thrust his hand through the barrier. Ha was so angry he wanted to crush this guy. Kang Diha didn't expect his power to be that great. Ha managed to send him flying far away. Unable to withstand the force, Kang Diha hit the ground hard. My shield. Destroyed by an earth spell? He had taught the guy a lesson he wouldn't forget. What an idiot. So proud of a sneak attack? And what's with all the yelling while attacking? Ha felt great as his power continued to grow. Is this the power of interference? Weakening the center of a 2-circle shield spell, then piercing through it with a 1-circle earth spell. He remembered that moment. Kang Diha no longer had the strength to get up. He just turned his back and walked away. If you're that careless, you've got no chance of dodging my attacks. Thanks to that, Ha gained 10 points. The sky today was truly clear. Ha walked and pondered for a long time. It seemed he had figured out how to use interference. With this, I can use interference not just on 2-circle magic, but even 3-circle magic. Suddenly, a shadow darted behind his back. Of course, Ha noticed it immediately. The opponent was also using immense power. Ha suddenly realized the terrifying strength of the situation. Ha didn't expect to be surrounded in just an instant. Looks like they came because they heard the sounds of the fight earlier. If it were a normal student, they'd probably be whining about having to fight constantly, right? They might even be crying their eyes out. But for me, the one destined to dominate the #1 spot, this is a fantastic opportunity. A dog suddenly let out a howl. Ha wasn't afraid at all. He actually felt excited. Come at me all at once, you mutts. Someone was busy watching his feed. She was introducing each person one by one, all very excellent students. If it stays like this until the end, he'll definitely make it into the top 10. But lasting until the end is the hardest part, isn't it? But now, I don't think anyone doubts Ha Dan's abilities anymore. Right, Instructor Zhang So, he was still busy looking at the screen. A moment later, he agreed with that sentiment. You can't look down on him just because he's a misfit. Who would dare look down on him? He has dominated the #1 position in every training session before this. Right now, Ha was still in the lead by a significant point gap. And what's even more surprising is that he clearly understands the behavior of blood-sucking wolves, not killing it right away, but waiting for its pack to arrive before striking. When a blood-sucking wolf is attacked, its pack will come running even if they are 5 kilometers away. He's taking advantage of that behavior to farm kill points. If things continue like this, there's hope that someone will win the prize this year. In the forest where he was fighting, Ha hadn't stopped for even a second. He was focusing on his point total when he noticed something strange. An earthquake? No way. The ground was shaking. Ha seemed to realize something. A massive body like an elephant with emerald-colored skin. It was the emerald turtle monster that had appeared. Why would such a rare monster appear here? The massive body, like an emerald-backed elephant, the emerald turtle monster had appeared. Why would such a rare monster appear here? Ha decided to sit down and observe the situation carefully. This is my first time seeing one of these in real life. But hey, might as well see how this fight goes. Meanwhile, back at the Academy's training grounds, specifically at the evaluation tower, a confrontation is unfolding between Ha and the Emerald Tortoise. Originally, these Class C, Rank B monsters were placed here to force students to practice fleeing from danger or to encourage teamwork. But even for a genius like Ha Dan, taking one on solo is a tall order. The Emerald Tortoise is a long-necked turtle-type monster known for its incredible defense and for being the natural enemy of mages. It packs a punch and can crush anything in an instant. Of course, he's prepared for this. If he can just take it down, he'll rack up a huge amount of kill points. But Ha seems to have forgotten something. He immediately taps into his power. Dan is determined to take this monster down, no matter what. He pushes his strength to the limit, using his shield as a springboard to dodge. But it's not nearly durable enough. Even a six-circle mage would be breaking a sweat against an emerald tortoise. Dan switches tactics, channeling his other power, the flame dance god. Suddenly, he realizes he's completely surrounded by flames. Dan wonders if this is even the right move. Is it actually going to work? The monster's power seems to be growing by the second. One look is all it takes to know the answer. Absolutely not. This is tough. Taking this thing down alone is a challenge for even a five-circle mage. It's moving so fast because it's channeling mana through its body. Wait, mana inside its body? Suddenly comes up with a brilliant idea. Time to put it to the test. He pushes off with his legs, putting everything into it. The emerald tortoise didn't see that coming. Quickly lures it away. One headbutt from that thing is enough to shatter a tree. If he gets hit once, it's game over. Running away won't lead to a win. He has to stand his ground and fight. He decides it's time to make his move and raises his shield for protection. But even that isn't enough to hold it off. That's way too much power. I miscalculated. I can't dodge this, he thinks, gritting his teeth, terrified he might lose. After that massive attack, the beast can't move until the mana in its legs recovers. Realizes this is his chance. This monster is about to be on the receiving end of his signature move. When he was younger, he read in a guidebook that the emerald tortoise puts immense pressure on its legs when performing a double lunge. So, right after it attacks, when its legs haven't recovered yet, that's the perfect opening. Everyone watching from the academy screens is on the edge of their seats. Watching his every move in real time, activates his intervention ability once more. The emerald tortoise never expected such a tough opponent. It lies motionless on the ground. Breathes a sigh of relief. He finally won. He immediately checks his score. Fighting high-level monsters really does pay off with those points. The sky is still clear blue. At the Magic Saint family estate, they're watching his battle live. The family head even rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The emerald tortoise's weakness is ice, but I still don't understand how someone who's only at the third circle managed to take it down. Do you know, sir? Sorry, sir, I have no idea. He's still the same, even though this should be bothering them. His judgment during the survival test, especially regarding food sources, is surprisingly sharp. Han Ji-wook nudges the person next to him. Don't think it was weak just because of me, all right? Master, may I ask you something? Why is young Master Ha drawing so much attention? He must know that those actions could become a double-edged sword, possibly leading to interference from young Master Dai Han or Lady Za. The family head is confident he understands his son. The boy has it all calculated. That's why he's doing it. Before Dan's magic was sealed, he was naturally pushed out of the family succession race, so his standing in the clan was pathetic. But things are different now. Somehow, I don't know how, he's gained incredible power and made significant progress in his magic. In the 2 months until the competition, he asked me to protect him from interference by his siblings. It wasn't just to stay safe, but to make bold moves, to grab the world's attention and solidify his position within the family. It's clear he wants to build his power as quickly as possible. And once those 2 months are up, Dan can rest easy knowing that any interference from Dihan or Za will be meaningless. What an audacious kid. Night has fallen. Is sitting there with a cloak over his shoulders, a piece of roasted meat in front of him. During the survival training, fighting between 11 at night and 1 in the morning is forbidden. It's for safety, sure, but if you're too lenient and ignore the original rules, the students won't improve their skills. Many overseas schools follow even stricter principles than the original regulations. In that regard, the academy really needs to change. Since I'm allowed to bring magical items, it's convenient to use Master's cloak to recover. Anyway, one thing at a time. It's getting pretty late. He's happy to be eating a good meal, but then he notices something behind him. It turns out to be 2 of his friends. Dan asks them what they're doing as they sit down. Why are you 2 coming out of the bushes together? Adela calmly replies. We were just fighting until 11 o'clock. The person next to her quickly corrects her. Not fighting. I was getting beaten up. It was one-sided. Immediately catches on to what they're saying. Right when it hit 11, the match had to stop. So the 2 of them followed the delicious smell all the way here. They're practically starving, saying it smells absolutely amazing. When do we get to eat? Looks at them, thinking they're awfully comfortable, considering it isn't theirs to eat. The 2 of them even start acting pathetic. Hey, between us, what's mine is yours, right? Ha thinks these two are such a pain. Fine, fine. Waste not, want not. You guys can have it. As soon as they hear that, they dive right in, inviting everyone to eat. Thanks for the meal. They dig in without a second thought. Everyone is exhausted after fighting, after all. Seriously, this is so good. Adela quickly recognizes the familiar taste. Is this honey bear meat? It's a monster from the bear family that lives in the forest. It's delicious when grilled. He completely denies it. No, it's not. Among the monsters in the training area, only two types are edible: honey bears and emerald tortoises. The rest are either poisonous or just don't taste good. She can tell how much power he has, so she could probably guess. Don't tell me you actually took down a jade tortoise. Huh, Dan, you can't just deny what you've done. That's right. Earlier today in the West, that guy was munching on a piece of meat while asking about it. For real? Man, I've only ever seen a jade tortoise online until now. How the heck did you catch one? That's next level. You felt seriously annoyed by this guy. Stop talking with your mouth full. Adela is incredibly knowledgeable about these monsters. So far, no mage under the 5th circle has ever managed to catch a jade tortoise so easily. Of course, you were well aware of that. Ha immediately showed the two of them a glimpse of his power. A flame suddenly erupted deep in the woods. Both of them were visibly shaken. How did you rank up so fast? You're already at the 6th circle? Ha is truly living up to the hero trope. By his outward appearance, he should only be at the 3rd circle. But to keep his secrets, this was the only way. The two of them couldn't help but wonder. Hey, how exactly did you win? You aimed for its head to take it down, right? You immediately answered the question. Oh, I just pierced through its shell from above. Even that sounds hard to believe, right? You can do that? The Academy is live streaming the whole thing. Just watch the replay, and you'll figure it out soon enough. Either way, you'll see for yourselves soon. The two of them didn't seem to fully grasp what you meant. Regardless, we'll be facing each other tomorrow, so let's play fair, yeah? Adela seemed to have something to say too. Speaking of which, that's perfect timing. I've also got something I want to show you guys. The second day of the survival combat exam, 2 hours remaining. The survival zone has shrunk, and only 4 people are left standing. Who will come out on top in this survival battle? Ha was walking along with a relaxed demeanor, but some kind of power seemed to be closing in on him. Suddenly, you heard a noise behind you. Ha immediately went on high alert. Something appeared in the sky. Sanguk had finally shown himself. What's wrong? Haven't seen enough of this prodigy's power yet? He leapt down from high above. Sanguk really wanted to take you out, but Ha was not about to give up that easily. This strength was faster than you expected. Sanguk was truly a match for you. The wind strike was just a feint, and his real goal was close quarters combat. Immediately following that was a lightning-fast spinning kick. Sanguk even taunted. Meeting me was your bad luck, Ha. You quickly recognized who this guy was. Sorry, but I actually feel pretty lucky. Ha-Dan recalled memories of this guy taking down countless others weaker than himself. Moreover, he was admired by many. As expected of Sanguk, his body reinforcement magic is top tier. Among the second-year students, he's in the top 2 for combat technique and is a master of body reinforcement magic. This isn't an opponent you can deal with using sloppy, low-level intervention magic. You had already made up your mind. If that's the case, you had to counter his close quarters style immediately. He still didn't know what fear was. Going hand to hand? I like it. In the Academy's outdoor monitoring room, everyone was still intently watching Ha and San. Sanguk seemed to have chosen a fight based on body reinforcement magic. Obviously, Sanguk would have the advantage here, right? He is the strongest in hand-to-hand combat among the second years, and even won the National Youth Body Reinforcement Tournament. But considering the fight with the Jade Tortoise yesterday, Ha's true strength is still an unknown. The two are considered evenly matched. Ha seemed to have discovered something special. He'd found the flow of this guy's mana. Where it was concentrated from his fist, it shifted down to his knee. You seem to have found a countermeasure. Ha immediately used a barrier as the safest method. This guy's kick is not something to take lightly. But if you use the barrier here to push him back, Ha immediately launched a surprise attack, sending Sanguk into a panic, shattering his barrier. How have I never seen this type of magic before? He really is a genius mage reincarnated. It seems the rumors weren't groundless. This is getting interesting. But I have my pride too. In close quarters combat, no one has ever surpassed me. Ha remained focused on the fight. Here's my chance. You immediately swung your fist, but Sanguk had anticipated it and blocked it with his hand, leaving Ha-Dan surprised. Even the viewers outside were shocked. He blocked it. Sanguk really is an opponent you can't underestimate. Ha didn't expect this guy to be this sharp. He even reacted in time. His reflexes aren't bad, but he's still pretty green. What if I feign a melee strike and unleash a fireball instead? Even with defensive magic, his arm wouldn't just end up like that, Sanguk had countered, his hands glowing red from the heat. Dan seized the moment and charged in. He hadn't even regained his composure to retaliate, but Sanguk wasn't going to go down that easily. Dan felt like this guy was genuinely boring. Still defending like that? You're leaving your armpit wide open, you said, trying to goad him into a rage. Sanguk didn't expect to be mocked like that. This guy, the reinforced fist strike, was a feint. The kick was the real attack. When did Sanguk reinforce his leg? I think my ribs are broken. But I'm a warrior. I have to endure this pain and keep attacking with sheer willpower. This is the fate of a warrior. Looked at his erratic actions and judged. If you rely too much on physical strength, your body is going to shatter. Sanguk thought that by using sheer force, he could take you down. Don't you think you're being too reckless? He actually had a shred of respect for you. Sanguk didn't even have time to react to Dan's attack. He took a heavy punch to the chin, and his body was sent flying back. Breathed a sigh of relief, finally having taken this guy down. In that brief moment, he had concentrated all his mana into his chin to minimize the impact. Sanguk no longer had the strength to retaliate. As expected, his combat ability was excellent not just in offense, but in defense as well. Truly an opponent, not to be taken lightly. The day was slowly turning into evening, and appeared in the same forest as the night before. You looked at the countdown, only 3 survivors left. Suddenly looked back. Someone else had appeared here. Hello, good evening. Appeared in the same forest as the night before. You looked at the timer, only 3 survivors left. Suddenly looked back. Someone had appeared here. Hello, good evening. The 2 of them faced off at a high-rise building at the academy. Who would have thought that in the academy's nationally televised survival exam, a guy like him would be the one to make it to the end? He knows we can't do anything about it. That's why he's acting so bold. If this keeps up, is going to become a candidate for the succession. No, this can't be overlooked. Absolutely not, right, brother? The man beside him stayed completely silent, not saying a single word. Brother, say something. He took down that emerald turtle all by himself. How could he even pull that off? This test is being broadcast live, and I'm sure Father has been watching too, and the entire clan as well. The man beside him just wanted some peace and quiet. Can you be quiet for a second? But she was losing her cool. No. Why are you telling me to be quiet now? She truly wanted to wipe him out, but he gave a warning. He wasn't going to say it again. I'm sorry, brother. I'll be quiet now, so please don't punish me. He started to smile. He suddenly put on a caring expression. What are you talking about? Why would I punish you, Coa? We're siblings, aren't we? Dan, that kid has always been slippery, always snatching away the best things from us. I know we're family, but if he keeps acting so recklessly, I can't just look the other way. Shifting the scene, a fierce battle was underway. The blonde girl pointed at him. I won't be careless this time, because I've watched your matches dozens, hundreds of times for today. In that match, he had changed the sun. A prodigy, huh? But tonight's battle is going to be completely different. You're going to unleash your ultimate move. I won't give you a chance to counter. Could feel that his friend had increased her power. The moonlight bullet barrage, the number of projectiles this time was vastly different from the midterm exam. Dodging all of these was impossible. Mages who focus on control and techniques are usually weak in long-range combat. But the blonde girl wasn't someone easily taken down, and this was his disadvantage. I will crush both your skills and your efforts. The blonde girl unleashed her power instantly. Was trying to hold his ground. He was going to beat everyone here. Disadvantage, you say? This is just a long-range bombardment using magic circles. What on earth has he analyzed? Of course, whether it's combat, by numbers or anything else, not everyone can do it. He really is the heir of the Mystic House. And what's more, didn't know when his friend had advanced to the 4th circle. Since when? Are you afraid you won't be able to hold out? As expected, you've realized it, haven't you? Let's just sneak an attack through the smoke. Adela didn't want to hide it from her friend. I reached the 4th circle about 4 days ago, and that's not all. She closed her eyes as if remembering something. She was showing him her true strength. It had really grown a lot since that day. I won't fall for those cheap tricks anymore. Adela really wanted to be the winner. She didn't want to lose to anyone. Noticed something even more miraculous. Not only the 4th circle, but she had also attained the mind's eye to that extent. This was a secret magic technique of the prestigious family from Adela's mother's side in France. It could be said that this was an extremely important method, a type of sensory magic eye, similar to the jewel eye of Canaan, the master of the Blue Tower. Currently, Adela had combined her power, range, and the application abilities of the Mystic House, with her family's tracking capabilities, pushing herself far beyond imagination. Honestly, she was basically a monster. Now I'm going to give you my all. I'm not stupid enough to hold back my strength against you. The spell you used to take down the Emerald Turtle, how long do you plan to wait before using it? Ha, still had to see what she was planning. He wasn't an impatient person, and he was planning to show her right now. Adela's moonlight bullets contained light, dark, and water attribute magic. Following the formula, it was a magic structure twisted 12 times, and relying on calculations, he didn't hesitate to unleash his power. She didn't expect her energy to be suppressed. Had the moonlight bullets been bent off course and missed their targets? What's going on? How could you try to guess what I did? Can your mind's eye see it? He didn't hesitate to unleash his power. She didn't expect her energy to be suppressed. The moonlight bullets had been bent off course and missed their targets? What's going on? How could you try to guess what I did? Can your mind's eye see it? At the Mystic House mansion in the middle of the night, Sang Chol had to find In Hai Wook and ask him for the truth. What kind of magic was that? What kind of magic could bend the trajectory of a spell in such an absurd way? He still couldn't understand it. He just replied briefly, I don't know. I'm not sure either. Didn't Ha tell you anything? In Hai Wook immediately confirmed this. I haven't heard a thing. This made him a bit suspicious. Surprisingly, Dan actually has something to hide from you? He understood his son very well. Lately he's become quite bold. He hides everything from me. Won't say a word. Sang Cheol was feeling extremely angry inside. Is that so? It seems like in the year he left home, Ha has changed a lot. Truly. A man must leave home to grow up. Honestly, during the midterm exam, I thought the kid just got lucky. In Hai Wook, I know it's not great to say this about your son in front of you, but I thought he just shone for a moment and would soon burn out. He seemed to understand this as well. Is that so? I understand. After all, Ha isn't suited for anyone, is he? But at that time, Ha beating Aradella wasn't due to raw talent, but rather technique and strategy. Then the analyzed data on Ha will be made public, and that's when his limits will be revealed, and he'll quickly fall behind. In Hai Wook felt he was too arrogant. Right. Adela is very good at analysis, isn't she? Indeed. My daughter's analytical ability is number 1. He still thought his son could do it. Looks like I've been thinking too simply. Sang Cheol suddenly turned to call his name. I am always very grateful to Ha for these things. After losing her target, Ha, there was nothing left in my daughter's eyes. Her red eyes seemed brighter and sparkled more than before. I am truly very grateful that Ha has returned. Even Jisoo is gradually regaining her motivation. In Hai Wook watched his son through the screen. He didn't have to be proud hearing these words. That was something very gratifying. The survival battle has ended. Those who are still alive, stop fighting immediately. Ha immediately calculated the time in his head. He was almost at the moment of victory. Ha couldn't let his proof be lost. Adela was just as exhausted. What a pity. Just a little more, and I would have won. She shook her head happily. Not at all. It's clear that I was the one with the advantage. Neither of them would back down. He walked in to mediate. All right, that's enough. Calm down, you two. It's late already, let's head back. The next day, back at the building, a girl insisted she had definitely won yesterday. Ha immediately denied it. Give it a rest. It was me. Just like always, they started bickering again. I've started to figure out how to deal with your trajectory-changing magic. 5 minutes is all I need to win. But after 5 minutes, you'd be completely out of mana and lose. Meanwhile, the guy was just sitting there listening to them argue. If you guys want to keep fighting, go back to your own rooms. Don't cause a scene here. It's annoying. Both of them immediately turned and yelled at him. Too loud. You. Number 26. This is my room. I was just trying to review the survival battle footage. I even got pizza, fries, and drinks. I did it for you guys. And this is how you treat me? The two sat down to watch, still feeling annoyed. You're standing right there and blocking the screen. Move it. We have to watch from the beginning. This thing is 14 hours long. 14 hours later, it was dark again. The two were still sitting there, and only he had fallen asleep. Ha noticed his friend next to him laughing. Adela just shook her head and draped a blanket over him. It's just so interesting. I really thought you'd give up halfway through. After watching and analyzing for 14 hours, she smiled faintly. Your mouth is always saying you can't do it, but in the end, you always give it your all. You really are a strange guy. You have a great friend, but she's too kind. I don't deserve her. Adela suddenly apologized to him. Ha was incredibly surprised by her words. Why are you suddenly apologizing? For the past year, I've been pretending not to know anything. I wanted to keep my distance and act like we weren't even acquaintances, but it seems that was a mistake. I'm sorry, Ha asked. Why would you apologize for something you could just ignore? I was the one rejecting the signals you were sending. I was the one creating the distance. Actually, he had kept his distance from this guy at first, too. Suddenly, he sat up when he heard this. But I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I have a new power. The two of them listened intently to his confession, along with his reliable teammates, so I wanted to show you something. Ha immediately gathered his power. Both of them were stunned by the sight. It was an unexpectedly powerful sight. Ha had actually mastered the moonlight bullet. Kang Kanan raised his hands in surrender. Monster, he muttered. Ha's companion looked pensive. No need to explain how to bend the trajectory of the moonlight bullet again, right? Adela chimed in from the side. If the condition to use interference magic is to fully understand the opponent's spell, then it's not that you didn't use interference from the start, it's that you couldn't. He laughed. Exactly. You're quick. During this match, you were completely focused on using the moonlight bullet. Thanks to that, I was able to analyze the mana. Of course, if you used it in combination with other spells, I would have been in trouble. She crossed her arms and sighed, not realizing that relying on the moonlight bullet was actually a fatal weakness. Does that spell have other weaknesses? To her question, he replied, the mana analysis calculations are quite complex, so I can only interfere with spells right in front of me. In actual combat, there isn't enough time to calculate, so I can only slightly alter the trajectory. She looked at the energy swirling around her and asked further, then what about rotating the opponent's spell 180 degrees and sending it back? He replied, there isn't enough time, so that's impossible. She retorted, really? If you could reflect it back, the efficiency would be amazing. Well, it's already an incredibly powerful spell as it is. Kanan reached out from the side. Wait a minute, and lunged at him with a furious expression. Sit there and listen to me. Why? Why are you so freely revealing such an incredibly powerful spell? He asked suspiciously. Don't you get it? She added from the side. Don't you understand? Hearing this, he just stared blankly. What are you guys talking about? I don't get it at all. The two of them spoke up together. Olympics. He was completely stunned. He placed his hand on his chest and asserted, I'm going to take you guys to the Olympics. Help me out. Her eyes immediately sparkled as she looked at him. Hadan. You suddenly raised your hand. But he spoke up. Oh, Kang Kanin, go ahead. He reached behind his head, acting shy. I can understand Adela. But I don't have the skills to join a tournament that big. Even third-year students are participating. I mean, for a second-year student it might be possible, but since there are 7 classes of third years, getting a spot is going to be difficult for me. He reassured him, don't worry, it's fine. Whatever happens, I'll make sure you get to participate. She smiled from the side. There are a lot of restrictions, but interference magic will be like a joker card. If it's a match where this spell can be used a winner-take-all battle, protecting your magic stone while bombarding the opponent's magic stone with cannons, attacking their base, and stealing their flag. Siege warfare. He crossed his arms and looked at them. That's right. In winner-take-all matches and siege battles, that magic is practically cheating. She was amazed. If that's the case, do you have any other trump cards? He smirked, smiling triumphantly. Of course I do. That night in his room, he picked up a book and exclaimed, all done. Shall we go? He touched the book, and it emitted a blinding light. He instantly vanished. He was teleported to another room. You're here. Mima looked at him. Successor. She lay on the sofa, watching him. You're later than I thought. Don't tell me you didn't get first place. To her question, he confidently affirmed, of course I got first place. The score from the match against the Emerald Turtle was the deciding factor. Do you remember when I said I had to win a gold medal in a competition? She asked back. Ah, I remember. Was it the Olympics? He smiled and replied, that's right. I also told my friends about that, and about the interference magic. She asked again, really? But didn't you say it would be better to master interference magic before telling them? You told them a bit early, didn't you? He immediately denied it. No, I told them at the perfect time. She was completely amazed. No way. You've already mastered interference magic? Successor? You're truly amazing. He smiled at her astonishment. So, could you find me some books on the field of destruction? A third-grade destruction magic circle master, it was time to enter that realm. His phone suddenly rang, and he quickly answered, yes, Tower Master? A voice came from the other end. I watched the footage of your test. I'm truly surprised. I didn't expect you to defeat the Emerald Turtle all by yourself. You told her a bit too soon. He immediately denied. No, I told her at the perfect time. The girl was stunned when she heard this. No way. You've already mastered intervention magic? Your successor is truly incredible. Seeing her shock, he smiled faintly. So, could you find me some books on the field of destruction? A third-tier destruction circle master. It was time to step into that realm. His phone suddenly rang, and he quickly picked up. Yes, Tower Master. A voice came from the other end. I watched your assessment video. It's truly a surprise. I never expected you to defeat the Emerald Turtle all by yourself. He smiled and replied that it was just a stroke of luck. A voice kept coming through the phone. I'm reaching out regarding the magical elemental artifacts you requested earlier, he asked with a hint of anxiety. Is it good news or bad news? She smiled faintly, then replied, It's good news. Everything is ready, so let's get serious now. Ha was so shocked he couldn't believe his ears. Really? Isn't everyone overworking themselves? There's no need to rush. She winked at him and answered, Not at all. Everyone here is a true artisan, and they simply can't resist a new magic stone design. Hearing that, he felt a bit terrified, thinking to himself, as expected, they must be pushing themselves to the limit. She laughed and said, But you don't need to worry about the creation process. Thank you, I'm very grateful. Wait, about this matter, for the next step. He suddenly spoke up. Hold on, I have one request. She looked at him with a smug smile and asked, A request? Is this about compensation for the incident with the Tower Master? He replied with a serious look. No, that depends on how the Tower Master sees it. She chuckled playfully. Is that so? How interesting. I wonder what kind of proposal you'll make this time. Tell me. He suggested, Well, for this year's Olympia, I need the artisans who craft artifacts from the Blue Tower to be sent as engineers for the national team. Mima was stunned and shouted, What? You're going to fight a grade 5 mage? He sat down, held a book in his hand, and calmly replied, That was the Tower Master's condition. Am I taking this too lightly? In his mind, he recalled the scene where she spoke to him. You want our artisans to become the official engineers for the Olympics? I refuse. Seeing that, he immediately froze. Sure enough, this was not an easy request to get approved. Suddenly, she spoke again. I wanted to say that. But if you, Ha-Dan, win a one-on-one duel against a grade 5 mage, we can continue this conversation. Yet, he didn't hesitate to agree. She asked, You know, there are 2 grade 5 mages among the students participating in this year's Olympics, right? It's not that I doubt your ability, Ha-Dan, but mobilizing our artisans requires a massive amount of funding. To stake such a big commitment, just for the sake of honor, is a bit difficult. After she hung up, he remained silent for a long time. Show us concrete proof that you can win a gold medal at the Olympics, and we'll talk. Mima crossed her arms, walked toward him, and asked, So, do you have a plan yet? No matter how you look at it, as the current successor, defeating a grade 5 mage is impossible. He sat down, looked up, and replied, Because of that, I've been granted a grace period of 10 days. She asked, bewildered, Do you intend to master a countermeasure and settle the match in that amount of time? He replied, If there's a countermeasure, I can make it work somehow. She added, But mastering it in just 10 days won't be easy. Do you really need to go this far just to get the Blue Tower to send their engineers? He continued organizing his things and spoke up. Of course. If I don't, it's meaningless. The only people in the country who can adjust and customize the artifacts approved by the Olympics are from the Blue Tower. She exclaimed, That place is incredible, huh? He explained. There is at least a 10% performance gap between artifacts made by ordinary artisans and those crafted by the Blue Tower's artisans. Furthermore, the only people currently capable of adjusting light elemental magic artifacts are the people from the Blue Tower. She looked at him and smiled. So the performance difference of the artifacts determines the winning rate in the tournament. If that's the case, we really need their support. He sat down and continued stacking books. Yes, I need to include them. This book, and this one too. She walked up behind him. So when are we going to the 3rd trial site? Shouldn't we hurry? At that moment, he held the books in his hands and smiled confidently. I plan to read all the books you prepared for me before I go. She smiled upon hearing that. Really? That's a great mindset. All right, when you enter the 3rd training room, send them my regards and tell them I'm doing well. He picked up a book and asked, My regards? Do you know who is there? She immediately grabbed her bear and turned around. It's a secret. It wouldn't be fun if you knew beforehand. In the space, fragments fell one by one, and a mystical purple hue covered the area. In an instant, the glass panels vanished. On the side of the high-rise buildings at the lavish party, people were talking and whispering incessantly. Today, to all the distinguished guests attending the Mado Singa Corporation anniversary celebration, I hope you enjoy this wonderful event. Sure enough, Chairman Dihan walked into the crowd. At this point, it could be said that the chairman is almost certain to become the next head of the Mado Shinga family. You're too kind. It's just luck. Everything I have right now is thanks to you all. At this statement, those around him showered him with flattery. The future of Mado Shinga is surely bright. Absolutely. Moreover, the young successor is already building quite a reputation for himself. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. He glanced to the side and said indifferently, "Everyone saw it, right? Who would have thought he could defeat an emerald turtle all by himself? Once a genius, always a genius, right?" After that, he swirled his glass of golden wine, and others added, "Did you see him fighting Adela, who has already reached the 4th grade? Facing the arcane arts of the Holy Protection family and resisting them on his own, it was truly astonishing. After witnessing that, who would dare say he's not worthy? If his face were covered, people would surely think it was a real duel between adults. I'm looking forward to Ha Dan's participation in the Olympics." Me too. Everyone was extremely excited and full of anticipation. The family head was also very pleased with Ha Dan's performance. His name was being called repeatedly around him, which made him feel extremely resentful. With this situation, it looks like the heir position might be snatched away by my younger brother. Damn that guy, that guy. They kept talking carelessly, and he didn't like it one bit. The thing I hate most is you, Ha Dan. I thought I had gotten rid of you, but now you're back. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Where is the chairman? When did he disappear?" Dihan left to return to his room, loosening his tie as he walked. He stepped onto the terrace with a furious expression. "This isn't good. That guy has to die." Ha Dan sat silently, focused on reading. He slowly turned each page. The space was quiet, without a sound. After finishing, he closed the book. Mima, standing nearby, asked, "You're done already?" He replied, "Yes. If that's all there is to it, I think I'm finished." Seeing this, she immediately stood amidst the pile of books and asked him, "So, you've read through all the books on destruction magic. Successor, do you understand destruction magic any better now?" He replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. Not even a little. Naturally, I don't understand it yet." His words left her completely stunned. "But at least you've moved past that vague understanding, right?" He held the book in his hands, staring at it, and said, "I can grasp the structure to some extent." Seeing this, she immediately explained, "It's normal that you don't understand. If you told someone without wings to flap them and fly, they wouldn't be able to grasp how to do it, right? Because you haven't met the conditions yet. There's no way you could possibly understand destruction magic." He spoke up, "The illustrations are a bit messy, but I understand them." At his words, she looked displeased and retorted, "That is a masterpiece." Ha raised his hand to his chin, lost in thought. "To meet those conditions, I have no choice but to enter the 3rd trial page." She held her dress and smiled at him. "That's right. All the answers are on the 3rd page." He stood up, walked over, and asked, "By the way, is the person you asked me to send greetings to the one who teaches destruction magic?" She crossed her arms, cast a sideways glance, and said, "Heh, if you're curious, go see for yourself. You've already read all the books, haven't you?" He asked again. "Then tell me this. Is there some sort of restriction preventing you from talking about the 3rd trial?" Her gaze dropped as she replied, "It's not a restriction, it's a promise. We made a personal promise to each other." From within the book, flower petals and brilliant energy poured out, and he was transported back to the room. What kind of promise did she make that keeps her from saying a single word about the 3rd trial? The reason for that. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately opened another book. A brilliant golden energy radiated outward, and the surroundings were covered in leaves. As he reached out to touch it, he was once again transported to another place. He looked around, his expression filled with astonishment. "Once you hear it, you'll understand." He squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly, a spark of light appeared. He opened his eyes and observed his surroundings, completely shocked. This place was a forest, and not an ordinary one. It was full of absurdly large trees. "Where on earth is this? I thought I would end up in a strange dimension like last time, but there's no guide, and I can't hear the master's voice. This is impossible." He kept looking around, feeling extremely confused as he walked, wondering, could this entire forest be the trial page? A vast forest like this. This is truly absurd. But a moment later, his mood shifted to one of excitement. The master's magic is truly beyond imagination. No matter how far I go, there's no end to it. He looked at the lake in front of him and asked, "What kind of test is this, exactly?" Suddenly, a loud noise erupted all around him. His expression showed clear shock. An earthquake? No. What is this? Is there something there? As it stared at him, his face turned pale. Slowly, he glanced to the side. A massive monster was staring right at him. It was right in front of him. He was so astonished he couldn't believe his eyes. This is absurd. It was so close, yet I didn't sense anything. He backed up too far and fell into the lake. He quickly surfaced, looking at it with wide eyes. This thing had reptilian features, scales like armor as hard as a crocodile's, and claws and fangs sharp as mirrors. There was no doubt about it, that's a disaster-rank Drakon. I thought it was just a mythical creature. Defeating this thing is the test to take down that monster. It's impossible. I can't even move. Just a slight breath from it made the mana in the air vibrate. This is on a completely different level from any monster I've encountered before. It sees me as nothing more than a lump of mana, the perfect prey. Will I be able to escape? He slowly pushed himself up. Its gaze was still ferociously fixed on him. He whispered in shock. No way. Even with my current speed, I can't outrun a Drakon. But the bigger problem is that my body won't move. If that thing lunges now, I'm done for. Wait. Why isn't that Drakon getting any closer? He spoke slowly. Is something stopping it? How impressive. A foot stepped forward from the distance. Elena's voice rang out. Even when facing a monster beyond your level, you didn't give up hope. Your will is like iron. Even in such a desperate situation, you remained calm and composed. You've passed. You can move now. Before her appearance, he asked in astonishment, Who are you? She looked at him with a smile and introduced herself. My name is Elena, once known as the Guardian of the Forest, a great mage, and an old friend of Day. Elena smiled at him and said, You've passed the trial. You can move now. My name is Elena, once known as the Guardian of the Forest, a great mage, and an old friend of Day. Ha was amazed and whispered to himself, Could she be a god? Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him and asked, Let me deal with this thing first. His face began to sweat as he watched in shock. She walked toward the monster while it was distracted. You did not enter my domain. That is commendable. Because I see you have no ill intent, even though you have damaged my garden, I will forgive you. So, quietly return to where you belong, you remnant of a fallen lineage. As she spoke, she reached out her hand toward the beast. Energy surged throughout the forest. He whispered in amazement. Is the forest resonating with her? It's as if they are trying to say, she is the one who rules here. She seemed to be enjoying the resonance of nature. She pointed her hand toward the monster and advised it. If you cannot understand my words, then return to dust. Her eyes closed slightly, and the monster roared continuously. Blood spurted from its wounds. He whispered in astonishment. Where did those wounds come from? There wasn't even a sound, only after images. It's like something is slashing the dragon's body at incredible speed. He wondered to himself, confused. What exactly did she just do? From the monster's wounds, smoke suddenly emerged, and then they slowly began to heal. Soon, the monster calmed down more than it had been at the start. She said slowly, That is my final warning. Leave. After that, the monster immediately turned and left. He watched her in awe as the wounds healed instantly. That was a disaster-rank entity. And this person can handle it as easily as breathing. Who exactly is she? Back then, I looked at her with a smile and slowly asked, Are you okay? She replied, Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Back then, looking at me, she spoke up. You seem a bit surprised, don't you? Now, please follow me. The successor from above, but the sunlight kept pouring down, seemingly illuminating the entire forest. They walked together to a house under a tree. He invites you to have a cup of tea. Try it. This is a type of herbal tea that Day really likes. You'll feel calmer after drinking it. I thanked her. Thank you. Right after that, I took a sip of the tea. My eyes widened in pure astonishment. I was amazed and thought to myself, what is this? This tea makes my mind instantly clear, and then I happily kept drinking. After I finished, she asked, How do you find it? Is it to your taste? I quickly replied, Yes, it is. This is the best tea I have ever tasted. She then continued to ask, It's good that you like it. Do you feel calmer now? I apologized. I'm sorry for acting a bit rude. She reassured me that there was nothing to be ashamed of. The fact that you didn't give up in front of a dragon is already quite impressive. I was stunned and exclaimed, So it really was a dragon? I wouldn't have been able to escape from it anyway. She explained, Although it is the strongest creature in this forest, it doesn't dare to approach my territory. But perhaps it was attracted to you earlier. I asked in surprise. Huh? Attracted by what? She replied, The concentrated, Pure mana inside your body is like a fat piece of bait for that dragon. In its eyes, you look like a wonderful tonic. Its greed overcame its fear of me. Do you have any other questions? I skeptically asked again. Is this place really inside the book? It feels so real. It doesn't feel like being in a book at all. It took 15 minutes to get from the dragon to Elena's house. The forest is so vast, the scale is completely different from the trial pages. Where exactly is this place? She replied, this place stretches from page 214 to page 232 inches, Zit's book, the third trial. Hearing that, my eyes clearly showed astonishment. Then was that dragon an illusion created by magic? Elena smiled faintly. Who knows? It's neither real nor fake. I blankly asked, what do you mean? Elena answered, this space was created by recreating objects from the past. The world inside Zit's book recreates the Janute forest that once existed. You can understand this as a copy of the original world. So, it's neither real nor fake, I exclaimed. So they built this world based on things from the past and put it into the book, right? But how? Elena continued. I don't know either. The only person who understood and could do that was Dae and his successor. That is you. When you reach Dae's level, you will understand how it works. I asked further. Then what is the reason my master created this world? She explained. It is to pass on a type of magic to you. I asked again. What kind of magic? Elena replied. That is, suddenly she looked at me, and I waited in astonishment. What kind of magic? She replied. The third circle magic of Jae Beo Bai Tel, a type of destruction magic, the eye that can see through the essence of magic, the holy eye. In her house, I asked suspiciously. Then, what is the reason you created this space? Elena replied. That is because I want to teach you a special kind of magic. I asked again. What kind of magic? She bowed her head slightly, her eyes looking a bit sorrowful. I looked at her expression, feeling amazed. She then slowly raised her head. The secret realm of a third circle magic master in the style of Jae Beo Bai Tel, a type of magic essential for comprehending destruction. The eyes that see through the essence of magic. She replied. The eyes that seem to see through everything. The divine eye. I exclaimed in shock. That is the evil eye in the style of Jae Beo Bai Tel, the holy eye. Elena pointed to her own eyes and said, That's right, but my holy eye is not yet perfect. The only people who can fully control the holy eye are Dae and you. As the successor, I have been entrusted by Dae with the task of awakening that magic, and that is why I exist, even if only as a memory stored in the city. A large car was driving on the road. In Haiwook sat in the car and gave orders. Report, the assistant replied. I will report on the matter you mentioned earlier. Young Master Min Haiwook and Miss Min seem to show little interest in young Master Ha, and surprisingly, Miss So-A also seems uninterested. It seems your order has had a significant influence. In Haiwook exclaimed, Indeed, COA has become a bit gentler, but I don't think she will simply abandon him. Perhaps she is just being cautious because she knows that your shadows are watching Ha. And what about Dihan? The assistant replied, Young Master Dihan also seems a bit guarded, but that's it. Even at the party held earlier, there were no suspicious signs. He exclaimed, Is that so? It seems both have learned how to separate personal feelings and common interests. Regardless, do not let your guard down until the protection period ends. Keep a very close watch. He said, Yes, I understand. And there is top secret information, so I will mute the audio. He agreed. All right. So-kyun spoke up. This is the report on whether anyone in the family is colluding with the Black Tower. First, among the elders who are not satisfied with young Master Du's return, along with high-ranking officials of each branch. We have investigated a total of 32 people. He didn't answer, silently looking at him. He added about the Black Tower, They are clean. In Haiwook rested his chin on his hand, glancing over. That means if it's not related to the Black Tower, they might not necessarily be innocent. He quickly handed the plan to him. That's right. Among the 32 people, there are 5 extremely suspicious ones. If things get noisy, the hyenas might have already caught the scent. He examined these people. I will handle them myself. At her house, Elena looked at me and spoke. So, now we will begin the training process to master the Holy Eye. I turned my head, feeling a bit anxious. Yes, please do whatever you think is best. She smiled, looking at me. Just as expected from Dae's successor, you are exactly like him in this regard. Now, close your eyes. I asked. Like this? She began to help me relax. Yes, that's right. From now on, I will pour my magic into you. As the successor, slowly, and I will explain the Holy Eye. Normally, Information about the Holy Eye can only be accessed after reaching the fourth circle. You can find it in another book. I asked, from the fourth circle? At the same time, I thought to myself, even though I have read the books on destruction in Zit's library and Mima's library, there is absolutely no information about the Holy Eye. So that means unless I reach the fourth circle, I won't be able to see any information about the Holy Eye. After that, I spoke up. Wait, the other book Lady Elena mentioned. Do you mean the Mima archives? He exclaimed. Oh my, you know about the Mima archives? He replied. Yes, of course. I actually have a message from Mima, too. A memory of her young, grateful voice played in his mind. If you reach the third trial page, he asked me to let you know he's doing well. He thought to himself that it must have been a secret promise between the two of them. Suddenly, he called out, Lady Elena, and she immediately apologized. I'm sorry. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment, while wondering, wait, Lady Elena's mana just fluctuated. Did I say something I shouldn't have? She kept channeling energy into his body, then spoke up. Oh, my apologies. So, you've met Mima already? That's a relief. We'll talk about Mima another time when things are more relaxed. For now, let's get back to the topic of the Holy Eye. The reason the Holy Eye is revealed in the fourth circle isn't actually that important. That's also why I'm here on the third trial page of the Wizit archives, he said, turning back to Lady Elena. She added, right. Since Jae abandoned me here, he entrusted me with the duty of explaining everything. Of course, there's also the issue of how much information the book can hold. Seriously, he really knows how to work someone to the bone. Hearing this, he became lost in thought. The limit on the amount of information that could be recorded. Mima had said something similar. Just adding the trial pages and the magic formula to confirm a successor required a massive amount of mana, far exceeding the capacity of a standard grimoire. That's why the Wizit archives only contained essential information, while the rest was gathered into a separate book. The Mima archives, she said, slowly opening her eyes and pulling her hands away from his back. She held her hands out in front of him. Everything is ready now. Open your eyes. The successor gasped in shock. Lady Elena's mana was perfectly synchronized with his own infinite circle. He couldn't even tell where his mana ended and hers began. Elena sensed his confusion and replied, yes, it feels a bit strange, doesn't it? I've sealed your optic nerves with mana, he exclaimed in surprise. You sealed my optic nerves? Elena slowly explained. It's too early to be surprised. The Holy Eye is a sixth sense, completely separate from the 5 regular senses. To train that sixth sense, other senses are just unnecessary distractions. Touch, smell, and taste will gradually fade away. And eventually, even your hearing will vanish. He whispered, that's right. I can't feel anything anymore. Elena said, successor, now I invite you to step into the world of the dead. Elena watched him silently. He lay motionless on the ground. In his consciousness, it was a world where his 5 senses had disappeared. Without sight, there was nothing to see. Without hearing, there was nothing to hear. Without touch, he couldn't even tell if he was standing or sitting. With the loss of smell and taste, his body became numb to any external stimulation. Is my body still functioning? From the very start, am I even still alive? Fear gripped him. This was completely different from just being blinded by darkness. It was like being submerged in a lonely sea where nothing could be felt, amidst an endless night. That's right, this is hell. But this is only training, Elena said. The mind's eye, the ability to see mana, is a 6th sense, unrelated to the 5 physical senses. That means I can still see mana even in this darkness. Focus on the mana, he told himself, trying to center his mind back on her house. Elena looked at him with an expression of disbelief, thinking to herself, no way. No one can stay calm after having all their senses sealed. After 1 minute, they start to go mad. After 2 minutes, they contemplate death. After 3 minutes, they take their own lives. This is the fate of those trapped by the sensory sealing spell. I know the terror of this magic better than anyone. I only meant to let him have a small taste before dispelling it. Furthermore, the way I learned this magic was step by step, slowly getting accustomed to it. But the successor has had all 5 senses sealed for over 3 minutes, yet he's still completely fine. Instead, the forest is resonating with his mana. If so, I think we can proceed as planned. Feeling all the energy around him, Elena exclaimed, this is incredible. Then she thought, their breathing is stable, the magic circle is settled, it's a perfect state. Looking at him, she said, this is the successor, chosen by the Wizit archives. She had known from the start that he could endure the sensory sealing spell. He woke up and asked, Elena, can you hear me? She stared at him, stunned. He opened his eyes and asked, can you dispel the sensory seal? She quickly replied, yes. Let me do it. Once it was lifted, he immediately sat up, sighing in relief. I can finally breathe again. She asked, Are you all right? How did you overcome the sensory seal? That must have been unimaginable terror. He replied, A world where all 5 senses are sealed. He said, Just thinking about it is horrifying. But I kept telling myself this was just a safe training session. I desperately brainwashed myself. Hearing this, she thought in shock, brainwashed himself? He suppressed his fear and just focused on seeing the mana? She spoke aloud. Is that all? That isn't something one can overcome just by brainwashing themselves. He touched his chin and replied, You're right. Actually, I almost gave up halfway through. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, even knowing it's just training, if the body doesn't accept it, it won't listen to reason. It was only a brief moment, but that darkness felt like an eternity, a hell named loneliness, filled with despair and the sensation of death. When my focus was about to collapse, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. He looked at her with a determined gaze. Even so, this is still better than a year ago. He remembered the past. The moment he learned he wasn't suited for magic. The day he was rejected from the path of becoming a mage, abandoned a year ago by his family and his own father. Back then, I was already living in hell. But compared to losing everything and sinking into despair, isn't this still better than a year ago? Outside the house, she walked him out and asked, Is the sensory seal really better? He replied, Yeah, the sensory seal is just a trial for me to move forward. She hesitated. You have had to. His eyes looked sad as he stared at his own hands. Everything is okay now. After all, the past is behind me. I'm just grateful that I've finally found my own unique path. Your positive energy deeply touched her. She spoke up, tears welling in her eyes as she wiped them away. You smiled at her, and Elena thanked you. To her surprise, you explained, In the darkness, where all my senses were sealed away, I could see your mana. Elena, your mana is so gentle, it really put me at ease. Is it because I've been influenced by you? Elena asked, her expression flickering with a mix of gentle curiosity and doubt. She recalled that moment, then gave you a soft smile. Elena thought to herself, I never expected to hear those words again. Back at her home in the forest, you sipped your tea. I've been traveling between Mima's book and this place. When she heard that, she realized Mima was doing well, and she felt relieved. Thank you, she said. Thanks to you, I've finally heard some good news. You replied modestly, It's nothing, really. I'm just delivering the message. Mima's image flickered in your mind. Elena looked at you gently. Since you've met Mima, I assume you've heard about me and the Genet Forest? You narrowed your eyes and shook your head. No, she said she had to keep a promise, so she didn't tell me anything. A look of sadness washed over her face. So Mima still remembers that promise, but I can no longer keep it myself. You called out, Miss Elena. Hearing this, she gave you a gentle smile. Forgive me, I suddenly made the atmosphere heavy. You replied, It's okay. And she added, By the way, since you mentioned that promise, it seems Mima is very fond of you. Am I wrong? You gave her a strained smile. Well, our relationship isn't that bad, but what exactly is that promise? She picked up her teacup, replying, You seem very concerned about it, don't you? I'm sorry, but it's a secret. It's a pact only we know. I can't tell you yet. You spoke up suddenly. If that's the case, since Mima promised you back then, Mima must be a real person from the past, just like you. This took her by surprise. She didn't tell you? I don't think I can answer that. I can't reveal Mima's secrets. You looked at her and said, If you can't tell me, that's fine. If it's a vow, it must not be broken. Elena smiled tenderly. Thank you, my junior, for understanding us. It was getting late, and you finally had to leave. I'm heading out. From now on, I'm counting on you. She agreed. I'll try my best to practice until I've completely mastered the Holy Eye. Suddenly, you asked, Before I go, can I ask one more thing? She immediately agreed. Of course, go ahead. You frowned, asking seriously, What is the relationship between Miss Elena and Mima? She answered gently, We are friends, bound by Jae Beo Bai Tel's magical protection. Like constellations, even when we are far apart, there is always a connection between us. The book opened, and as you looked at the space around you, you smiled and said, I'm back. Mima rested her chin on her hand. What? That was fast. You walked toward her. I have school tomorrow, so I had to come back early. She narrowed her eyes, looking at you suspiciously. Did you actually practice properly? You laughed, replying, Of course I did. Suddenly, you thought about the Holy Eye, and deeply lost in thought, you looked at the mana floating around her. I guess you've been practicing hard too. I'm just kidding. when it seems a bit unstable still, but I'm certain I practiced the right way. Hearing this, Mima immediately reached out and cupped your face. That's strange. After that kind of training, you shouldn't have this much energy left. You praised her. This is amazing. Her true mana felt both cold and steady. She smiled tenderly at you. Is that so? Actually, I'm quite a cold person. She began to set the tea on the table, then asked, You went through the 5-cent ceiling training, and you're still okay? You replied, I'm fine. Mima sounded skeptical. Did Elena go easy on you because she's too soft-hearted, or was it the magic of the forest? Hearing this, you asked, puzzled, what is the forest's magic? Seeing this, she immediately asked, Haven't you been treated for trauma cycles? You answered nonchalantly, I don't have any trauma. While thinking to yourself, something feels off. Mima was stunned. You practiced that insane magic without suffering trauma? You must have used a trick, right? What method did you use? Tell me, quickly. You thought to yourself about the events from a year ago that you had told Elena about. Mima heard the story and asked in amazement, What? Did that really happen? If it were me, I would have. You answered calmly, dismissing her shock. That's why, up until a year ago, I was always lost. And because everyone had such high expectations of me, the reaction was even more intense. I lived in the shadow of despair. But now, I've treated it as magic training, which has made my abilities even stronger. Even if my senses are sealed, it's not a big problem anymore. Mima, sitting across from you, spoke up. Is the reason I can still sense dark energy in you because you've grown used to it? So that's it. You thought to yourself, I thought Mima would dismiss it, but nothing happened. Seeing her serious expression, you recalled Elena's words. So you can understand us, and we can understand you. You shyly reached your hand out toward her. A bit like Miss Elena. This action confused her. Is this guy crazy? Anyway, you said the training was very difficult. Do you think you can finish in time? You answered confidently, Yes, of course, I will. Then, you thought to yourself, I can't believe those desperate years made me realize how lucky of a mage I am. There's no time to hesitate. As the successor to a legend, I can't afford to stand still. Back at the Obersk Academy dormitory, 2 books lay side by side on the desk. You lay in bed, unable to sleep. According to Miss Elena, the Holy Eye is a demon eye that evolves with an infinite magic circle. With a first circle, I can see the color of mana. With a second circle, the Holy Eye can recognize the fragmented structure of magic formulas. And at the third circle, I will see the very essence of magic once I have fully mastered it. I'll be able to see mana whenever I want. That means I have to use the Holy Eye more comfortably. I can do this, right? Alright. Today I got news from the head of the Blue Magic Tower. My opponent, a 5th Circle Mage, has been decided. You opened your phone to check. The Blue Tower Master wrote, Ha Dan, the 5th Circle Mage you are about to face has been designated. I've attached their file. I hope to see a good match. On the screen, a man appeared. That's Ha Yu Gok, 29 years old, blood type B. You exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the information on your phone, Ha Dan suddenly remembered. Right, today is. Word from the Blue Tower Master. A 5th grade mage versus Ha Dan has been decided. I've attached the file already. Really looking forward to the upcoming match. Ha Yu Gok, 29 years old, blood type B. Ha Dan freezes when he notices that line of information. The next morning, at the Orbilit Academy indoor magic training ground, everyone is focused on their training. Junchan looks at them and sighs. Are they even human? Adela puts all her strength into an attack directed at the opponent. Up front, Ha focuses on tracking the trajectory of the attack, quickly parrying each incoming strike. Adela is surprised that Ha is parrying her so easily. So, did the Blue Tower Master send a strategy guide in the message? The two of them go at it, one attacking, one defending. Ha replies seriously, I told you, it's not just a file, it's a strategy guide. Adela tilts her head and asks clearly, if that's the case, then this strategy data. She looks up, panicked, and shouts, wait, could it be, right now? Adela can only instinctively block in front of her face, but just as the magic spell is about to hit her, it recoils. Adela looks at Ha Dan, stunned. He steps forward and says, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. I don't understand their intentions either. He reaches out a hand and asks, Adela, what do you think? Adela takes his hand and suggests, can you let me see that file? He nonchalantly agrees, sure. She looks at the document on his phone, her eyes widening in surprise. It's real. This really is more like a strategy guide than a profile. Ha, Dan takes the phone back. Jun Chan runs up from behind. I want to see too, Adela says thoughtfully. The data analysis is absolutely perfect. Instead of focusing on analysis, focus on upgrading your skills. Maybe this is just the Blue Tower Master's way of showing concern. Ha sighs and confirms. But since I'm at a disadvantage, they're giving me a little bit of a boost. Jun Chan looks at Ha, worried. That's a good thing, right? We barely have time to train anyway. Ha Dan replies hesitantly, yeah, but... He turns to leave with Adela. Whatever. Practicing is better than overthinking. She adds, oh yeah, there's a big announcement outside the training ground. Break time is over. I haven't even had a chance to catch my breath. Let's rest for 5 more minutes, please. You have to train in these conditions to build up your stamina. Jun Chan hears this and scrambles to run after Ha Dan. You jerk! But before he can even finish yelling, a massive explosion rocks the area behind him, and someone outside shouts, those idiots are still inside. Jun Chan looks at the hole blown into the ceiling and wants to cry. Why do they keep using magic during training inside the building? For heaven's sake. A while later, at the academy dormitory, the exhausted student returns to her room to rest. She collapses comfortably onto her soft bed, her eyelids heavy. She mutters drowsily, gotta change, before I fall asleep. Before closing her eyes, she's still deep in thought. His moonlight bullet is even faster and stronger than mine. But suddenly, she jolts awake. Wait, hold on. The more she thinks, the less it makes sense. She grips the bedsheets tight, frustrated. I've been working so hard, but I still can't keep up. Adela sits bolt upright, determined. I can't go on like this. I have to try harder. Her eyes fixate ahead with resolve. She's come this far through technique. At the very least, she cannot lose to Ha Dan's moon attribute magic. Yet, she still can't stay calm, and she gets out of bed, frustrated. I can't sleep now. A cold shower will wake me up. Yeah. I need to review today's training materials. As the books described, that night, the forest was strangely quiet. Ha focuses his magic power to practice. Elena remarks, I'm surprised. It's so fast. I don't even need the 5 senses sealing spell anymore. Ha replies politely, Lady Elena. Elena looks at him with a soft smile. It seems you've completely mastered seeing through mana. He turns to her, surprised. True, if I stare too long, I still get a headache, but I can see it whenever I want now. Elena doesn't say much more. She initiates a spell directed at him. Let's practice a new spell. This time, you will use your God's Eye to observe my magic circle. When you observe it, you will understand the nature of magic and see a gap, a loophole to break the incantation. Ha ponders and repeats, a loophole? Elena replies, exactly. Every incantation has a weakness. Using that loophole to seal and erase the magic circle that is the threefold destruction spell. Hearing this, his eyes widen in horror. Erase an entire magic circle? She adds, right. Threefold means opening the God's Eye wide to neutralize the magic. Elena continues seriously. Try it. You'll understand immediately. She waits, looking at Ha Dan. Finally, he slowly raises his hand. Suddenly, an unusual force flows into Ha Dan's hand. What is this? This mana. It's both powerful and warm. But no matter how hard he searches, he can't find a single loophole in the magic circle. I have to find a loophole in this circle. Elena gestures toward Ha and says loudly, activate the God's Eye. Now, analyze the structure of the magic circle. Ha's eyes shift, and he says anxiously, right, the God's Eye. In magic theory, perfect formulas do not exist. In Mima's book, there's a section on neutralizing magic with the threefold. Because no incantation is perfect, loopholes are guaranteed to appear. Seeing through the essence of magic, listening to the sound of mana, finding the loophole in the magic. Ha, Dan exclaims, overwhelmed. And Elena, opposite him, is still channeling magic into the circle. From that moment on, magic is no longer just magic. It's about destruction, breaking, and neutralization. That's it for today, concluding the preliminary strategy meeting for the Olympiad. Behind them, someone calls out, Shin In Hook. Kang Kanan smiles warmly and says, I didn't expect the clan master of the mysterious race to attend this meeting in person. Shin In Hook replies seriously, I should be the one saying that. Blue Tower Master, you of all people have no reason to be here. Kang Kanan keeps his smile as he continues. I'm only participating as a sponsor. Shin In Hook repeats, skeptical. A sponsor? His gaze turns sinister as he replies, that's right. Or to be more precise, a potential sponsor. He glances suspiciously at the Tower Master. I hear the Blue Tower is planning to dispatch artisans. Kang Kanan steps behind him and clarifies, I'm still considering it. Like I said, I'm only a potential sponsor. Shin In-hook says calmly, the fact that you're even considering this is surprising. He pauses, his voice turning cold as he looks at the tower master. But perhaps the Blue Tower currently cannot spare any artisans. Kang Kanin answers smoothly. Fortunately, everything is going well. We believe this Olympiad is worth the effort. Shin In-hook raises an eyebrow. Is it really worth that much? The Korean team, led by Ha Dan, might just create a miracle and bring home the gold medal for Korea. Suddenly, he mentions, Ha. Hearing that name, Kang Kanin's gaze turns sinister. I'm sure you're looking forward to it as well. And so am I. In-hook stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. So that means Ha made the same proposal to you as well? Kanan laughed aloud. I knew it. You realized it right away. He gave him a sharp, stern look. So what exactly did he offer you? But he just crossed his arms and smiled lightly. During that conversation, Ha said he would win the gold medal at the Olympias this year and asked me to send an engineer. What about you, sir? In-hook asked skeptically. He said he would win the gold medal and asked me to provide him with all possible support. By then, he had completely changed compared to a year ago. He seems very confident, Kanan said in a low voice. Did you accept his proposal without any conditions? In-hook replied with a cold face. That's right. Supporting him isn't that difficult. But are you really considering sending master artifact crafters just because of a kid's promise? Kang Kanan gave a model smile, mocking himself inwardly. As expected, this overwhelming aura. Like father, like son. Thinking of that, he said, that's right. As long as Ha Dan meets the conditions I've set, I'll be happy to invest. In-hook asked back, what conditions? He didn't hesitate to hold up 5 fingers. He has to defeat a 5th circle mage in a singles match. That's the condition I gave him. In-hook chuckled sinisterly. Not bad, right? He asked again. Are you coming to watch? Would it be all right if I came? Of course, you are more than welcome. Switching to the scene in the forest, Ha lay on the ground, exhausted. I'm spent. Elena brought out a tray of water and said encouragingly, well done, successor. That's the end of all the training. Ha felt re-energized and sat bolt upright. You're the one who worked hard. Lady Elena, I only made it here because of you. Elena smiled faintly. I hope I didn't push you too hard, just because it was the final session. He stood up, his voice tinged with smugness. Thanks to the master's cloak, I could still take it. She held a cup of tea out to him. Drink some tea. It'll help you shake off the fatigue. He took it. I'll enjoy it. Thank you. Elena looked at him and added, in this regard, you're different from him. He really hated anything that required physical exertion. He was the type to solve everything with magic. So whenever there was something that needed strength, he would always grumble and complain. Ha, said shyly. For a mage of the master's caliber, I guess that's understandable. A moment later, Elena called out softly, Successor, I say this sincerely. Thank you for keeping up with me. This is the end of your training with me. Teaching you has been a very interesting experience for me. This should be something to celebrate, but I feel both relieved and a bit sad. Her eyes held tenderness as she continued. Ever since I started waiting for you, my successor, I knew that the day of parting would eventually come. Ha was even more confused when he heard this. Huh? What do you mean? Elena raised her hands and floated up, not answering. When my role is fulfilled, the page of destruction disappears, and I disappear along with this forest. This is a promise I made to him. Ha looked in her direction, bewildered. Before leaving, Elena advised, please don't make such a sad face. Just like this world quietly fading away, it proves that it was something that was created. Now, it's time for goodbye. Successor, Ha spoke up urgently. If it weren't for you, Lady Elena, I would never have dared to dream of mastering the skill of destruction. Elena closed her eyes and said gently, I'm very happy that you are his successor. You are the one truly capable of inheriting his magic properly. It's such a relief. A tear appeared on her eyelid. If there is one regret, it's that I won't be able to see you grow any further. Ha reached out, trying to hold on to her silhouette. As he touched Elena's hand, she said, no matter how many difficulties or challenges you face in the future, never give up. Then she slowly pulled away from his hand. And please take good care of Mima. She feels lonely easily and might be a bit bothersome. Ha Dan watched the figure slowly fade away, feeling empty. Yes, of course, this was a final farewell. He felt something he had never experienced before. A pain, an indescribable ache, an unavoidable sorrow. Elena looked at him tenderly, and finally, congratulations, you are now a 3rd circle master. By this point, the magic book had officially closed. Alone in the room, lost in thought, he immediately opened the book. The pages on destruction were completely. He couldn't hide his emotions and burst into tears. Thank you, Lady Elena. The days he trained in that forest, he would engrave in his heart along with this final farewell. Something to help him keep moving forward. Switching to the Blue Tower training arena, Kang Kanan shouted confidently, "The duel between Ha and the Fifth Circle Mage is about to begin." On this side, Junchan bowed his head, cold sweat pouring down. In Wook, standing next to him, coldly interrupted, "What do you think his chances of winning are?" Junchan was secretly afraid inside. "Why? Will I get dragged into this?" Kanan shouted confidently. "The duel between Ha and the Fifth Circle Mage is about to begin." On this side, Junchan bowed his head, cold sweat pouring down. In Wook, standing next to him, coldly interrupted, "When will the match start?" Junchan was secretly afraid inside. "Why? Will I get dragged into this?" Junchan sighed inwardly. "So uncomfortable. Why am I stuck between these two? If only Adela were here, that would be great, but she's currently under the arena supporting Ha Dan. Hurry up and get here. What are you waiting for?" Ha looked at Adela but said nothing more. Someone on this side asked, "Do you think he has a chance to win?" Kanan snapped his fingers confidently. "I'd guess about 10%. Everyone under the stands was being called out. In Wook scoffed coldly. "My perspective is a little different." Kang Kanan started a conversation. "Is that so? Then what percentage do you rate him at?" "Sir." In Wook said with a cold face. "At most, 2%. Kang Kanan spoke with hidden meaning. "That's a harsh assessment. What about you?" Junchan. Junchan stammered. "You mean me?" Kang Kanan narrowed his eyes at him. "That's right. If you put friendship aside and think objectively, what do you think Ha's chances of winning are?" Junchan looked down at Ha and replied, I still think the probability is about 50%. Kang Kanan leaned in. "Half? That's a pretty generous number. What's the reason for that?" Junchan analyzed it seriously. "The reason? Actually, I don't have a specific reason. It's just that if Ha gives it his all, it might just be an even match. He's still growing at an incredible speed, and he hasn't even revealed his full power yet." Kanan laughed mockingly. "Are you saying Ha hasn't fought seriously until now?" Below, Adela raised her hand and said loudly, "All magic barriers have been checked. The match will begin right now." Adela looked at Ha and said, "Let's go." He jolted and blurted out, "Huh? Oh." Up above, Ha smiled slightly at the corner of his lips. Adela watched the scene below with a faint smile, suppressing her anxiety as she stepped onto the platform. Meanwhile, Junchan appeared, teary-eyed and frantic. "I'm saved." "Adela is the best," she asked anxiously. "What's going on?" The duel between Ha and Yugok has officially begun. It's clear that Yugok still isn't showing any signs of worry. So shouted seriously. "All right, both of you, take your positions." A hint of undisguised amusement flickered in Yugok's eyes. After the call to be ready, Yugok spoke confidently. "I never expected that one day I'd be facing a genius of the magic bloodline standing right in front of me like this." Ha replied, "Please go easy on me, senior." Clearly, Ha's spirit was just as fierce. Dua loudly signaled the start, and Yugok smugly said, "I'll let you make the first move, Junior." Ha didn't stand on ceremony either. "In that case, I'll gladly accept your kindness." He immediately unleashed a wind blade attack, followed by a fireball. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He mocked in his heart. "Since you gave me the first move, I'm going to put everything I have into this opening strike." Yugok, still looking quite full of himself, put his hands on his hips and said loudly, "So this is that adaptive magic I've only heard rumors about? Interesting indeed." Ha laughed out loud. "Don't you think you're being a bit too relaxed?" Yugok laughed out loud. "That's because this is a situation where I can afford to relax." Ha looked at his opponent with a stern face, that level of self-confidence, and then launched an attack at Yugok to see how long it would last. Fire! The barrage of attacks flew toward Yugok. His expression changed slightly, but he didn't lose his smugness. It was truly astonishing. They all looked like the same type of magic, but some were twisting slightly along different trajectories, looking different yet blending together, making them impossible to block. Inside, Yugok had already formulated a plan. If a fifth circle spell came flying in like that, it would truly be terrifying. Yugok focused on adjusting his power output, his eyes calculating as he watched the attack. He unleashed a fifth circle non-attribute defensive magic, Mana Shield. The scene before them was chaotic, and Dan began to panic. Even fifth circle magic was easily blocked by the shield, but the weakness of the shield was that it left the caster completely isolated. Now, Yugok couldn't stop him from closing the distance. Yugok was startled by that move of his. "So, you're exposing a weakness to me like this? Was your plan all along to charge straight in after I used the shield? Even if you knew that, you wouldn't be able to change anything. Ha smirked and retorted, are you sure about that? Ha put all his might into his attack against his opponent, his eyes filled with determination to interrupt him. Ha Yu-gok finally began to panic. Up above, Jun-chan clenched his hands and shouted, there's a crack in the fifth circle shield. The battle below was getting intense. Kang Kanan couldn't believe it and blurted out, no, that's impossible. In Haiwook watched silently and grimly. Ha, Dan said while attacking. It's too late. He finished his sentence and unleashed his final move. I predicted exactly when you would intervene in my magic, and I set it up to trigger a rapid spell blast right afterward. The two overlapping trajectories of wind and fire merged into one. Firestorm. It was a critical strike. Fragments of the magic circle scattered everywhere. Adela saw this and panicked. The onlookers screamed in terror. It broke. Ha, Dan smiled triumphantly. If only you had been just a little more careless, Senior. Ha Yu-gok, from within the attack, calmly spoke up. Relaxing is fine, but never, ever, lose your guard. That is what the Tower Master taught me. Ha speculated internally. He created a new absolute shield the moment the previous one shattered. Is this the level of fifth circle magic? Inside the barrier, Ha Yu-gok smiled faintly. Ha Yu-gok said casually, all right, Junior. This time I'll be the one to attack. A new magic circle was activated by Ha Yu-gok. He wouldn't hold back anymore and said, then this time, I'm going to make my move. Ha had a plan, but he was worried, just as expected. According to his memory, it matched the data the Tower Master had sent. Age 29, blood type B, specializing in fire system magic and physical enhancement magic, proactive personality, and a strong curiosity for new magic. Ha Yu-gok, age 29, blood type B, specializing in fire system magic. So, his next move would be his ultimate technique, fire system magic combined with a close combat strike using body enhancement. Opposite him, Ha Yu-gok also swung his attack toward him. Ha blocked it seriously, a sense of confidence rising in his head. Now he was interested in his magic. To observe him more closely, he wasn't aiming for vital spots. Suddenly, he felt a bit anxious, but he wouldn't go easy on him. If he made a move, there was only one answer. Ha Yu-gok's right fist was thrown forward. Ha just managed to dodge the blow, but perhaps the speed was too fast, causing his arm to get injured. Even so, he didn't panic at all. His arm tightened more than before, and without warning, Ha punched his opponent's stomach hard. The surprise attack made Ha Yu-gok unable to react in time, grinding his teeth in pain. Ha Yu-gok retreated far back, his body looking like it was about to lose balance. Ha Yu-gok withdrew his sword stance, his face showing a bit of concern. You actually reacted well to that speed? Ha didn't hide it and replied, I've practiced close combat quite a lot. Ha Yu-gok switched to a new stance, his eyes evaluating Ha as he said, you're right. Although close combat was his forte, he still analyzed his opponent's strength and adjusted his posture. He was truly no ordinary person. Ha Yu-gok chuckled and spoke, the future is truly terrifying. A third circle mage with close combat skills at this level. From here on out, I will. He finished his sentence and swung his attack toward him. Fight seriously. Fire dance initiated. Scorching flames rushed toward Ha-dan, the privilege of a fifth circle mage. An area of effect destruction spell that a third circle spell couldn't block or dodge. Ha Yu-gok's smile became excited. So, how do you intend to stop this? The match ends with this move. After evaluating, Ha started the technique Elena taught him. With victory in his sights, he focused on shifting and resonating everything Ha Yu-gok threw at him into a water shield. Seeing that, Ha Yu-gok was startled and terrified. A third circle spell? No way. Is that also a type of adaptive magic? Above, everyone could only see a cloud of white smoke. Adela couldn't believe it and said loudly, Fire dance and water shield collided. Jun-chan screamed in shock. I can't see anything. What's happening? Kang Kanan adjusted his glasses slightly, smiling and curling his lip, thinking to himself, the water shield is definitely just a third circle spell, right? But it operated like something beyond the fourth circle. In Haiwook still didn't show any emotion. He watched grimly. Below, Jun-chan covered his eyes in frustration. Damn, my line of sight. However, Jun-chan comforted himself. But, in this mist, even he can't see anything either. So, where are you planning to strike from? Unlucky for Jun-chan, Ha-dan has awakened his god's eye. Even though I can't see it, the mana will show me where the fire sword's red mana is. Right now, Jun-chan can only rely on his hearing to sense things. He catches a movement, swings his blade in that direction, and shouts confidently, Got you. But suddenly, Ha Dan appears from behind with a lightning spear strike. Jun Chan is horrified. Since when did he get that close? Hurry! Absolute shield. That absolute shield had already been broken once before, it's too risky. Ha also realizes that technique was yellow mana. The battle continues amidst the thick, white fog. Junchan casts Earth Shield, but Ha immediately lunges to stop him before the wall can fully rise. The two powers clash violently within the mist. A counterattack leaves Junchan blinded, followed by a punch packed with destructive force. Ha Dan rushes in with unpredictable speed, yet Junchan still manages to cast a spell. He's too fast. Junchan obviously realizes that's blue mana. Distracted for a split second, he gets wounded by a water light pillar, and Ha immediately launches a critical counterstrike. Next comes the pressure of the water shield. The fog shows no sign of clearing. Junchan curses under his breath. Damn it. Vision obscured again, yet a cryptic smile forms on Junchan's face. This is getting annoying, but your little tricks end here. Ha keeps his focus on his opponent. With his god's eye, he pierces the essence of magic, listening to the resonance of mana, and spotting every flaw in the spell. From that moment on, magic is no longer just simple magic. A moment later, Junchan realizes his magic has vanished. He grinds his teeth in shock. My hellfire! Ha Dan smiles smugly. The moment you are most certain of victory is when you are most vulnerable. When the wild wind cyclone is released, everything seems to be swallowed into the vortex. Just then, COA shouts, "The winner of the match is Ha Dan," because Junchan is already lying motionless on the arena floor. A moment later, Junchan realizes his magic has vanished. He grinds his teeth in shock. My hellfire, Ha smiles smugly. The moment you are most certain of victory is when you are most vulnerable. When the wild wind cyclone is released, everything seems to be swallowed into the vortex. COA shouts at that very moment. The winner of the match is Ha Dan, because Junchan is lying motionless on the arena floor. In the waiting room of the Blue Magic Tower, Ha sighs, feeling exhausted. Kang Kanan is already waiting for him. The uncle raises a hand and calls out, Ha Dan, that was a world-shattering duel. But Ha doesn't seem to care. He's ignoring him. Kang Kanan approaches warmly anyway. I couldn't believe my eyes the whole time. I kept wondering why you were acting that way, but thinking about how all of it was all preparation for the final magic neutralization. It felt like watching a perfectly designed chess match. Even thinking about it now sends shivers down my spine. Look at this. I've got goosebumps everywhere. The friendly uncle puts an arm around his shoulder and adds, So, what was that final technique? And that wild wind cyclone too. That's a tier 4 spell. How did you bypass the memory limits? Ha skeptically asks. If I told you I modified the memory with a transformation spell, would you believe me? Kang Kanan looks at him and replies, Of course not. If it were a tier 3 spell, maybe I could understand, but tier 4 is a completely different story. You didn't just fix the weaknesses of the memory, you completely erased them. That's a total contradiction. Ha just stays silent. Kang Kanan continues. With almost instantaneous magic activation and those improvised spells that break all standard rules, you even nullified your opponent's magic. Seriously, what kind of magic are you using? Ha looks at him, his eyes analytical. He stammers out a response. The scene shifts to the Blue Magic Tower headquarters, inside Kang Kanan's office. COA looks across the desk and says, Tomorrow, I'll handle the engineer dispatch for the games. Kang Kanan sips his tea with a faint smile. All right, just coordinate with the contractor so it doesn't affect other projects. He sets his tea down and says, So, what do you think? COA asks, confused. What do you mean? Kang Kanan says excitedly, Do you really think we can win a gold medal at this year's games? COA hesitates. I don't think it's entirely impossible, Kanan says smugly. Yesterday you said even a bronze medal was out of reach. COA is startled. The situation has changed since yesterday, hasn't it? You're testing me, aren't you? Even you find it amazing, right? Right. COA seriously taps the screen, looks for a moment, and replies, It is truly impressive. Kang Kanan laughs loudly. You were so mesmerized you even forgot you were a judge. Please, stop teasing me, he says seriously. But really, what kind of magic did Ha use? COA asks skeptically. Didn't you watch the entire match with your due eye? He replies, I did watch. But even after seeing it, I can't explain how he used steam to hide from my eyes, let alone how he hid his tricks to mask his magic from me. It's terrifying. I understand he broke the Hellfire magic formula, but exactly how? I have no clue how he broke the magic formula. COA has her own thoughts, too. Even with the Dupi Eye, one of the 3 greatest scouting magic eyes, I still couldn't grasp what kind of magic that was. Kanan rubs his chin and adds, "It's been bothering me so much that I asked him directly in the waiting room." Recalling the conversation with Ha, he said, "And then? Do you remember what you said? That a mage has the right to keep his magic secret. I can't reveal my magic to you." He looks frustrated. He refused to tell me, said it was a secret, and told me to figure it out myself. COA asks, unconvinced, "Is there any chance he did something illegal?" Kanan answers seriously, "That's not it. His mana, purity, and structure are far too clean." COA picks up her laptop and says, "The only thing I realized if I told you I modified the memory with a transformation spell. Would you believe me that the magic Ha-Dan used wasn't a transformation spell? At least not in that way?" Kanan replies, "Either way, this year's games are definitely going to be worth watching." Then he smiles excitedly at her. "Want to go grab something to eat?" COA just raises an eyebrow with a faint smile and replies, "Are you going to pay me extra for overtime?" Meanwhile, at the Aurelis Academy dormitory, the phone alarm shows 7:30 a.m. Ha, with dark circles under his eyes, grabs his phone and complains, his whole body aching. "I thought I slept for 8 hours, but maybe because I used resonance. Recovering from fatigue isn't as easy as it used to be. Using resonance completely drains my mana, making even Master's Cloak useless. That's a pretty big problem. I'll have to be more careful from now on." As you sit on the edge of the bed, your eyes suddenly catch something underneath. It's from your father. "Yesterday's battle must have been tough. You probably pushed yourself too hard. I've arranged a medical leave for you. Take the whole day to rest and get yourself back in shape." Dan stares intently at the phone screen. "After yesterday's match, Dad left without saying a word, so I was worried he might be upset." Thinking of that, you break into a relieved smile. "Well, that's a relief. Have I regained even a little of his trust? Not yet. Not by a long shot. The real test starts now. There isn't much time left until the games." Mima suddenly appears. "Disciple, you're here? How did the match go?" Dan gives a cheerful thumbs up. "Obviously, I won." "An easy win then?" Mima prods eagerly. "You're sure it was easy? You look like you're about to collapse." Dan adds, "Honestly, it wasn't easy at all. One small mistake, and I would have been done for. Thanks to the intel from the Master of the Blue Tower, I was in a very favorable position. Even though I won, I don't feel satisfied at all." You hold up 4 fingers. "Mima, bring me a book. One about the 4th infinite circle specifically. The expansion circle." Mima stands on a high pedestal, one hand on her hip, the other gesturing. "The 4th infinite circle. Expansion." As if infused with power, the books begin to float in midair. "I've collected plenty of magic books for you, disciple, so make sure you read every single one." Back at the Oberit Academy, an instructor stands at the podium, looking at the computer while lecturing the students. Chapters 5 through 10 are now assigned. Write about the properties of magic and your answers to the questions included. If you look at the materials carefully, it won't be that difficult. A stylus glides across the electronic screen. Dan props his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The expansion circle he draws again. The expansion circle is fundamentally different and more important than the ones before it. Circles of various colors appear, merging together: the contemplation circle, the resonance circle, the interference circle, all from the tip of his stylus. The lines of the circles emerge, structured like flower petals. Dan stares at the patterns he just drew on the electronic board, thinking, so, because the expansion circle is surrounded by 3 other magic circles, they rotate on a stable axis, and as a result, the entire magic circle is stabilized, which boosts the efficiency of the magic. He imagines himself standing in the center of the rings, and as they stabilize, the weaknesses in the magic diminish. Dan reaches out to touch the rays of light. Energy absorption increases, while the frequency and duration of the resonance grow. He gently brushes the center where the circles intersect. The side effects of magic resonance also decrease. Furthermore, the burden of using dispersion spells is lightened. After a moment of thought, he smiles faintly. It's the same with the divine eye. The circles form a flower on the screen, but since this is a completely new type of circle compared to the previous ones, it won't be easy to manifest. Dan recalls his time in the reading room. Right. That's the biggest problem. According to the book he read at Mima's place, it takes at least a year to create an expansion circle. He gives a wry laugh. Of course, the more magic circles you have, the harder it gets to create. He glances out the window. But this is just too much. I can't even calculate the time it takes to create a circle anymore. At the Orbilit Academy's indoor training ground, Dan checks his phone's timer, while Junchan and Adela are on the treadmills. 5 minutes left. Junchan pants while running, soaked in sweat. Adela's face is also drenched. When time is up, Ha-Dan shakes his phone. All right, 10-minute break. Jun-chan immediately collapses to the floor, shouting, I think I'm gonna die. Adela walks over. You okay? She leans over slightly. Keep it up. Hearing her encouragement, he freezes in surprise. She smiles gently. Didn't we say we'd try even harder? Jun-chan wakes up, his mind flashing back to his fight with Ha Yu-gok and Ha-Dan's words. Guys, I just finished a match, so I'm exhausted. Can we do this later? Jun-chan raises a finger. What the hell? It doesn't matter how tired you are. You said the evaluation had to be done on the same day. That's what you said. Adela's face shows concern. But I think today is pushing it. Can we rest and do it tomorrow? Jun-chan grins smugly. Nope, nope. Ha-Dan points toward him as he runs, his face a mix of tears and exhaustion. Training while tired is the most important part. Skipping that is like throwing away 30% of your training. Jun-chan crosses his arms and says mockingly, That's what our mentor, Master Ha, always says. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Ha-Dan is absolutely furious. He immediately changes his attitude and laughs. That's right. I've been too lazy. I shouldn't have forgotten my initial mindset. I'm really looking forward to the full training tomorrow. Jun-chan laughs awkwardly. I think it's best if you just take a break today. Ha-Dan instantly grabs him by the collar and drags him inside. All right, let's start with the first exercise. Let's take it step by step. Jun-chan goes limp with fear, raising his hands. Save me. Adela. Adela! She just looks at him helplessly. Good luck. Fragments of memories fade and crumble away. At a building on the street under a bright blue sky, Jun-chan sighs wearily as he walks. Haha. Even if he is my friend, if I evaluate him objectively, a genius is still a genius. Adela praises, That's true. He really is amazing. He frowns slightly. He's honestly insane. Just because his opponent skipped the first step, he completely changed his tactics and created something new on the spot. As they walk down the street, Adela asks, Right? Jun-chan replies, Was Ha-Dan like that when he was a kid? Adela takes a sip of her milk carton and turns her head. Well, he was a little younger than he is now. As they talk while walking, she asks, Do you mean he was always immature in his thinking? Exactly. Remembering the past. Back then, I thought he was training too aggressively. It looked like he was overestimating his own ability. An image of young Adela clutching her pendant, of course, she tried harder to keep up with him. She returns to reality, smiling faintly as she brings the straw to her lips. But now that I'm following in his footsteps, I've come to understand so much more. Honestly, I'm actually enjoying it. Image of Ha-Dan, standing amidst the magic circles. I think I'm even more fascinated by his magic now than I was before. Adela turned to ask, Wait, that guy, the master of perfection? Was there really a period like that? She closed her eyes. Yeah, at least before he joined Obelisk. He glanced over with a smirk. So, the judgment that Ha's magic is incompatible, could it be a blessing rather than a curse? She turned to him, confused, and quickly clarified. Don't misunderstand me. I don't mean anything bad by it. You know how in comics or movies, geniuses often have that unique kind of arrogance? Image of Ha-Dan standing amidst the magic circles. I think that arrogance used to slow his growth. But Ha-Dan, he's always kept moving forward, learning and grasping so many things. He's constantly changing and perfecting himself. Adela continued. In other words, because he's already experienced failure, he's become the perfect person he is now. Is that what you mean? Jun-chan stepped in front of her. Exactly, that's how I see it. Ha might get angry if he heard this. He looked ahead and smiled. Yeah, he's found his own path. So, that's why we could say he's doing a lot of great things. Adela watched him in silence. He turned back and laughed. Adela, let's give it our all. The three of them walked together toward the gate of light. We have to show him that we're on the same path of growth as he is. Jun-chan raised his hand, showing his determination. Let's do our best and prepare for the Olympiad. Adela smiled. Yeah, let's give it our best. He lay down, looking out at the blue sky. That's how it all went down. He turned around. Huh? What? Ha-Dan handed over a water bottle. You did a good job. Jun-chan laughed awkwardly. You made me sick, and now you're giving me medicine? Ha handed the bottle to him. Hey, when did I ever make you sick? I gave you a dose of medicine with instructions on it. Right, thanks. You really are a talented doctor. Adela looked at the two of them and smiled. Dan waved his hand. Adela, it's time for special training. All right. At the Obelisk Academy, in the indoor training arena, Jun-chan was sitting down to rest. Adela stood by as Ha-Dan approached. Adela, sorry if I'm interrupting your break, but can we talk for a moment? She turned her head, and the two of them stepped outside the academy. Dan said immediately. Now that the Olympiad team has been confirmed, I'm thinking about revising the training schedule. He held a tablet in his hand. Starting tomorrow, we've officially been granted permission to skip regular classes. She replied, yeah, that's right. Ha put a hand to his chin, thinking as he spoke, even though the academy has its own training program for the Olympiad, I don't think 8 hours is enough. He raised the tablet, and data windows began to pop up from it. We will hold tactical strategy meetings every morning. She was startled. Tactical strategy meetings? Dan's expression was incredibly serious. Yes, exactly. We're going to analyze every single Olympiad event. He continued, reviewing the new rules added this year to find a winning path. Adela replied, that sounds good. But why are you only telling me? He laughed, recalling how Junchan had struggled just with physical training, so even if I told him now, he'd be too exhausted to take it in. Adela agreed. That's true. Dan explained further. Oh, analyzing the competitors from other countries is already being handled by Dong Su from the Magic Tower, who's been pulling all-nighters. He looked at the tablet. So, we start tomorrow. Just keep that in mind. She quickly said, wait. Adela put a hand to her chin, thinking, coming up with strategies on our own is fine, but will the third-year students really follow our lead? Dan smiled, looking smug. There's a way to solve that. The next day, the three of them were standing outside the academy talking. Junchan seemed restless. Aren't you guys worried? Was completely calm. Not really. Adela stood with her arms crossed, adding, why would we be? Is there any reason to be? Junchan held up 3 fingers, his voice raised, his face full of anxiety. What do you mean? Why? Everyone thinks we're third years. You know how it is. That terrifying, awkward, don't approach me vibe. Dan put his hands on his hips. The senior title definitely carries some weight. Adela rested her chin on her hand. Not for me, though. Junchan questioned, what? Why? How is that possible? Adela calmly asserted, because I'm going to beat them. Hi, Yeon walked up from somewhere. She's even more arrogant than I heard. She stood with her friends. They were right in front of the 3 of them. Third-year student. So, third-year student, Hyun. Yeon stepped forward. Hey, underclassmen, say what you just said again. Adela was nonchalant. What did I just say? Yeon continued to provoke her. You said you'd beat us if we faced off. Or something like that. Say it again. Adela didn't show a hint of fear. If you really want to hear it again, then, right now, there isn't a single third-year student who can defeat me. Junchan was shocked by her words. Seriously, this classmate of ours is so rude, I'm so sorry. Then he turned to her. Adela, are you crazy? What's the point of making enemies with the seniors? She remained calm. I was just stating the truth. He rushed over to cover her mouth, saying worriedly, Shinwoo, you don't start causing trouble too. Spoke up. Of course I wouldn't do that. Next, he put on a friendly face and smiled. Seniors, there you are. I've been waiting for ages. Continued. Sorry to bother you, but how about we have a match today between the second and third years? Junchan heard this and screamed in shock. Hey, it's really rude to the seniors, but to fully take command of the team, I need to subdue these seniors first. His face was incredibly determined and serious. Shinwoo, standing nearby, spoke up. You mean second years versus third years? He laughed and continued. That means the 3 of you second years against the 3 of us. Yeon heard this and immediately stepped up. I'll take them on. These arrogant little seedlings need to be pruned back properly. Dan was incredibly calm, resting one hand on his hip with a smile. No, that's not what I meant. Immediately, his gaze turned serious. All second years against all third years. That means 3 against 7. The whole group was startled by his words. Sunchan was so scared he turned pale. Shinwoo asked, what is your goal here? Replied, my goal? You know. Shinwoo held out his hand, his eyes showing contempt for Dan's personality. You wouldn't provoke us for no reason. There must be an ulterior motive. Shinwoo, the second son of the Shinwoo family, Musim, I think. Thought to himself. I met him a few times when I was little. His calm and vigilant personality hasn't changed a bit even now. With arms wide open, what kind of ulterior motive could I possibly have? I just think a spar is the best way to gauge each other's skills. Shinwoo had been silent until now, visibly annoyed, getting ready to rush in. You arrogant brat, you're getting into position to crush us with your abilities? Shinwoo seemed to realize something. So, that's it. So your goal is you want to overwhelm us to seize command of the team for the Olympiadas. Yeon was furious. Jinsok stepped closer, smirking. Is that right? Am I wrong? Ha Dan stayed silent. Ha Yeon pointed her finger straight at him, shouting angrily, "That arrogant attitude of yours has gone way too far. Junior, you guys, all of you, there's a limit to patience, you know," she continued shouting. "Fine, I know you and Adela are talented, but this isn't right. There's a limit to how much you can disrespect your seniors." She was fuming. Sure, if it were a one-on-one duel, you might win with your skills. Ha Yeon was incensed. But 3 against 7? Are you kidding me? No matter how strong you 3 are. Jun-chan looked terrified as she pointed at him. "You have no way of. You can't possibly beat twice your numbers with a useless guy like that on your side, right?" He was both surprised and scared. "Useless." Adela shot an angry glare. Both she and Ha Dan remained silent. Ha Yeon continued, "I'll say this nicely one last time. If you apologize now, we'll let it slide." Shinhu smiled. "That's right, Junior. You've really gone too far this time." "Ha," Dan spoke, his attitude incredibly calm. "Geez, honestly. Yapping, on and on. It's so annoying." Jin-sok smirked. Jun-chan stood by, shrinking back in fear. "Ha Dan, you've really lost it." Ha Dan continued. "Aren't you guys the useless ones here? Shut up and let's fight." He smiled provocatively. On a beautiful morning, as Ha Dan's group crossed paths with their opponents, Jin-sok frowned, clearly irritated. "I didn't want to ruin the atmosphere from the start, so I tried to reconcile things every which way. But you really pushed my buttons." "Shin-hoo, are you okay?" Shin-hoo answered coldly. "I'm fine." After that, the arrogant Jin-sok walked up to Ha Dan. "Fine, 3 against 7 it is, but just fighting like that is boring, isn't it? If we win, you follow my operation plan. And if you guys win, then..." Before he could finish, Ha Dan smirked and took the bet. "Fine, let's do it." Jin-sok was a bit confused. He hadn't finished saying what would happen if they won. Ha Dan turned his back confidently. "You can bet whatever you want. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. Though, that won't be happening anyway." These words left Shin-hoo's group stunned for a moment. Ha Yeon was the first to speak. This little brat. Meanwhile, as Jun-chan hid his face, Ha Dan casually snapped his fingers. "Also, we have one more condition. If we win," she flinched as he pointed at her. Then came the humiliating condition. Ha Dan demanded, "You have to apologize for calling Jun-chan a weakling." The next day, at the Orbilit Academy arena, the combat environment mode was activated, setting the scene to a nighttime mountain region. Inside, Ha Dan was warming up and strategizing. "Are you ready?" Adela replied promptly, "I am." On Jun-chan's side, they were also ready. The system announced, 5 minutes until the siege battle begins. Everyone, to your positions. This competition was set up as follows: a shortened siege battle based on international rules. Each side had to capture the flag planted at their designated location. Ha Dan looked at the flag and muttered, "Right here should be fine, right?" That was when Jun-chan looked at him warily. Ha Dan asked about his strange expression. "Is there a problem?" Jun-chan was full of anxiety, not even daring to look him in the eye. "Ha Dan, do you really have to go this far?" Dan was slightly confused. "What was that?" Jun-chan stood up and explained with difficulty. "I mean, provoking the seniors on purpose. Do we really need to make this so personal? Even if you didn't go this far, the atmosphere was already following your lead, wasn't it?" Ha Dan looked at him sternly. "Following the lead isn't enough. They have to submit to my lead. Jun-chan, you know better than anyone how I plan my operations. But forcing them like this, won't that just cause a backlash?" For a few seconds he was speechless. Anyway, the match had already started. He smiled to reassure him. "It's fine. There's a way. We just need to win with such overwhelming power that there's no room for any backlash." Hearing this, Jun-chan sighed and talked to his knees. He shouldn't have even asked. At the same time, Ha-yeon was losing her mind. "Ha Dan, this is so annoying. What the? He's so confident that he won't lose, he said to bet anything? That bastard." Seeing her agitated, Shin-hoo hurried to remind her, "Calm down. Ha-yeon, there's 5 minutes left." Ha-yeon held her head, reminding herself. "All right, 5 minutes left. Calm down. Don't let him get to you. And he wants me to apologize for calling that guy a weakling? I called him a weakling, because he is one. I'm going crazy." Words weren't working. Shin-hoo looked helpless. He wanted to calm everyone down, but there wasn't enough time. Jin-suk partially understood his point. That's right. He adjusted his glasses, a smirk creeping up. Even he couldn't hold back his anger. And from the beginning, they were completely in the wrong. Since it's come to this, let's use this anger. Anger can push human strength to its limits. It's the best kind of doping. Just then, the system announced the start of the match. 3, 2, 1. Start. Ha-Dan narrowed his eyes, determined to win this bet. Right after, Shinhu's group scattered. Let's go. Meanwhile, Ha-Dan's side was quite leisurely. You're in, right? Junchan, perhaps having cleared his head, nodded. The night breeze in the forest made the leaves rustle. 5 minutes later, Hai-Yun scanned the area from a tree. She reported to Jinsok, found their flag. He asked, satisfied. Great. Who's guarding it? Hai-Yun kept her usual habit of being dismissive. Just one weakling. Jinsok was surprised. Just one person guarding it? Could there be someone hiding nearby? She cautiously pressed against the tree. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any movement. He cautiously warned. Don't be careless. They might be setting a trap using him as bait. I know. I'll be careful and test the waters. At this moment, Hai-Yun jumped down to where Junchan was. Just you here alone? Even though he was an opponent, he answered politely, yes. How did it end up like this? She shot a glare at Junchan. Did you know I'd be the first to arrive? He didn't hesitate to confirm. Yes. This left her somewhat uncertain. How did you know? Junchan frowned as he replied. Dan said. A gorilla will come. And he even said it was certain that Senior Hai-Yun would come to attack as soon as it started. He remembered a few minutes earlier, Dan pointing his finger at her and saying, her personality is hot-headed. So, she'll definitely be assigned to attack instead of defending. Junchan realized his intentions then. Was he provoking her just for that? After hearing the whole story, Hai-Yun still acted superior, thinking, you knew I'd come, yet you left him to defend on his own? That arrogant girl didn't hold back and immediately activated her fire spear. The fierce flames surged toward Junchan. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. The reaction startled Hai-Yun. Fire spear is a 4th-tier spell. There's no way a guy like you can block it. You small fry. Before she could even finish, her eyes widened as she remembered what Ha-Dan had said. Junchan, you know your role in this match is the most important, right? Are you really going to let them look down on you and just run away? Junchan had completely countered the flames. Of course not. If you keep saying that, I won't be able to take it anymore. Hai-Yun couldn't help but be shocked by the sight before her. He actually blocked it? How is that possible? Cutting back to a few days ago, Ha-Dan stood before Junchan and questioned him. Junchan, you keep thinking of yourself as a damage dealer, but in reality, you were meant to be a tanker all along. Even I'm surprised. Me. A tanker? Immediately after, a long lecture from Ha-Dan followed. Do you know that every mage has a primary attribute? Kang Kanan, the master of the Blue Tower, specializes in water. Games, the master of the Red Tower, mainly uses fire magic. Hai-Yun also specializes in fire magic. When using your primary attribute, you consume less mana and output higher power. Junchan, in my eyes, your primary attribute is non-attribute, within which you excel at defensive magic. At that very moment, the massive shield Junchan was holding was the best proof of that. Hai-Yun looked visibly angry. You spend all your time following Ha-Dan and Adela around, so you must have misunderstood something. Compared to them, you're nothing but a small fry. After being looked down upon and called a small fry again, he just lazily went along with it. I know that well. Compared to those two, I'm nothing. But if that's all the damage you've got, I can still hold my ground. The provocation only made Hai-Yun even angrier. You brat! 2 of her teammates appeared from behind her, shouting, Quick! Support! Hai-Yun! Hai-Yun took the momentum to dash forward. Don't you get cocky. You small fry, I'll make sure you can't even open your mouth. Get crushed. She landed a punch on Junchan's shield. He frowned, sweat beading on his forehead, but the shield hadn't budged. Hai-Yun unleashed another attack. Take this, but no matter how hard she hit, it had no effect. Why is this shield so hard? It's only a 3rd-tier spell. I've never seen anything like it. She thought, there are 3 of us here. If we attack simultaneously, he won't be able to defend. We're definitely winning this match. Suddenly, Junchan recited some strange numbers. 1666, 1326. A dazzling light flashed from afar. Minsuk caught a glimpse of it. Shortly after, all 3 members of Hai-Yun's group were caught in a windstorm, and a bird soared into the sky. Where did those wind blades come from? Where on earth are they? Junchan continued. 1677. On the other side, she realized something was wrong. Ha-Dan quickly warned, Everyone, be careful. He's holding back to bolster his defense. That annoying brat, Ha-Dan, must be hiding nearby. Immediately after, Hai-Yun screamed toward the forest. Where? Where the hell are you? Junchan kept reading off numbers. 21, 83. A beam of golden light struck Ha-yeon. She jumped and stammered, looking over. She guessed in her heart. Adela's moonlight shot hit a dead end. Ha-yeon urgently called for backup. Jin-sok. All three of them are here. I need support. On the other end, Jin-sok retorted, Ha-yeon, stop joking around. Then he looked at Ha-dan and Adela in front of him, wondering who exactly was there. 2 against 1. Jin-sok was determined to protect the flag. He remembered that Shin-hoo was supposed to be soloing, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Because of the noise over there, our side sent 2 people to support Ha-yeon. Even Shin-hoo is gone. Everything is a mess. Meanwhile, Ha-dan leisurely watched the column of smoke rising. Looks like Jun-chan is still holding on. Back at Jun-chan's side, Ha-yeon was crying out, Jin-sok, hurry up. They're all over here. I can't read the magic trajectory. What's going on? But how could Jin-sok leave his post? Shin-hoo urgently contacted him. Jin-sok, where the hell is Ha-dan? Where should I go? One of the team members suggested. For now, we should just head back. Jin-sok's situation wasn't looking any better. Ha-dan and Adela are right in front of me. Ha-yeon cursed in frustration. You idiots. I'm the one being attacked here. Ha-dan, what exactly did you do? He smirked, having thrown the enemy team into complete chaos. No need to waste your time. It's going to end soon anyway. This successfully infuriated the leader of their group. Damn it, we've been completely trapped. Jin-sok calculated in his head. If Ha-dan had come alone, he could have held out and bought time, but Adela was with him too. Jin-sok froze for a long moment, his mind filled with confusion. This situation was like being hunted by 2 beasts, a dragon and a tiger. Shin-hoo gritted his teeth, deep in thought. At that moment, Ha-dan started using magic. The victory in this match belongs to us. Jin-sok, from afar, saw the pillar of light and shouted, Jin-sok, back to the match. Ha-dan secured the flag while Jin-sok clutched his back and sighed, damn it. Just then, the whole group returned. He raised both hands in frustration. I'm truly an idiot. I surrender. At the same time, Jun-chan had also finished his battle. Ha-yeon lay flat on the ground, gasping for air. Damn it! The system flashed a giant win on the screen. Jun-chan jumped up, unable to hide his emotions. Hooray! After the friendly match, everything returned to normal. At the Obert Academy conference room, the 3 members of Ha-dan's group were present. The group of seniors was also there. None of them looked very happy. Ha-yeon couldn't hold back a sigh. She punched Jin-sok's shoulder. So annoying. Hey, Jin-sok. What were you doing? We got robbed just like that? Jin-sok frowned, almost kissing her in the process. You try standing there protecting the flag against those 2. Ha-yeon didn't hear a word of it. At least you should have held out until Shin-hoo came back. At this point, he didn't care about his image and argued back. You're the one who made the mistake thinking Ha-dan and Adela were over there. Which is why it turned out like this. This shut Ha-yeon up immediately. That might be, but I clearly got hit by Ha-dan and Adela. The calm young man, Shin-hoo, took the opportunity to speak up. You two, stop it. There's no need to argue. This time it wasn't anyone's fault. The opponent was just too good. A young man propped his chin on his hand and looked at the 3 of them. He was Da-man from the 3rd-year team. The other 2 were Da-man and Da-man, also from the 3rd-year team. And another young man was Da-man, also from the 3rd-year team. Shin-hoo was right. Ha-yeon just had to accept it. Jin-sok was the same, pursing his lips in silence. Once they calmed down, he spoke on their behalf. Ha-dan, what kind of trick did you 2 use? Ha-dan placed his hand on his chest, looking sincere. Let me explain what you seniors are most curious about first. To begin with, the only person defending the flag for my team was Jun-chan. Ha-yeon slammed her hands on the table and jumped up. So, did Jun-chan use Windblade or Moonlight Bullet? As soon as she heard that, she knew she'd been played. Of course not. I was the one who cast all those binding spells on the seniors. Jin-sok couldn't believe it. What? But you were standing right in front of me? Did you cast spells from your side all the way to ours? Ha smiled, flicking the magic in his palm. Something like that. The entire 3rd-year team stared, jaws dropped, at what he was holding. Moonlight Bullet? That's impossible, Ha-yeon challenged. That's an ancient, esoteric magic technique. Adela, don't tell me you broke the taboo and revealed an ancient secret? Ha controlled the glowing orb in his hand and brushed off the concern. Allow me to clarify so there's no misunderstanding. She didn't reveal any secret techniques. This is magic, I analyzed and derived myself. Jun-chan started to get suspicious. You analyzed an esoteric magic? Is that even possible? His answer was Ha's firm, unwavering tone. It is. Because I have eyes that can perceive the magic formula itself. Everyone was stunned again. Jin-seok crossed his arms, stuttering. No way. Hadan continued. Don't be surprised just yet. I analyzed the Moonlight Bullet with my magic eyes. From the moment the match started, I fixed Moonlight Bullet and Windblade all over the place. Jun-chan listened intently and asked, then how? With a snap of his fingers, Windblades appeared out of nowhere. Ha Yeon's eyes went wide, and she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut, but Ha just flicked his hand to dismiss them. He slowly revealed his next move. I used long-range magic by utilizing the spells I'd already set in the air. He recalled the grueling training sessions, realizing this was an application of the magic he'd used against the idiots from the Blue Tower. Adela grew curious as well. And what about the aiming? Jin-seok added, breaking into a cold sweat. Yeah, your spells hit our position with super precise accuracy. Jun-chan waited for the explanation. That was thanks to the numbers I mentioned earlier. Jin-seok rubbed his chin, guessing. Coordinates? Hadan nodded seriously. Exactly. The first number is the coordinate of the preset spell, and the second is the angle to adjust its trajectory. And so, time passed as I explained the mechanics of my magic to everyone. The magic I shared with Adela and Jun-chan. The third years couldn't find a single flaw to criticize. But there was one thing even more important, of course. I wouldn't tell them about the Bait Nilo formula. Finally, after a long session, Ha delivered his closing statement. That's the end of my magic secrets. He observed the expressions on everyone's faces. Now that the third-year seniors know my capabilities, as well as Adela's and Jun-chan's, since we're all in the same boat, known as the Olympiad, I thought it would be better to share a bit. It makes things comfortable and easier to convince you all. Thinking this, Ha spoke sternly, pointing at each of them. I'll say it again. My goal is to win it all. The gold medal. They all listened in silence. He leaned into his resolve. To achieve that, I really need your active cooperation. I think this friendly match already proved how effective my plan is. I apologize for speaking out of line earlier, so please, trust me and follow my lead. Hi, Yun's attitude shifted instantly at Hadan's bow, and he immediately added a lucrative incentive. In exchange, I'll bring glory to all of you. Jun-chan was stunned, and both Jin-seok and Ha-yeon begrudgingly accepted. After all the friction, she spoke up. Fine. I don't really like it, but I'll follow your lead. Damana gasped. What? Hi, Yun turned and snapped. Why are you so surprised? Damana mumbled. I think you're just in total shock. The remark was quickly dismissed. It's not like that. I lost the bet. So I have to follow his orders, right? Otherwise, I'd have to give up my spot on the national team. And, I'm sorry for calling you a loser earlier, Jun-chan. I saw your defensive magic. It's pretty solid. Jun-chan's eyes lit up at the compliment from the pretty senior. He excitedly shook her hand and said, Your fire magic is even cooler. After the meeting with the third years at Orbellet Academy, somewhere in the cafeteria, Hadan celebrated with Jun-chan and Adela. You guys worked hard during the match against the seniors. Now, before we start planning for the Olympiad in earnest, I want to ask you a favor. Adela looked puzzled. A favor for us? Jun-chan quickly chimed in. What is it? His tone dropped, becoming grave. About the night training. Could you proceed without me for a while? There's something I need to do on my own. Adela's eyes widened in curiosity. On your own? Are you going to practice magic circle circulation? A hint of calculation flashed in Ha's eyes. Exactly. I feel like the wall of enlightenment is about to appear. But deep down, he knew this was just an excuse. The comment successfully caught Jun-chan off guard. The wall of enlightenment? Adela quickly guessed. The barrier to the fifth circle? Even though they were close teammates, Ha had his own secrets. I couldn't tell them about the Bell-style magic. Although I told everyone it was transformation magic, the power of level 3, BEL magic, is equivalent to fourth circle AI magic. To reach the fifth circle, it would take time to integrate the level 4, Bait-style magic. The wall of enlightenment was just an excuse to buy time. Across from him, Jun-chan couldn't stop talking. 5 circles at 18? Adela, he's just talking nonsense, right? She frowned, arguing back. If he actually succeeds, he'll be the youngest person in the world to reach the fifth circle. They were fully convinced, without a shred of doubt. Seeing their positive reaction, he smiled in satisfaction. So, I'll be absent from the night training sessions for a while. Sorry, but I hope you understand. It's all for a brighter future. Adela happily let it slide. If that's the reason, I understand. If you want, you don't have to join the night training at all. Jun-chan also winked in agreement. Exactly. Don't come starting tomorrow. I give you permission. Ha kept a neutral expression, thinking to himself, they seem way too happy about this. Then, Ha promised with absolute certainty, don't worry, I'll still be checking your physical conditioning regularly. Both of them froze. What? That's too much. As the night deepened, leaves rustled at the Magic Academy. In Wook read the data on his computer and frowned. Horn of an Octobeast, Heart of Calamity. These are some of the most expensive ingredients. What on earth are you planning to use these for? Ha didn't hesitate, insisting they were essential for his magical achievements. Ever since I got Jae Beo Bai Tel's book, I've had clues on how to combine level 4 Mima. In the world of Jae Bel Bin, Hadan closed the book and sighed. Mima, isn't there a more intuitive book on expansion circles than this? She replied nonchalantly. He looked at Mima, who was still muttering to herself in the corner. He probed intentionally. Are you actually going to help me, or not? Just buy me some more books then. No sooner had he finished speaking than his hand brushed against a stack of books nearby, and one of them tumbled to the ground. This caught his attention. Ha quickly picked it up and muttered, Magic Potions. As Ha flipped through the first few pages, he noticed the book was quite old. This Mima girl just messes around with everything. Suddenly, he became agitated. This was it. Mima nearby nearly jumped out of her skin. What was it? His eyes lit up with excitement. As expected, Mima was the real deal. This method was bound to work. Following the instructions in the Magic Potion book, Ha-Dan researched throughout the night. He paid special attention to one particular concoction. It was a secret potion recipe, capable of absorbing a massive amount of magic power. With this potion, the time needed to master the expansion circle might be shortened. Returning to reality, Ha-Dan spoke clearly and confidently. I'm currently standing before the wall of enlightenment. In Wook couldn't help but be amazed, saying, So, are you about to reach the 5th circle? Determination was evident on his face. Yes, those materials are essential for me to achieve this magical milestone. According to what was mentioned in the Magic Potion book, he thought to himself, most of the materials I can find myself, but those rare ones that aren't on the market, I'll have to rely on Father's power for those. At this moment, In Wook was considering it carefully. Even under his scrutiny, Ha-Dan's spirit didn't waver. A moment later, he finally confirmed, You don't seem like you're lying. These materials are commonly used to craft secret potions. He nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's correct. In Wook continued to press him with questions. Where did you get the information about this secret potion? I have never seen a recipe like this before. Ha remained vague about Mima's magic book. From an ancient manuscript, this made In Wook's brows knit tightly. An ancient secret potion? All right. If what you say is true, I will help you find them at any cost. Receiving his approval, Ha's relief was plain to see. Thank you, Father. As he spoke, In Wook let out an exclamation. Last time it was an ancient cloak, this time it's an ancient secret potion. I don't know what you're up to, but it seems your luck is quite good. Ha felt a bit guilty and stammered. What do you mean? Late at night, the driver took Ha-Dan back to the dormitory. On the way, he recalled the conversation with In Wook. Afterwards, his father had asked about his magic. He asked for every detail about the magic used in the match against Ha Yu-gok, and even the questions the Master of the Blue Tower had posed. Naturally, I said I couldn't answer, so it was clear he was suspicious. An ancient cloak plus an ancient secret potion, it would be strange if he weren't suspicious. It looks like I have to tell Father about my magic soon. The next morning, at the monster scrapyard, Ha-Dan disguised himself with a cap to blend into the crowd. This was the place, the monster scrapyard. Passing by a small stall, the owner called out, Hey kid, I've got the essence of a red slime right here. He glanced at the items on display. You have to be careful when buying monster scraps. The sound of peddling continued. Get it while it's cheap. A nearby stall owner immediately brought out something else. Hey kid, I've just got this Jiaguba in today. Ha had only taken a few steps before he was met with dozens of offers. Magic permit scrolls here. We've got magic swordsman swords too. Only today, buy one get one free, my friend. He wandered near them, reminding himself to be careful. Unless you're a veteran, it's hard to tell, because there are so many scammers among the sellers. As Ha passed a stall, the lady owner pulled him back. Hey young student, do you want to buy some spider silk from Exi Latin? This stuff is very rare. Dan smirked, revealing himself to be a savvy buyer. Since when did one-horned spider silk become sacred spider silk? The woman was caught off guard and quickly raised her voice to assert her position. What? Don't be unreasonable. This is the real deal. To prove it, Ha clearly listed each characteristic. Its trademark is that it has a very specific glow. The woman still insisted stubbornly. You're too smart, huh? Look, Don't you see this glow? He smiled with disdain. There is a glow, but it's from luminescent fluid sprayed onto the spider silk. That's quite clever. Must have taken a lot of work to make that luminescent fluid, right? She was furious and angrily chased Ha-Dan away. Get lost, you damn brat. Get out now. He continued to stroll through the monster scrapyard. Students walking alone are surely seen as easy marks. I've memorized all 40,000 spells listed in the open source library. How could I not distinguish fake monster scrap? Don't underestimate my brain. At this point, Ha was still wandering through the scrapyard. The item he needed to find was clear in his mind. I'm here to buy the necessary ingredients for crafting an ancient secret potion. Distinguishing between real and fake goods in this monster scrapyard is very difficult. That is precisely why there are so many scammers among the merchants here. So, one must be careful. Referring back to the spider silk incident, Ha-Dan teased the woman. That's quite clever. Must have taken a lot of effort to make that luminescent fluid, right? She went crazy because of that. Get out of here. You damn brat. Get out. Right after that incident, as Ha continued his search, someone called after him. Hey, you're a young student, but you've got such a sharp eye, don't you? He didn't answer, just silently scrutinizing the man. Old Can walked leisurely over to Ha-Dan and said, Those bastards are truly awful. I'd love to help you, but there's an organization backing that store. My apologies. Ha didn't say much, just replied concisely. It's fine. Only a fool would get tricked. This remark directly made Old Can laugh with interest. This kid is interesting. I'll sell to you at a discount. Drop by my shop for a moment. Ha agreed, taking the opportunity to ask more. I'd be glad to. Do you have black bull horns? Old Can patted Ha-Dan on the back a few times. Coincidentally, we just got some in yesterday. Some time passed, and Old Can led him to an old, dilapidated house. This is my shop. I'll go get the black bull horn. You wait here. Saying that, he hobbled inside while Ha-Dan watched him, vigilant. A moment later, Old Can brought out a glowing horn. Here is your black bull horn, a grade S item with no scratches, and the purity is over 90%. The magic power scanner doesn't lie. Go ahead, take a look. Indeed, it was true. The screen displayed a full 94%. However, Ha still remained a bit guarded. Old Can smiled and went straight to the order. Think of it as destiny. I'll sell it to you for just 27 million guns. You know this is a high-quality scrap worth over 30 million guns, don't you? You're lucky today. Dark energy flared around Ha-Dan along with the questioning. Since when did the horn of a wild African buffalo become a black bull horn? Old Can's mouth hung open instinctively. Ha-Dan remembered the woman selling the silk and concluded, No wonder that guy greeted me and tried to sell fake goods so blatantly earlier. I thought it was strange. So it was this two-faced scheme. Now I get it. You're all in the same gang, right? Daughter or daughter-in-law. This trick won't get past me. Let's not waste any more of each other's time. Show me the real deal. Old Can's face stiffened instantly, his mouth clamped shut as if silenced. Old Can's cane hit the floor. He stood up straight, stretching out his weary body. Dan watched this sudden change in attitude, his expression unmoving. Old Can smiled, his demeanor shifting completely. You're no ordinary kid, are you? How rude of me. Please, follow me. That evening, on the way back home, someone opened the transaction notification. The transaction history for the store card showed that the old man at the scrap market had spent 37,540,000 G. A transaction at the raw materials store in the scrap market for 8,670,000 G. Sok-hoon couldn't help but be shocked. The family head just made a major purchase using the young master's card? In-Hai Wook replied indifferently, It's probably just some scrap metal. Let it be. I gave him that card to spend however he likes. He was extremely confused. Why would he suddenly buy monster scraps? What on earth is he planning? He frowned, leaning back into his chair. Word is, he's making some ancient secret potion, Sok-hoon muttered on the side. He's doing something unconventional again, but it's quite expensive. Shall I verify the quality of the goods the young master bought? In-Hai Wook spoke up to stop him. No need. That kid has been an expert on monster materials since he was 5. I didn't raise him to be stupid enough to not tell real from fake. How's the octagonal beast situation? He checked his reports and replied, The preliminary contract is done. We're adjusting the price now. In-Hai Wook began calculating in his head, including shipping time. It should take about a week. He snapped his fingers to cast a silence spell and moved on to the main topic. And the internal audit I ordered earlier, what's the status? Sok-hoon explained cautiously. We are investigating thoroughly. It seems someone really is colluding with the Black Tower. I deliberately leaked reports regarding the Black Tower and found traces of tampering, but I haven't identified the culprit yet. My apologies, sir. We will narrow the investigation down to high-ranking officials who could interfere with the top-secret files within the family, but we still haven't found anything suspicious. Everyone seems far too clean, not a single flaw. In Wook propped his chin on his hand, looking out the window, his voice low. Too clean, with nothing suspicious? Perhaps that cleanliness itself is the proof. Sok-hoon carefully noted the next instruction. The corners of his mouth curled up with a suggestion. If you're certain they're clean, investigating further might be a waste of time. Then we wait for the moment the traitor contacts the Black Tower. Get ready. The Bina book opened. Dan brought the pile of materials to Mima. I'm so exhausted. She ran over, her eyes brightening. The heir bought everything? We only need 3 more items to concoct the secret potion. The secret potion was trying to brew was the Mana Blessing Elixir. If absorbed, the mana assimilation rate would skyrocket, allowing the body to absorb much more mana than usual. Using this potion should compensate for the mana needed to connect the expansion ring. Mima looked at him curiously. When will the remaining materials arrive? Calmly announced. On the way here, I contacted father. He said it would be about a week. She sounded completely confident, saying it would be just in time for the Olympiad. Conversely, seemed a bit hesitant. That's true. But even if the potion is finished, we can't use it immediately. According to this book, to maximize the potion's effect, it must be consumed in an area with high ambient mana concentration, followed by mana circulation. Mima's eyes went wide. So, have you thought of a location? Shared the good news. I have a place in mind. She was immediately curious. Where? The place he decided on was White Spirit Island. Investigation results showed it was the island with the highest mana concentration in the country, and it had been rising recently. Mima crossed her arms, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Amazing. So when are we heading out? He smirked with a knowing look. I have a plan. A few days later, a scream echoed in a room at the academy. For real? The group's faces were full of joy. They couldn't hide their excitement because had made an incredible decision. We will have intensive training on White Spirit Island. After Ha's announcement, they cheered with excitement. Training on White Spirit Island in a week? He held up 5 fingers, implying the duration. 5 days and 6 nights of special training on White Spirit Island. I've specifically asked the Blue Tower Master for permission, so everyone better prepare themselves mentally. Yun happily threw his arm around Adela. Amazing, this is going to be fun, right Adela? She shrank back, quickly nodding. Yes. Shinhu took out his phone and scrolled through it. I'll have to prepare a lot of things. Jun-chan, seeing this, asked curiously, why? Can't we just go and relax? Even though his comment was unexpected, he remained expressionless. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear? The Blue Tower Master herself is preparing the training program. Yeon Sok-hoon chimed in from the side. Just relax, it'll be fine. But Jun-chan looked worried. Looking at the team's current expression, Dan felt a flash of satisfaction. The atmosphere was under control. The conflict between the 2nd and 3rd years had been resolved. And after that friendly match, I took over managing everyone's training schedule. Thanks to the Blue Tower Master's support, trust will naturally start to form. As he spoke, froze. That's right, now that I remember. We need to go to the Blue Tower to check our mana levels right now. Everyone, get ready. Someone sighed in frustration. Really? That's such a hassle. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Blue Tower headquarters. COA was there to greet them. Everyone's here. I'm Sue from the Blue Tower. In front of her was Dan's group. After exchanging a few words, COA requested, "Those who need a mana check, please follow me," and the Tower Master asked me to tell you to meet her privately. Following her instructions, went to see Kanan. In Kanan's office, she took a sip of her tea and asked, "You're here. How's the training going?" Nodded comfortably. "Yes, thanks to you. Everything is going very well." Immediately after, Kanan teased him about the clash between the years. There's no discord or any other issues in the team, right? This time, could confidently say, absolutely not. Although we're still a bit shy since we just joined, everyone is quickly getting closer. She laughed aloud. That's good then. If there are no problems, just keep it up. Placed a hand over his heart. Thank you, and thank you for the matter regarding White Spirit Island. She just laughed. Don't mention it. It's nothing. Really, choosing that island was no big deal. The reason I called you today. You've probably guessed it already, right? Dan suddenly tensed up. Is this about the holy artifact? Kanan seemed quite pleased with his attitude. That's right. I want you to prepare for the mana engraving on that holy artifact. Why on earth would a mage need mana engraving? Mana engraving is the process of carving one's personal mana code obtained from a mana test onto an artifact to optimize it for the owner's mana. The testing the members are currently doing is exactly to prepare for this engraving, Kanan suggested directly. I also want to finish your mana test before you head to the intensive training. Yes, after careful consideration, Ha-Dan agreed. Then after 8 p.m. is fine. And since you mentioned the engraving, you must already have a vision for what the finished holy artifact will look like, right? His eyes lit up with conviction. Yes, best case, half a month. Worst case, 3 weeks. No matter what happens, we will finish it by the time the Olympiad arrives. After the test, Ha-Dan returned to his dorm. The Book of Belbin was open. That meant he had gone to meet Mima inside. Holding the magic pharmacy book in his hand, he called out to Mima. Mima, I've finished this one. Is there a next volume? Using magic to select another book, the one on the shelf instantly floated down. It slowly descended into Ha-Dan's hand. Mima smiled slyly. Here is the next one. So, how's it going? Is the preparation going well? He answered absent-mindedly while reading. Which preparation? The expansion loop? Or the Olympiad? She replied without thinking. Both. Setting the book down on the table, Ha-Dan rubbed his chin in thought. The Olympiad is no problem, but the expansion loop still isn't making any progress. Mima was somewhat curious. Is connecting the expansion loop that hard? Her words left him deep in thought. On the contrary, theoretically, I've fully mastered it. The problem is that I'm severely lacking in mana. She used magic to create a hallucination of a potion bottle and declared, so, in the end, we still need the blessed mana elixir, don't we? Dan closed the book with a sigh, trying to reassure himself. But thankfully, the ingredients might arrive sooner than expected. I heard the laws were relaxed. Thinking about this, Ha-Dan turned pale. Wait, could the amendment of the law be due to my father's intervention? Suddenly, Mima burst into laughter. The heir really is lucky. He gave a forced, sheepish smile. Is that so? Probably. It was late. The Blue Tower was silent as a grave. The following night, at the Blue Tower headquarters, Ha-Dan also finished his test. Good work. This is your first time taking a mana test like this, right? How was it? Ha-Dan honestly shared his thoughts. The test itself was easy and went smoothly, but since it took so long, I'm a little tired. Kanan laughed and praised him, but Ha-Dan was very fast. It only took you 1 hour. It usually takes about 8. He couldn't believe his ears. Huh? The elder picked up the report while explaining. You said this test was easy. That's quite impressive. Ha-Dan didn't overlook those words. He thought to himself, even though it's just a simple test of moving mana continuously, keeping the mana fixed precisely within a 0.3% margin of error is definitely not easy. For someone who has passed the second trial, this kind of test is a piece of cake. Immediately after, he received the test statistics. Either way, the results were good, so he didn't have to worry about the perfection of the holy artifact anymore. If it's like this, we can aim for a masterpiece. Dan laughed and scratched his head to brush it off. Isn't a masterpiece a bit much? That was when the elder clarified things for him. The Blue Tower has a level 4 S-rank holy artifact, the Emperor's Ring. Of course, if you look at a single attribute, it can't exert the same effect as the Emperor's Ring. But Ha-Dan's holy artifact is created from elemental mana stones, so it will be a holy artifact that comprehensively enhances all 4 attributes. In terms of versatility, it's absolutely no less than the Emperor's Ring. Hearing this, Ha-Dan hesitated. You mean, his cheeks turned bright red with excitement. Will my holy artifact be at least a level 4 S rank? He couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. That means it's one of the highest class holy artifacts in the world. I can't believe it. Seeing his expression, Kanan chuckled softly. I think this is the first time I've seen Ha-Dan this happy. Dan clenched his fists firmly. Of course. Compared to the Emperor's Ring, wouldn't that be a huge honor? By the way, has that holy artifact been named yet? Sorry, give me a second. It's from my father. A message from In Hywook arrived. Son, the ship is expected to dock at 2:20 a.m. today. The materials will be delivered at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. Seokhyun will hand over the materials as soon as your training ends. This was double the joy for Ha-Dan. All the ingredients for the elixir had been collected. The next evening, at 8 o'clock, the Book of Belbin was opened. Ha-Dan and Mima looked thoughtfully at the pile of items in front of them, from mediocre ingredients to precious spiritual items. Mima's eyes shone like car headlights. Amazing. The condition is great, the quality is top tier, and the size is perfect. That means we have enough to start crafting the elixir right now. Let's start by preparing the ingredients. A while later, Ha Dan sat in front of the materials, carefully reading the book. Mima reminded him, because you might ruin them. Practice with spare materials first to get used to it. He nodded cautiously. Okay, careful, careful. Wait. Is it not this one? Mima, by his side, reassured him. That can still be restored. Trim it a little more and try again. Process this one quickly, or it'll run away. Somehow, I think it's working. This ingredient reacts to light. Separate this fruit into 3 parts in the dark. Next. Okay, this part is considered finished. Dan's face was beaded with sweat. Now only the most important ingredients are left. Seeing that so much time had passed, Mima suggested, let's take a break. He was a bit reluctant, but agreed. Dan listed his items: octagonal horn, the heart of catastrophe, and the eye of Lavang. These are all extremely expensive, and we might never have the chance to get them in such perfect condition again. We absolutely cannot afford to make a mistake. So, Dan and Mima had a tea break. He took a sip and nodded, saying, it's delicious. Immediately after, they both switched back to beast mode. Shall we go back to work now? Let's do it. Dan was cautious in every step. First, he channeled as much mana as possible into the carving knife and gradually shaved the surface of the octagonal horn. Mima held her breath waiting while he prepared to set the knife. The first touch was made. Suddenly, Dan's eyes widened. Mima brought over a glass box and placed the heart inside. The heart of catastrophe must be soaked in water, mixed with fairy wing powder, to draw out all the blood, while keeping the water temperature stable at 25 degrees. This is a delicate process, so you absolutely must not take your eyes off it for 6 hours. You need to coat the Eye of Lavang with a thin layer of mana. If you don't do that, it will explode while boiling. With that final step out of the way, Dan finally let out a sigh of relief. That's all the prep work for the ingredients done. Mima, sitting beside him, flipped to the next page. Now, the next step is to simmer and stir the ingredients constantly for 10 hours. Before they knew it, time had slipped away, and the sun was already rising. The book Jae Beo Bai Tel was still open. Light streamed down into Mima's world. Dan had fallen asleep at some point without even realizing it. Footsteps approached slowly, and her face was beaming with pure happiness. Well done, successor. It's finally finished, safe and sound. 5 purple vials rested neatly on the rack, known as the Blessing of Mana. A few days later, a yacht sailed out toward White Spirit Island. Junchan's hair danced in the wind, bright and vibrant. He stared wide-eyed at the young man in front of him. Everything was going according to plan. It was finally time for linkage training. With this, I'm fully prepared to weave the amplification circle. Junchan ran over and threw an arm around his neck. People are going to think you're a model striking a pose. Man, want me to take a picture? Dan frowned. What? You're no different from those kids who are obsessed with taking selfies. The scenery in the back was perfect, but something felt missing. Dan glanced at Junchan. What? If you've decided to do it, just go for it. Suddenly, a bright idea popped into Junchan's head. He ran over to Adela and shouted, Hey, Adela, let's take a picture together. She seemed interested. Take a picture? Junchan, being a total Gen Z kid, thought it was a crime not to snap a shot in front of such a stunning view. Adela blinked, whispering, Really? He nodded, urging her on. Exactly. It'd be a crime. Come on, let's do it. 1, 2, 3. That's it. The group shot of the trio is absolutely perfect. Let me post this in the group chat. I'm going to go take more photos with the seniors. Adela watched his retreating back and sighed. He's always so energetic, but he's even more hyped up than usual today. Dan wasn't interested, explaining casually. He's probably just excited. It's been a while since we've been on a trip like this. Seeing this, she chimed in, but isn't this supposed to be a training session? It's not really a vacation, is it? Dan sighed. It's fine. Let him enjoy himself while he can. He'll lose all his energy the moment training actually starts anyway. At that moment, Adela asked, Aren't you excited at all? Dan looked at her, questioning. Why would you think that? She couldn't help but laugh at his expression. You just look so serious, that's all. By the way, I heard the mana density at Bayan Na Ong Do has been much higher lately. I wonder just how dense it actually is. He looked at the island ahead and replied, We'll find out when we get there. Adela, have you ever been to Bayan Na Ong Do? She stood at the railing, the wind blowing through her hair. 5 years ago. From what I remember, it really is an ideal place for training. The corner of Dan's lips curved upward. I've been looking forward to Bayan Na Ong Do. The island slowly emerged in front of them. Bayan Na Ong Do came into full view. Junchan looked toward the distance, excited. We've finally set foot on Bayan Na Ongdo. As soon as they arrived, they were taken to their lodging. Hadan introduced it. This is the resting place the tower prepared for us. Jun Chan and Hai Yun were shouting like superfans. How amazing! This place is truly incredible. In the kitchen, some chefs were preparing lunch. Jun Chan spotted the shrimp on the table, his eyes sparkling. Look at that, there's even lobster. This is top tier. Ha Dan glanced at it, thinking to himself, I've prepared a seafood meal like this before, just different in scale. On the other side, Hai Yon was devouring every last bite of cake. Hey Adela, try this. It's delicious. Jin Sok and Shin Hu were also quite happy about the buffet. The whole group sat down to eat happily. Shortly after, Hadan appeared with a stern announcement. All right, everyone, take 30 minutes to rest after your meal, then gather at the Bayan Na Ongdo Magic Training Ground at 3:30. The group was pretty relaxed until 3:30 hit. A little later, at the training ground, Hadan was preparing for a light warm-up. Is everyone ready? Before we officially start the training session, there's one thing we need to do. Because the mana density at Ban Na Ongdo is significantly higher than in other areas, you might feel some discomfort while absorbing mana through your circles. So, everyone, try circulating your mana once. The Jinsuk team closed their eyes slightly and breathed. The 3 third-year students followed suit. The others were no exception. Hadan watched their breathing patterns intently. After observing, he gave his feedback. For seniors, Shinhu and Adela, I don't have any special advice. Just keep doing what you're doing. The two replied while still circulating. Got it. Right after that, Hadan went over to Jin Sok and Hai Yun. Senior Jin Sok, you need to reduce your magic output from the circle by about 20%. Senior Hai Yun, it's the opposite for you. Increase your magic circle output by 15% from your current level. He scolded the others quite a bit. And finally, it was Jun Chan's turn. Hadan carefully placed his hand on his back and gave some detailed guidance. Jun Chan, reduce your output by about 50% and adjust your posture to fit your frame. Jun Chan frowned, confused. Huh? What was that? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Jun Chan looked at Hadan with interest and exclaimed, Oh, this feels way better. This is amazing. Seeing the training take effect, he gave the signal. All right, maintain this state for 1 hour. Let's begin. They saw his smile and groaned. Oh my god, kill me now, you devil, don't smile like that. Time slowly ticked by. An hour later, Hadan announced to the group, Done. Hai Yeon sat down hard on the ground. Oh my god, who spends an entire hour circulating mana? Shinhu chimed in from the side. It really is exhausting. The third-year student laughed dryly and said, If even he felt like that, who could stand it? Just then, a water bottle was handed over. Adela carefully offered it to everyone. Drink some water. Jin Sok took it, tired. Thanks, Adela. Dan didn't say a word, just observed her expression. Seeing her looking refreshed, he thought to himself, Adela looks perfectly fine. As expected, her level of sorcery is in a different league. After finishing, Hadan put his hands on his hips and spoke. Does everyone have the basics down now? Does anyone have any more questions? All right, now we'll begin the main training session. The content of the training at Bai Na Ongdo was self-training. A question mark appeared over Jinsok's head. Self-training? Dan confirmed again. That's right. Everyone. Train at your own pace. I've given you all the advice I can. Throughout this training camp, I want you to evaluate yourselves and proceed independently. Hai-yeon, hearing that, wondered, then what will you be doing during that time? He casually gave a pretty convincing reason. I need to train my adjustments too. He already had his own plan. First, I have to get used to the mana density at Bai Na Ongdo. That way, the progress of the entire process will be even more efficient. Just now, Hai-yeon was chatting away with Damana. Ha, you said this is your first time coming to Banai Ongdo, right? She nodded. I thought you were so familiar with this place that you'd been here many times before. The mountains ahead were exactly what Hadan was aiming for. The mana density was even higher than he'd expected. This place was truly incredible. I have to make the most of this environment to activate the expansion magic circle. Thinking this, he took a temporary break. All right, that's it for our joint training today. The next morning, when the sun was high, Ha went on a long hike. It has to be around here somewhere. Suddenly, he felt a strange mana source, and it made him jump. Walking a bit further, he cheered with joy. Found it. According to what he knew, the spiritual veins in areas with high natural mana density like Banai Ongdo had spots where mana concentrated much more strongly. These places were called ley line nodes, and they were also near the dormitory area. The mana density here was 5% higher than elsewhere. Ha took a purple-colored test tube from his bag, starting by using one of the 5 auxiliary mana blessing elixirs. Finally, I can test its effectiveness. Without overthinking it, he downed it in one go. Alright, let's get started. As soon as he swallowed it, Ha started coughing violently. This tastes absolutely horrible. He shook off the unpleasant taste. Let's see if it actually works. Ha quickly deployed the magic circle, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Infinite circle. Tenere style. 3 rings deployed. Clearly, the amount of mana flowing into his body was many times higher than usual. He clutched his chest in pain. Such a massive amount of mana needed intense focus. The magic circle was forming. If I don't precisely control this mana circulation, the mana will go wild. Sweat poured down Hadan's face like rain. I have to endure this. Just 1 more hour. To activate the expansion circle, I need to increase my current mana by at least 20%. 30 minutes passed. Ha muttered to himself. It's stabilizing now, if it keeps going like this. Suddenly, for no reason, he coughed up a mouthful of red blood. Looking at the liquid in his hands, he trembled and shouted, "What is this?" 11 p.m. At a luxury hotel in the city. Dihan stood by the window, waiting for someone's call. The person on the other end asked, "You want me to take care of Hadan?" He frowned, his annoyance evident. "Yeah, can you do it?" The Black Tower mage smirked enigmatically. "Of course, it's always possible. However, avoiding the watchful eyes of the Shadow Squad, led by Seo Kyun, is that a condition?" Dihan couldn't keep his cool. He was drenched in sweat. "Of course. We have to avoid their eyes at all costs." The Black Tower mage crossed his legs in the chair. "As I said before, acting while they are monitoring isn't wise. In our Black Tower, we say that because we don't want our VIP clients to disappear." Just then, a mutant rat scurried out. Nearby, several cats had spotted it. While they were chasing the rat, the Black Tower mage told Dihan, "For now, stay quiet and wait for the right moment. When the target is alone, that's the time to strike." With a thud, he clutched his face and stammered, "No, that's too late. We have to act now, no matter the cost." The mage just let out a mocking laugh. "Is there a reason we have to act right now?" Dihan's panic turned into rage. "Seo-kyun. He's trying to support the mage Ha." The Black Tower mage was startled. "You mean the current right-hand man of the Madao Than family?" He hurriedly confirmed, "Yeah, if So-kyun stands with Ha, it won't just be me in trouble." The man on the other end agreed. "Exactly. We also hope you will become the new head of the Madao Than family. But as I said, eliminating Ha Dan while avoiding So-kyun is almost impossible." Dihan sat back in his chair, raising his voice in protest. "I don't care, but just because it's hard doesn't mean there's no way." The Black Tower mage flattered him. "As expected of our VIP client, you are truly sharp." "That's right. There is actually a very good way. As you suggested, since the target happens to be on Banai Ongdo Island, there is a special method that might work." Hearing this, Dihan's blood began to boil. "What is it?" The Black Tower mage tapped his finger on the table, lingering. "It's to trigger a mana disaster on Banai Ongdo and disguise it as an accident." He jumped up, shouting, "Are you talking about causing an artificial mana disaster? Is that even possible?" Regardless, the mage maintained a calm demeanor. "Of course, given the current state of Banai Ongdo, it's entirely possible." Dihan momentarily lost his focus. "You mean the mana density is rising?" The Black Tower mage hit the bullseye. "Yeah, exactly. I shouldn't have told you this. It's classified information. But because you're a VIP client, I'll make an exception this time. On Banai Ongdo, do you know what's there?" Returning to Hadan, he had just coughed up blood. Looking at the mess in his hands, he wondered, "What is this?" Looking at the mana flow in front of him, Hadan panicked. A mana overflow, and this isn't just a normal mana overflow. Just a moment ago, I felt like I was absorbing mana. Now, every pore on my body is acting like a black hole. It's draining mana, even from a spiritual vein. It shouldn't be able to release this much mana. Calm down. I have to focus. The pain made him lose consciousness. Mima's words suddenly appeared in his mind. "Successor, if a flow causes your mana to erupt, you must absolutely not lose consciousness. Endure it. Otherwise, you will die." Thinking of this, Ha found the motivation to stay alert. He reminded himself to keep pushing. "Until dawn, I have to hold out until the end." The next morning, when the sun had risen, Ha lay collapsed by the mana source. However, his mind was still clear. "I can't move my hands, even the mana in my body." Ha tried to lie on his back to breathe. "I can't feel anything either. I really overdid it. But fortunately, I'm still alive." He curled up and reflected for a long time. Maybe it's thanks to practicing mana circulation regularly and Mima's advice. But why did the mana overflow happen so suddenly? And now I can't feel a shred of mana coming from the spiritual vein. Suddenly, something happened behind Ha. Time passed. 2 days later, in a special room in the indoor training area on Banai Ongdo, Junchan took a stance and requested, "Please, go easy on me." Ha smiled and reminded him, "Let me try." He stood opposite him, looking panicked. "I can't stand that look on your face." Adela signaled for the match to begin. "Let's begin." As soon as the words left her mouth, Ha charged like a storm. First circle. Simui intent. Junchan struggled to maintain his shield. "You madman. Control your power." "Control my power?" Ha was excited by what he had achieved. Even the intent is stable right from the start. The total amount of mana released has increased, and it consumes less mental energy. So, what about the resonance circle? With the reduced mental strain, its biggest weakness, the limited number of uses, has finally been improved. Both the efficiency and raw power have increased by nearly half a circle. I haven't actually tested the resonance yet, so I can't be certain. But Junchan turned pale and pointed straight at Ha Dan. "Are you trying to kill me? You don't care at all, do you?" Even so, he couldn't help but think. There's no doubt about it. The duration and power have both gone up. While saying that, Ha activated his circle. "All right, next is the third circle, disruption." A scream echoed throughout the dormitory. Inside the arena, Junchan's shield shattered. "I really hate this." Adela's eyes widened in admiration. "That's amazing." Ha, Dan clenched his fist. "Good," he thought, feeling an indescribable thrill. "This is actually pretty useful." Deep into the night at Bainai Island, the dorms were lit, and the rooms were bathed in moonlight. Dan had just finished showering after a long day. He sat on his bed, let out a long breath, and clenched his hand, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought." The disruption circle has stabilized, the overall pressure has decreased, and the range has expanded. I didn't use destruction in this sparring session, but I really should have used it more consistently. It was almost like following a routine. Ha closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his pupils had turned golden. "It's not just my mana that's grown," he thought. "My magic eyes have developed too." Since his magic eyes were developing alongside his circle, they had evolved as well. The amount of mana output increased, so the duration extended, too. I can see the flow of magic, and even the essence of spells, much more clearly. He pushed those thoughts aside. Something still felt off. Putting on his shirt, Ha muttered to himself. The way the mana density on Bainai Island was spiking every single day made him uneasy. No matter how I look at it, things are happening way too fast. At this rate, it might even affect our training. We might have to spend all our time just trying to adapt. After thinking it over, Ha made a decision. Right. He picked up his phone to search for news. "I'm pretty sure there's a research center in the middle of Bainai Island. Okay, I'll clear my schedule tomorrow to go investigate." At that same moment, a source of dark mana was emanating from the central research facility on Bainai Island. An eerie laugh echoed from inside. There isn't much time left now. Just a slight rotation of the core. The mage from the Black Tower revealed his face. It was Tuiki. His eyes glowed brightly in the night. Everything was for the Black Tower. The next day, Ha informed his group. "That's it for today, everyone. You all did great. I have to go somewhere for a bit." Adela didn't ask questions, just carefully reminded him, "Stay safe." Seeing his expression, Suhyuk was curious. "Where is Hadan going in such a rush?" Junchan stretched his arms and quickly answered, "Yeah, I think he said something about going to the research institute." He rubbed his chin and thought, "That kid went to the Mana Research Center?" Jinsuk explained, "The mana density on the island has definitely been acting strange since yesterday." Someone muttered to reassure the others. "Well, it's probably nothing too serious, right?" At the Central Research Center on Bainai Island, a facility monitoring the current status of the island and simultaneously a research base for the leaking mana Ha had arrived, filled with suspicion. The only place he could ask about the mana anomaly on Bainai Island right now was here. A young woman stepped out. "Hello, Ha." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry for coming so late." Continued from above, she waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all. We were actually the ones who invited you here at this hour. Given the current situation, we needed to contact you urgently." She waved her hand gracefully. "Not at all. We were the ones who invited you here in the first place. Given the current situation, we had to contact you urgently." Ha took the opportunity to probe. "This is about the mana anomaly, right? Have you found the cause yet?" The girl shook her head helplessly. "Not yet. We haven't made any significant progress. Currently, the leading theory is a ley line riot. The director will explain the details personally, so please wait here for a moment." A few minutes later, She opened the door to the room. A strange mana signature appeared. A figure stepped out, and the door clicked shut behind them. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ha startled. The person standing in front of him was Tuiki. Sorry I'm late. Ha froze for a beat. He put on a fake, polite act and asked, Is there something on my face? Realizing he was acting strange, Ha quickly shook his head. You look younger than I expected, sir. Tuiki smiled politely. Thank you. Would you like some tea? However, in his heart, Ha knew that was a lie. The fact that the director of the Bainai Island Center was young was something he already knew. But this unsettling feeling, this person claimed to be the laboratory director, yet he was at least a 7th Circle mage. 7th Circle is considered the level of a Grand Mage, and across the entire nation, there are fewer than 10 people who have reached that level. A person like that is working as a lab director here? Just then, he brought out 2 cups of coffee with a friendly smile. Coffee? Ha, almost got goosebumps. Sure, thanks, but Ha didn't have the energy to even touch the cup. Is he hiding his strength? Or is he a fake? Whatever, I have to verify this quickly. Ha's magic eyes instantly changed color. He saw a source of strange mana enveloping Tuiki. Subconsciously, Ha broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, the man whispered, calling Ha by his name. I heard you train on Bainai Island a lot. You've been through so much already, and now this situation on top of it. Ha tried to regain his composure and offered a forced laugh. Right, this island is ideal for magic training, but even adaptation training has become too much. Tuiki pretended to be concerned. The mana density in the last few days is an extremely rare anomaly. Given that the situation is so unpredictable, it would be best if you halted all forms of intense training. Ha didn't have time to worry about that. His mind was racing. 6th Circle, non-elemental illusion, magic false image. A spell that uses special fog to conceal one's identity, making the caster look like a completely different person. This director is a fake, and that ominous dark mana, I remember it. That's the same mana that surrounded Instructor Smith. This person, a mage from the Black Tower. Ha's nerves were instantly ignited, and an unthinkable thought crossed his mind. Does this mean, is this a nest of vipers? Looking at Tuiki in front of him, Ha tried to calm himself down. Stay calm. If they know that I know, not only will I be in danger, but my friends and seniors will be, too. For a fleeting second, Tuiki's eyes grew sharp as a knife. He raised his coffee cup and spoke blandly. Even his friends and mentors would be in danger. For a split second, his eyes turned as sharp as knives. He lifted his coffee cup and spoke indifferently. So, you wanted to discuss the mana density on Bainai Island? Ha-dan laughed, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. Yes, I need to continue my training, but the mana density has been changing constantly lately, making it very hard to adapt. Tuiki held a tablet in his hand, a fake smile on his face. I see. You must be going through a lot. As for the current mana density on Banayong Island, the two of them went back and forth for a long time. Ha just kept talking and talking, while the night grew deeper and deeper. Ha-dan smiled and left the research facility. Well, I'll be going now. Sorry for bothering you so late at night. Inside, Tuiki waved goodbye. It's nothing. I had a great time too. Immediately after, he walked away leisurely. A moment later, even though his fake smile hadn't faded, Tuiki suddenly felt something was off. The girl beside him pulled out a black mage's cloak. Thanks for your time. Should we send someone to tail the target? He smirked and threw on the cloak. No need. Let him be. A shadow is already tracking him. We don't want to leave unnecessary traces behind. Anyway, he won't be living much longer. The girl shifted back to her original form. Understood. At your command. Lord Tui just smiled, revealing his wolfish, treacherous heart. Then he whispered, So, should we head underground now? The girl hurried to follow him. But Lord Tui, why the sudden visit to the lab? Don't you think the target has figured out our plan? He pushed the cellar door open and replied, That's not an issue. Even if he knows, it's already too late. The core has reached its limit, and by tomorrow afternoon, the entire island will explode. The mana-absorbing stone was currently undergoing a chaotic transformation of energy. Tuiki waited with pure delight. No matter what powers were used, nothing could stand against the greatness of nature. Soon, the world would sink into darkness. Everything was going exactly according to the Black Tower's plan. On the road back, the sound of heavy breathing echoed. Dan was running toward the dormitory with everything he had. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Why did the Black Tower come to my lab without me being followed? And that director, if he's reached the 7th Circle, he'd be a high-ranking executive even within the Black Tower. Why would someone like that show up on such a remote island? Did he come here to take me out on the orders of Dihan? But they have to know I'm being monitored by the Black Shadow Squad, right? They aren't stupid enough to be that reckless. Could it be that I'm not their real target? In short, the constant mana surges in Banayong, coupled with the fact that the lab director is a high-ranking member of the Black Tower. It clearly shows that the Black Tower is doing something shady on this island in secret. Just then, a signal arrived from Dihan, and it coincided perfectly with our training camp's schedule. If they've messed with something causing this mana overflow and spiritual vein riot, then this would be the perfect chance for them to kill me without leaving any evidence. But I don't have concrete proof. The most important key must still be at the lab. First, I need to ask So-kyun to investigate that director. No matter what happens, I have to get everyone off this island. The next day, Ha couldn't help but feel agitated. The ships aren't departing? The person in charge stood blocking the ship's entrance. I already told you, the weather is completely erratic. No ships are going out to sea today. He asked for another suggestion. What about mana-powered ships? Only regular ships are affected by the weather, right? The man pulled his cap down and explained, mana ships are struggling too. The mana density has been way too high lately. Every time we start the engines, they overheat. We can't use them. The man next to him frowned helplessly, and since there are no mechanics here, there's nothing we can do. Ha gritted his teeth, feeling the bad luck. Did the Black Tower prepare everything this far in advance? Junchan stood to the side, gossiping. What? The ships aren't running? Junchan nodded, trying to figure out a plan. Yeah, I think we need to request a mana ship from the port. In Shinhu looked around and commented. Helicopters probably won't work in this kind of extreme weather either. So-kyun suggested as usual. Should we head back to the training ground? Dan had to concede to find a better plan. Let's head back to the dormitory for now. His heart was a mess. He hadn't told them yet because he was worried they'd panic. The situation started to turn abnormal. Suddenly, Dan's phone buzzed. He was quite surprised the message was from So-kyun. He couldn't pinpoint the lab director's location anywhere on the island. Receiving this news, Ha's face darkened with anger. A high-ranking executive of the Black Tower has vanished? And at a time like this? He questioned the situation. What are they plotting? A heavy rain poured down on the island. Dan met with So-kyun to check in. How are things, So-kyun? His eyes brightened as he flicked his hand. First, let me put up a shield to block the rain. Ha put his umbrella away and hurriedly asked, Thanks. So, what's the situation? So-kyun recounted everything in detail. After receiving your message, I immediately broke into the lab to investigate. The lab was completely empty, and it seemed like all the important data had been wiped clean. We've searched the entire island since last night, but we still haven't found the director. Dan's suspicion rose. What the hell? Did he achieve his goal, or did he leave for an urgent matter? Either way, this move was too fast. So-kyun was worried about Dan. Young master, there is definitely something strange about that lab. Ha's voice lowered. You think so too, right? The two talked for a long time. Naturally, this strange rain was likely a consequence of the mana overflowing. It was still too early to conclude that the Black Tower had disappeared just because they achieved their goal. Dan made his decision. I need to investigate the lab immediately. So-kyun stopped him. We already did. Suddenly, he remembered, in High-wook, you always want to do everything yourself. You're just like your father in that regard. Thinking that, So-kyun placed a hand on his chest in agreement. Understood, young master. We will go with you. Ha smiled, but before he could finish, a sharp headache struck him. Young master, the heavy rain drummed against the protective barrier. What was that sound? So-kyun asked, panicked. Unconsciously, Dan realized the strangeness of it. This was the sound of mana resonance. It was different from the clear resonance coming from his own endless circle. It was like mana clashing with mana, screaming at each other. It was coming from the direction of the lab. So-kyun ran over to steady Dan. Young master, are you okay? He struggled to answer. I'm fine. More importantly, didn't you hear that sound just now? So-kyun frowned, looking around. I only hear the rain and the wind. From these words, came to a realization. Am I the only one who can hear the mana screaming? Why is it screaming? Is it trying to tell me something? Using his divine eye, he looked toward the research facility covered by a barrier. Was stunned. What? There's a barrier circle around the lab? It's overflowing with unstable mana, like it could explode at the slightest touch. The air is thick with mana, a massive amount, enough to shatter the laboratory's barrier. The mana-fueled screams are unmistakable. This is a mana catastrophe, the telltale sign of an impending mana detonation. Ha's agitation keeps growing. How could I not have realized this sooner? So-kyun, let's head to the lab. So-kyun, seeing how reckless he's being, calls out, We're coming with you. Standing before the barrier, the conflicting mana is so intense that even Sok-hyun feels a chill down his spine. What on earth is happening here? One of the team members reports. There's a high-security barrier set up around the outer perimeter of the lab. It wasn't there last night. Looking at the thing in front of him, Ha thinks to himself. A high-level security barrier composed of 720 parallel magic formulas. Even if one or two are dispelled, the remaining ones instantly restore them. That's when Sok-hyun thinks of something else. It would take at least 10 hours for a young master to break this. This doesn't seem to fit the caliber of this laboratory. Young master, do you think there's something inside? Ha doesn't turn back, just slowly senses it. Yeah, I'm not sure. But it feels like there's going to be an explosion inside, and it's a force strong enough to blow this entire Ba-in-Nayong island to pieces. The guards are momentarily stunned. Ha channels mana into his hands. Using a fifth circle spell, he declares, "First, I'm going to shatter this barrier." Thunder lights up the corner of the sky, his mana output causing cracks to appear in the barrier. One of the team members stammers, "There are still 719 layers left." Observing the current state, Ha assesses. The mana inside the barrier is expanding rapidly and is about to overflow. He quickly signals the group, "Seok-hyun, please back up a bit." Immediately after, Ha applies everything he has learned. Every magic matrix has a weak point. That's right. Just one broken formula is enough to make the energy concentrated inside exceed the barrier's self-repair limit, and it will collapse in a chain reaction. Spotting the gap and breaking the magic matrix to destroy it, the seal dissolves. Sok-hyun's eyes widen in shock, and the surrounding crowd whispers in disbelief. That's impossible. The defensive barrier has vanished. He frowns in skepticism. "Young master, I heard you only recently reached the fifth circle, but," a team member chimes in, "I'm fifth circle too." But the young master's magic, Ha, interrupts with a commanding tone. "Get inside." Outside, it's still raining heavily. As they enter, a team member remarks, "Just as I thought, the amphi room is completely empty." Ha walks toward one side and says, "This way." You can feel something now. That dense mana is leading this way. The wall looks suspicious, distorted. A basement is revealed. "This is a secret entrance," Sok-hyun says, stepping forward. "We'll go in. Young master, please stay behind us." Ha nods in agreement. All right. The whole team creeps through the dark basement. Reaching the end, Sok-hyun freezes. "Young master, this place." Looking at the spirit stone fluctuating with mana is enough to understand the cause of the catastrophe on Ba-in-Nayong Island. A runaway mana mass, a spirit core, a high-density mana energy source found in areas with extreme mana concentration. Spirit cores usually lie deep underground and release mana into the air through spirit veins. The mana vents formed this way are called ley lines. And in lands where many ley lines intersect and areas where many form together, the mana concentration is unparalleled, unmatched anywhere else. What the hell are they trying to do? Facing this situation, Sok-hyun has to think of a countermeasure. "I can't believe they're excavating and researching a spirit core." A member chimes in. "These people are completely insane. It looks like they're hoarding spirit cores illegally." Ha's face darkens with anger. He remembers the thug from the other day. Exactly. It seems this is the work of the Black Tower. But the identity of the lab director is still unknown. First, we have to handle this situation. Sok-hyun approaches Ha and reminds him of something. "Young master, there was once another nation that tried to research a spirit core, and the result was that half their territory was wiped out by a massive explosion. Even if we warn the entire island to evacuate immediately, with the spirit core reacting this violently, we don't know how much time is left." Dan stands before the spirit stone, takes a deep breath and says, "I'll take a look." His eyes light up as he activates his divine vision. Dozens of talismans and magic circles appear before his eyes. Can't help but get a headache. The sheer volume of information is terrifying. Even with divine vision, he can't process it fast enough. But one thing is certain, there is only 1 hour left. Ba-in-Nayong Island will explode in 1 hour. Seeing him collapse, Sok-hyun shouts in worry, "Young master." Ha turns pale. He quickly informs the team, "I'm fine. More importantly, it looks like it will explode in just 1 hour." Hearing the shocking news, everyone around starts to panic and whisper. "Only 1 hour?" Seok-hyun asks. "Evacuation is impossible," he agrees. "Yeah, we don't have enough time." Seeming to realize something, he hesitantly replies, "So the only option is." With a sharp gaze, Ha grits out the final conclusion. "We have no choice but to stabilize the mana core." But contradictions in his own mind begin to surface. But how do you stabilize a mana core? There has never been a record in the world of anyone stopping a runaway mana core. Let's start by considering the core itself. According to what I read in the books at Mima Spring, the books say that locating a mana core is almost impossible because they usually lie deeper than the mantle, close to the outer core. Even if a core is near the surface, it radiates mana over such a wide range that pinpointing its exact location is extremely difficult. Furthermore, once excavated, a mana core loses most of its power. Because the surrounding geological structure changes, it can no longer function as it originally did. But this core still retains all its functions. Those Black Tower bastards. What exactly did they do to this mana core? Dan grinds his teeth in bitterness. Damn it. He looks off into the distance, filled with turmoil. We know too little about this mana core. Suddenly, a hand touches his shoulder, cutting off his train of thought. It's his trusted bodyguard. Asks, blankly. Sok-hyun understands this absurd situation and gently speaks to comfort him. You don't have to bear this burden alone. We're here with you. Receiving their support, regains his composure. Yeah, you're right. Thanks. Anyway, we don't have enough information right now. Let's gather everything we can about the mana core. Everyone, do your part, keep me posted on any developments. I'm going to go report this to him. You agree? All right, get to work. As the situation took a turn, he fell into deep thought. At this point, he didn't even have the time to rely on his father or the Tower Master of the Blue Tower. Only 1 hour left. I have to find a way to stop this mana disaster. Elsewhere, at the main mansion of the great Mage family, in the dead of night, with the rain pouring down, In Hae-wook appeared with a mysterious tone. I understand. A voice on the other end urged him. There's only 1 hour left until the core explodes. There's not enough time. He replied sternly, his face darkening. But if my son dies, I can't just sit here and do nothing. Immediately after, In Hae-wook gave the order. I am mobilizing every active mana warship and summon all mages from the 8th circle and above. Meanwhile, the team continued to hunt for clues. Suddenly, one person froze in their tracks and shouted joyfully, Young Master, I've found the research log data. Receiving the results, rushed to investigate. All right, let me see. The mystery seemed about to be revealed. An information window popped up with a countdown, displaying a dense wall of encrypted data. Blurted out, this is a massive amount of data, and it's counting down. He wondered suspiciously, could this be a system that wipes all data the moment someone accesses it? Even if someone found this data, they'd only end up in despair and face death. Turned and asked, can we back this data up? The person next to him replied, everything is sealed with a secret spell. We need more time. Hearing this, he stood frozen, leaving the person behind him stammering. Young Master? Golden light flashed in his eyes as he yelled in frustration. It's analyzing all the data right now. Everything was at a dead end. He thought furiously. I didn't think we'd find direct traces of the Black Tower here. The connection between the Black Tower and that bastard Daihan is still just a theory. Is this it for me? Am I going to die right here? And will everyone else die because of me? Don't make me laugh. Daihan. I'm going to survive and drag you down myself. Muttered to himself. Then, sensing something through the mana core's energy lines, he brightened up. Wait, that's it. But a second later, he was stuck again. Dan paced, trying to come up with a strategy. But how do I disperse it? We don't have many people. Everyone. There's no other choice. Bring the whole team here. Fast. And my bag from the dorms too. In an instant, the squad gathered. Adela asked with a worried expression. That's the mana core, and it's going to explode in about 40 minutes, right? He solemnly confirmed, yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. If we want to survive, we have to stop its rampage. Shinhu chimed in. So this is the cause of the strange weather lately? Yun panicked. Damn it. If we don't do something, we're all dead in 40 minutes. Jin-sok crossed his arms, skeptical. What do you mean, kid? Do nothing? You've got a plan, don't you? Said cautiously. Yes, of course I do. I called everyone here to stop this mana core's rage. It's a potion called Mana Blessing. It only works on mages from the 4th circle and below. It significantly increases their mana absorption rate. They were listening intently. Another person jumped in. Why do you have something like this? Is it safe? Dan replied with total certainty. I made it myself and tested it, so there's no poison in it. One by one, they all crowded around him with questions. So you've already taken it yourself? You really made these things? After a heated debate, he concluded, there are 4 bottles left. With this, we can release the mana core's energy through the energy lines. It was a wild, desperate plan. Thunder roared violently overhead, But the storm didn't wash away his resolve. The mana core in the basement was currently rampaging, and the energy lines were releasing unstable mana. Along those unstable lines, if we use the potion and absorb the mana directly, the excess energy from the core will be dispersed through the unstable lines, causing those lines to also go into a frenzy. When that happens, the chaotic lines will cause a mana overload, the mana will be released into the air, and the core will gradually stabilize. Breaking his train of thought, Ha-Dan emphasized, but there's one problem. As I said, someone has to drink the potion and perform mana circulation on the unstable lines. Naturally, an overwhelming amount of mana will flood their body more than they've ever experienced. In the worst-case scenario, the person who drinks it could suffer from mana madness. If that happens, it's not just the end of their life as a mage. Returning to reality, walking with his umbrella, Ha called out the name of the person in front of him, Adela. Despite the fierce weather, Adela braced herself, closing her eyes and trying to swallow every drop. The warning echoed in her ears. This could cost them their lives. Regaining her composure, she urged him quickly, "We're out of time. Let's start now." Elsewhere, the critical moment had finally arrived, and his mind was more intense than ever. "I have to stay here until the end to stabilize this core, so I can't get to the energy lines. Now, who should I assign to drink the potion and go to the energy lines? Adela, Senior Shinhu, Senior Jinsok, and Senior Ha-Yun. I'm counting on you all." The rain poured down relentlessly. The man in black had led the group to the site. "We've reached energy line number 4. Ha. On the other side, was too tense to speak loudly. "Senior Hai, please get ready." She looked at the test tube in her hand without a word. Ha-Yun slowly turned to him and called his name. Dan asked, "Quickly, what's more important, mana circulation control or a mage's circle level?" "It's mana control, right?" Ha replied calmly through the screen. "Yes, that's right. Perhaps she wants Jun-chan to take her place. It would be better for Jun-chan to handle it than her." He was panicked, his tone hesitant. "Me?" Ha-Yun looked at Jun-chan as if she had something to entrust to him that she couldn't put into words. Dan, you know it too. Jun-chan can control mana better than I can." Considering how serious the situation was, it was logical to let the person with more capability take charge. Jun-chan hesitated at her attitude. "Senior, not only that," but Ha-Yun added, "Jun-chan, you work harder than anyone else. Help us." The test tube was passed from her hand to his. Jun-chan looked at the tube in his hand, his throat tightening. He dropped his umbrella as lightning struck the sky. "All right, I can do it. I will do it. Are you sure about this, Jun-chan?" Ha shut his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he smiles, his fist clenched in a gesture of trust. "Of course, I'm counting on you, Jun-chan." Thick, dark clouds blanket the sky, showing no signs of clearing. Long, slender fingers reach for the phone on the table. Tuiki wipes his head, his gaze calm as he looks at the screen. "So, it's finally starting, huh? Today is going to be a very special day. Time to enjoy this luxurious room." Just then, the phone rings incessantly. He picks up, answering with a playful, mocking smirk. "Welcome, honored guest." The tone from the other end shifts completely. "My father has noticed the rage of the magic core." Dihan shouts into the phone, his face twisted in frustration. "And now what?" Tuiki remains as indifferent as if nothing is happening. "Well, I won't do anything." The other man's voice sounds utterly incredulous. "What? What are you talking about? Do you have any idea how much money you've blown through?" Tuiki's hands aren't idle either. He draws a strange magic circle. "Oh. My phrasing wasn't great. It's not that I'm doing nothing, it's that I don't need to do anything. Since the Banai Ongdo is currently completely isolated, even if he takes the initiative to act, by the time he gets there, the Banai Ongdo will be nothing but ash. Whether we intervene or not, Ha-Dan is going to die there anyway. So, just enjoy the show." My dear client, Dihan, on the other end, isn't faring much better. He speaks through gritted teeth. "What? You're just lucky that the storm made things go your way. You're getting a bit too arrogant." Tuiki's face darkens at the criticism. "I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding here. Do you really think it's just a coincidence? The storm appearing at exactly this moment?" Dihan winces, confused by this twisted attitude. "What?" All he's saying is that right before the magic core exploded, the energy lines collapsed, the engineers vanished, the storm rolled in, and the ports were blockaded. Tuiki raises his hands to the sky as if to command it. The storm is siphoning magic from the core, and even flight magic has become useless amidst all this. Do you still think it's all just a coincidence? Hearing this, Dihan starts to grasp the situation. "So, are you saying all of this was part of the plan?" He slowly continues. A new explosion just happened. Another one will occur at the Banai Ongdo within the hour. That means the assassination plan will be complete. Daihan clenches his fists, anxiety rising. But what if the plan fails for some reason? Tuiki offers a bizarre smile, his tone dripping with contempt. If some miracle happens and he's still alive, then I'll go kill him myself. So stop complaining about nonsense and get my reward ready. If there's nothing else to say, I'll be going now. Daihan frantically tries to stop him. Hey, wait, hold on. Before he can finish, Tuiki rudely ends the call. He stares at the phone in his hand, lost in deep thought. Tuiki is still busy enjoying the game, but suddenly, he widens his eyes in shock. A streak of light in the distance catches his attention. A streak of light? No way. His pupils dilate abnormally. Damn it. Ha Dan, you really are unbelievable. Scene shift to Adela. No matter how hard the rain lashes against her face, she remains persistent. As for Shinhu, he shuts his eyes tight, blocking out all the noise. Energy line number 1 is starting to circulate mana. Energy line number 2 is also circulating mana. Energy line number 3 is circulating too. He closes his eyes tightly, forcing himself into a state of deep focus. Hadan holds his breath, waiting for the results, praying in his heart. Everyone, I'm counting on you. Everyone is circulating their mana. The swirling mana within the core stone begins to dissipate. The flow of mana is changing. Seokhyun reports the situation to him. The connection to each spirit vein is gradually stabilizing. Using mana for communication is no longer affected by the weather. They make a group decision. We're going to project an illusion. A notification sound rings out, and Hadan looks up, waiting. Mana surges at energy line number 1. Adela can't take it anymore and coughs up blood. You anxiously give the order. Get Adela away from the energy line, now. The key to this operation is creating a mana surge. No need to keep circulating mana on a surging line. Miss Adela is safe and is receiving first aid. Shinhu, unable to withstand the immense power, passes out. Mana is surging at energy line number 2 as well. Jinsok is also receiving first aid. The energy of the magic heart is clearly declining significantly. Things aren't much better for Jin Ok, as mana surges at energy line number 3. Stay sharp. Hadan is drenched in sweat, his tone, extremely urgent. Only energy line number 4 is left. What's the status of energy line number 4? Before the report is finished, Hai Yun screams out. Energy line number 4 is Junchan. Junchan coughs up blood, clutching his chest. He roars in agony. Junchan's mana circulation is malfunctioning. At this rate, Junchan will die before the mana surge even happens. Beams of light from the sky strike the energy lines directly. A mana explosion is occurring at the first energy line. A mana explosion is occurring at the second energy line. And now, a mana explosion at the third energy line. Dan watches the giant stone inside the test tube in front of him. The mana in the spirit stone has visibly depleted to the naked eye. Only energy line number 4 is left. What is the situation at energy line number 4? Cutting to Hai Yeon's position. She calls his name anxiously. At energy line number 4, Junchan is. Junchan clutches his chest, groaning, unable to answer. He lets out a loud, pained roar. Junchan's mana circulation is glitching. At this rate, he'll die before the surge hits. Hai Yeon tries to run to save Junchan but is held back. Junchan, you have to. You have to. Min-sok immediately stops her. We don't have any medicine. She's in agony, only able to curse under her breath to vent. Damn it, what do I do? Junchan hunches over, feeling the pain coursing through his body. It hurts so much. It feels like my insides are going to explode. Dan's voice rings out, trying to keep a shred of his sanity intact. Junchan, can you hear me? Dan's voice. You keep calling Junchan's name incessantly. Junchan, listen carefully. Among the energy lines drawing mana from the thunder spirit to the outside, 3 are out of control and exploding. Suddenly, your eyes light up. If you look closely at the mana flow, the current of mana flowing toward Junchan. That is the mana flow toward Junchan. It's Junchan. He's enduring too much, and his mana circulation cycle is spiraling violently. Dan makes a final decision, instructing Junchan, I'm going to cut off the mana flow heading in that direction right now. In the meantime, just focus on regulating your breathing. The black energy swirling around the mana stone seemed to be slowing down. Was pushing himself to his absolute limit to control it. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to save his teammates. Hai rushed over to Junchan. The pressure from the energy lines has subsided. It's time. Focus and regulate your breathing. Junchan, if you can't pull this off, everyone dies. I'm counting on you and your skills. If you give up and die, You're just killing yourself. So you have to do this. Do you hear me? Junchan replied weakly. So noisy. I hear you. I have to do this. Even as he spoke, his heart was full of anxiety, and his entire body was screaming in pain. Have they all been feeling this much pain? Right now, Ha was carrying the burden for all of them. I can't let things continue like this. Suddenly, a sound echoed out. Junchan. Hadan tried his best to persuade Junchan until he finally agreed. I'll restore it right now. You can really do it, right? Junchan's face darkened as he clenched his fists. Can I actually do it? I will do it, he screamed internally. I must succeed. Fragments of light began to float up gently. Hai-yun was overcome with joy. Junchan. His eyes had turned completely white, looking a bit terrifying. The man in black reported the situation. Energy line number 4 confirms mana overload status. Junchan passed out. Immediately after, Hai-yun and Minte rushed over to steady him. Their figures were reflected on the screen. Things on Ha's side weren't much better. Young master, you're pushing yourself too hard. His eyes looked weary and listless. Yeah, I'm fine. Because I trust Sok-hyun looked at him and offered a few words of comfort. The young master's teammates are truly extraordinary mages. Hearing that, Ha suddenly remembered right. He wasn't doing this alone. Everyone believed in him, followed him, and they had entrusted their very lives to his words. But it wasn't over yet. Banayong was in a critical state because of the spirit core. Even though the mana stored within the core had dispersed, an explosion was only a matter of time. From here on out, it's my turn. Ha had regained his composure, and he returned to his task. Ha stared intensely at the massive mana stone before him. The very next second, his pupils shifted into the golden hue of the divine eye. Everything became crystal clear to Ha. Good. I can see the structure of the spirit core and the flow of the energy lines. He raised his hands, and a stream of white light gathered in his palms. 6-circle resonance circle, Ben style. With everyone risking their lives just to dampen it, is the spirit core's mana still at this level? Even in my current state, I can control it. Various energy sources converged a surreal and chaotic sight. Ha-dan gritted his teeth and made his decision without hesitation. And then, even Seok-hyun held his breath, waiting. The two powerful energy flows collided, and the test tube shattered and exploded, shooting a brilliant beam of light straight into the sky. The mana stone shimmered with 7 dazzling colors. At the same time, the island seemed to suffer another explosion. Time passed. A giant hole appeared in the roof of the base. The dark clouds gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to its clear blue state. Junchan remained unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. Junchan, he's out cold. Suddenly, he flickered his eyes open weakly. Am I going to die now? Hai-yun and Minte were so terrified they barely dared to breathe. Hey, you idiot, you fool, how dare you die? Look up at the sky. Ha had done it. Only the two of them were there, yet they were being incredibly loud. Hey Junchan, are you hearing this? The sky. She's right, it's beautiful. That brat, Ha, really pulled it off. But if this is the end, it's not such a bad way to go, is it? Junchan jolted awake from a long dream. Adela and everyone else were very concerned about him. Are you awake? Junchan looked dazed, still struggling to orient himself. Reality. Where am I? Didn't we all die? Is this a hospital? Jin Sok held his phone and happily said to him, Ba and Nyong Island and everyone are safe now. While you were sleeping, the news and the internet went absolutely crazy. Look at this. Junchan took the phone and checked the headlines. Ha-dan's name was all over the front page. Shinhu stood before him with arms crossed and added, that kid already went back to the academy without taking a single break. He's dealing with the aftermath and a whole swarm of reporters. Adela sighed in admiration. Truly extraordinary. Scene changed to in Haiwook. Sok-hyun had finished reporting the situation. Is that all there is to report? Yes. With his divine eye, he discovered the lightning spirit was spiraling out of control, then used magic I've never seen before to neutralize it and save everyone. I witnessed everything with my own eyes right next to him. In Haiwook rubbed his temples, deep in thought. That is truly curious. Out of everything that could happen, the boy gets caught in that exact incident. And yet, he just happened to have a way to resolve it. He gave him a new assignment. Regarding the incident at Ba and Nyong Island this time, we have decided to conduct a joint investigation with the Magic Tower. Even though we managed to stop it in time, a disaster like this must never be allowed to happen again. A magical book with various items flew out from it. Mima pouted, looking quite upset with Ha-dan. He forced a smile, probing carefully, not daring to make a move. Mima, why the long face? The magic book opened. Mima's eyes glared angrily at Ha. Dan felt a cold sweat break out, his limbs turning ice cold, as he called out awkwardly, Mima. Mima still didn't say a word, her small body leaning toward him to investigate. For some reason, Mima pursed her lips and gave a cryptic smile. The very next second, Mima could no longer contain her emotions, her eyes sparkling like stars as she looked at Dan. Mima became increasingly excited, dancing and jumping in front of Dan. He didn't understand what was going on, but he smiled and played along. Suddenly, remembered something and asked, Wait, I have something I need to ask. Mima turned to look at him. Speak. What is it? Ha's gaze was full of suspicion as he spoke. It seems like there's no information here about dark mana. Do you know anything about it? Mima seemed to catch on, and pointed into the void as she replied, Dark mana? If you mean mana with a dark attribute, then on the other side. Ha rubbed his chin, frustrated. No, not that. It's the type of mana corrupted by darkness. Do you understand what I mean? Like that. Mima looked more confused the more she heard. Ha sincerely turned toward Mima and called her name. After a moment of hesitation, Mima spoke up. Successor. The aura around Mima turned dissatisfied, her eyes turning deep red with reproach. Where did you learn about that corrupted type of mana? Ha felt hesitant, his face full of contemplation. I just realized I never told her about the Black Tower. How do I explain this now? After a while, he said, All right, here's the thing. Not knowing how much time had passed, Mima screamed in agitation. So you've been constantly threatened by the Black Tower? Dan replied honestly. The first time it was a teacher at the academy, and this time it was the head of the Mana Research Institute on Ba-in-Nyong Island. Both of them. When I came into contact with them. 45. Everyone is surrounded by that encroaching dark magic. It makes my skin crawl, like a cold draft running down my spine. It's the same feeling I get whenever the threat of the Black Tower is near. Mima gripped her fists instinctively, clearly agitated. You're the successor, why are you only telling me this now? Ha hesitated, looking at her. I'm sorry. After meeting you, I wanted nothing more to do with the Black Tower. Mima turned her back on him, sulking. Even so, something this important. Dan gave a sheepish, awkward laugh. Well, I'm telling you now, aren't I? Mima's blood pressure spiked instantly. She slammed her hand onto the table, fuming. Are you mocking me? I'm going to tell you something critical, so listen carefully. You know that all current magic originates from primal magic, right? Nodded in agreement. Of course. Mima continued. The infinite magic circle system is built upon that primal natural mana. So, do you think the dark magic the Black Tower uses, the stuff you just mentioned, also comes from primal magic? Touched his chin, his brows furrowed in doubt. No, it's completely different. It carries a presence that's entirely distinct from ordinary dark attribute magic. Mima pointed a finger at him, raising her voice. Exactly. The origin of their dark magic is just basic dark magic. It is completely separate from the magic of the primal. So it's an entirely different branch or system? Hearing this, felt a wave of tension. You mean there's a different founder who created this dark magic? Mima's voice dropped, her face turning grave. Precisely. A blight upon this world, a being whose very existence corrodes mana and stains the entire world. The origin of this dark magic. The one who destroys the structure of all current mana. His name is Void. Meanwhile, at the residence of Dihan, elsewhere in the city, inside, Dihan smashed a vase in a fit of rage, shouting, Tuiki, what did you just say? Didn't you swear that Hadan would definitely die on Bakjayong Island? Because of the mess you caused, Hadan has now become a hero who saved the entire island. Now, he has even more support within the family than before. Every headline is praising Ha. Dihan grabbed Tuiki by the collar and roared, How exactly are you going to take responsibility for this? Dihan's face was deathly gray with fury, but Tuiki showed no fear. With a voice filled with killing intent, Tuiki hissed, Let go of me. Once released, Tuiki sighed. My apologies. I don't particularly enjoy showing my true face. Tuiki continued calmly. Of course I will take responsibility. This was my mistake. Dihan snapped back. Take responsibility? What is that supposed to mean? Tuiki explained indifferently. His fame might be rising, and he might have support or even a nomination for the next family head, but if he's dead, none of that will matter. Right? Dihan couldn't contain his impatience and cut him off. Are you saying you'll kill Hadan yourself? Tuiki spoke with chilling composure. As long as the target is in this territory, he's under the Shadow's gaze and watched by many powerful eyes. But when he goes abroad, that will be my opportunity. Tuiki let out an insidious laugh. In the name of the Black Tower and the gods of darkness, I will personally finish him off to wash away this disgrace. Back at the villa that night, Ha lay in bed, lost in thought. Information about the vestige is only unlocked when reaching the fifth circle. As Mima made clear, all I can say for sure is that the Black Tower is my enemy. I have to become stronger to face them. Yet, Ha-Dan still couldn't find peace. I still feel uneasy, even though I know the real name and power of the one behind the Black Tower. Along with the Mana Cloak, everything is only revealed, and the Mana Cloak can only be fully utilized. From the 5th level and up. True magic, the power of the Mana Cloak, information about the vestige, and the dark arts. Everything is tied to me reaching the 5th circle. Regardless, I have to get stronger for the upcoming Olympias. The next morning, at the Blue Tower headquarters, Ha stood dressed sharply, looking at the tower with anticipation. Kang Kanan stepped forward to introduce him. "This is the artifact workshop we are so proud of," Ha replied. "This machine hasn't been unveiled to the public yet, has it?" Kang Kanan addressed Ha. "What happened on Bak Jaiong Island was unexpected, but we feel a sense of responsibility. We are committed to supporting your team more as sponsors." "Thank you, Tower Master," Ha said with a smile. The Tower Master replied, "Now, there is something you must see." Ha looked at the machine before him, surprised. "What is this?" His eyes filled with doubt. "What is this for? I've never seen this kind of machine before." Kang Kanan stroked his chin, looking smug. Naturally, he introduced it with pride. "This machine was built specifically to create your artifact." Ha was stunned. "What? You built this just to make a holy item?" Kanan nodded. "That's right. This machine compresses mana stones with a deformation rate of less than 0.1% per cycle. If repeated 100,000 times, the mana stone can become as thin as paper. Based on your request that you wanted an artifact that wouldn't hinder movement and would be simple and light to operate, we researched many ways, but none were as effective as this. The world's first 4-attribute fusion artifact, and the first to be activated by the user's eye contact. The greatest masterpiece of the Blue Tower." Ha exclaimed in shock. "What? Just to make one magic tool?" Kang Kanan explained warmly. "I tried many methods, but there is no solution superior to this. The world's first global 4-attribute fusion magic tool, also a pioneer in eye contact activation. The greatest masterpiece of the Blue Tower. This magic tool will open a new era for Ha-Dan. I am certain of it." A while later, once the tour ended, Kang Kanan looked at him. "Is the food to your liking?" Ha-Dan looked at the dish on the table. "Yes, it's delicious." He wiped his mouth, adding with satisfaction, "I didn't know you knew such a wonderful place." Kanan laughed loudly. "I'm glad to hear that." Then, his expression turned serious. He lowered his voice. "May I ask what it is you wanted to discuss with me?" Ha didn't hesitate. "Yes, it's about the security here." Kanan snapped his fingers, interrupting confidently. "No need to worry about security, but it's always best to be perfect." Immediately, a protective barrier enveloped the space where they were sitting. Kanan started on the main issue. "Now, tell me," Ha spoke up. "I'll get straight to the point." A mysterious glint appeared in his eyes, as he clearly stated, "In the upcoming Olympias, it is highly likely that the Black Tower will intervene." Kang Kanan grew agitated and spoke loudly. "What? Can you explain that further?" Ha added. "After returning from White Spirit Island, you know I went public with my magic human during the interview, right? That gave the other side and the Magic Tower a grip on my weaknesses and exposed the flaws in my abilities. But it was a necessary choice to explain the incident at White Spirit Island, and also an opportunity for me to prove my capabilities to everyone, and based on what you know about In Hai Wook. Thanks to that, I received quite a lot of support within the demon god family itself." Kanan looked at him with interest and asked, "Ah, I did watch that interview. Ha, you chose a risky move to become a target at the Olympiad. Of course, this strategy requires self-confidence and superior ability, but isn't your magic human also a detection type like my red human? Then what does that have to do with the Magic Tower?" Ha didn't deny it. "Yes, but my magic human can identify magic power through colors." Kang Kanan repeated in surprise. "Identify through colors? I see, now I understand." Then he probed. "You mean this time you verified the signature magic power of the Magic Tower?" He honestly replied, "Exactly. At the Lengso Mit event, I realized their magic power through the colors and confirmed it belonged to the Magic Tower. And at White Spirit Island, it was that same black magic power characteristic of the Magic Tower that was discovered on the director of the Central Laboratory." Kanan thoughtfully stroked his chin and reasoned. "So it's very likely the nuclear riot there was also orchestrated by the Magic Tower. Furthermore, there is someone trying to eliminate you right within the Demon God clan. And currently, the family is fiercely competing for the successor position. which means the person trying to harm you is involved with the magic tower. Is that what you mean? Yes. Ha nodded. That's exactly it, Kanan added. Since they have acted to the extent they did at White Spirit Island, they definitely won't miss the chance to attack when I go abroad for the Olympiad. Ha Dan asked suspiciously. Tower Master. He looked at the uncle and clarified. I promised to bring back victory in exchange for the Blue Tower's protection at the Olympiad. But when facing an enemy like the Magic Tower, who stops at nothing, my life is always at risk. Therefore, during the time I attend the Olympiad, I want to be protected by the Blue Tower. A moment later, Ha was on his way. He looked out the window, his eyes distant, his mind deep in thought. I can't promise for sure right now. I will consider it actively and respond later. Although the situation sounded like a refusal, if it were the master of the Blue Tower, it meant a 99% chance he would accept the request. The remaining 1% was just for him to verify it himself before officially agreeing. A moment later, the driver spoke up. We've arrived, Ha. Yes, he replied. Thank you. After stepping out of the car, he looked toward the building. With this, I have backing for the Olympiad. But I still don't feel at ease. And the demon god family here is truly the key to solving everything. As soon as he entered, someone called out to him. Ha! Dihan stood on the balcony looking down. Long time no see. Ha politely addressed him. But in his heart, he was already finding him an eyesore. Just arrived and the first person I meet is him? Dihan still smiled in a friendly way. I was very worried when I heard about the accident at White Spirit Island. Truly relieved to see you are okay. Deep down, Ha's mind was screaming, damn it, what bad luck. No matter what, he still had to act the part, putting on a pageant-perfect smile to respond. I am truly touched that you care for me so much. Ha, Dan's voice became unpleasant as he added, I only suffered minor injuries, so now I am completely recovered and feel very well. That's good. Dihan still kept his appreciative smile. That's right. Hearing that, he was partially reassured. You have overcome a great danger so excellently, he said, slowly walking down toward Ha. That is indeed my younger brother. But his voice couldn't hide the sarcasm. Next time you have any trouble, just look for me. That's what brothers should do for each other. Hadan smiled stiffly and spoke up. Of course. I will definitely ask for your help, but you are always busy with work. Regardless, you don't need to worry about me. It is you who shouldn't worry too much. Dihan hurriedly interrupted to correct him. Hey now, don't say that. Of course I have to care. I feel very proud to have such a reliable younger brother. The servant not far away, moved by the act of brotherly love between the two, exclaimed, It's wonderful to witness the close brotherhood between you two children. That's right. With young Master Dihan at the head, the demon god family will certainly become increasingly powerful. What a heartwarming scene. Dihan very professionally placed his hand on Ha's shoulder and smiled gently. In reality, deep in his eyes, he was hiding malice he didn't even try to cover. I heard you are aiming for the gold medal at the upcoming Olympiad. Ha also didn't shy away from responding. Yes, once I participate, winning the gold medal will bring great benefits to the demon god family. Dihan laughed out loud, looking at him with praise. A very commendable intention. I believe you will succeed. I have high expectations for you. I am truly proud to have such a reliable younger brother like you. Ha smiled slightly. Yes, thanks to your encouragement, I am confident I can win. I need to mature faster so I can support you more steadily. Dihan laughed out loud, hurriedly took his hand off Hadan, then added, Look at the time, it's time, I have to go first. Saying that, his eyes contained hidden, malicious laughter. Let's meet at a better place next time. Ha. In his heart, Ha did not feel any fear watching his back. Of course. That bastard Dihan, he is definitely plotting something for the upcoming Olympiad. Kang Kanan smiled enigmatically. Let's meet in a beautiful place next time. Ha watched his back, deep in thought. For sure, that bastard Dihan, he is definitely planning to cause trouble during the Olympiad. At the main mansion of the demon faction, at the laboratory of Shin In-hai Wook, Hadan greeted him seriously. Long time no see. Looking at that familiar figure, he called out softly. Father In-hai Wook's face went cold, his expression darkening. Sit down. He walked closer to him. Time passed until it was dark. At the Oberit Academy dormitory, Ha returned to his bed, sat down comfortably, a thoughtful look evident on his face. He recalled the conversation with In-hai Wook earlier that afternoon. He had said a lot to his father at the main mansion. Starting from the matter of Seo-mit to the dark magic tower incident on Ba-en-na-Nyong Island. And the case at Ba-en-na-Nyong Island must have been reported by Uncle Sok-hyun beforehand, and when sitting opposite In-hai Wook, the result was that after the Olympiad ended, I would be protected by the elite members of the Shadows, including Uncle So-kyun. Thinking of this, he lay down on the bed. So, I have done everything I could. The things I am hiding from my father right now are that Dihan is colluding with the dark magic tower, and the magic I am using is the Benner style. There were only 9 days left until the Olympiad. The next morning, at the training field, Ha said excitedly. Then, today's training ends here. Looking at those below him, he added, because there are only 5 days left until the Olympiad, let's start managing our physical conditions seriously from today. Hi, Yeon stretched comfortably, feeling a sense of refreshment and a sweetness that was hard to describe. Jin Sok chimed in. At this rate, I'm not even sure if we can land a gold medal. Junchan rubbed his hands together and said, Jin Sok, you've got to trust me. Ever since the incident on Baina Nyong Island, everyone on the team has recovered from their injuries, and we've jumped right back into training. Adela took a sip of her banana milk and asked, Shin Hu, you want a box too? Ha hesitated, then replied, perhaps it was because Adela had absorbed the blessings of magic power on Baina Nyong Island, causing her magic to circulate through her restless circuits. Her magic circle had grown significantly stronger. The magic circles for Jin Sok and Shin Hu had clearly strengthened too. Though not quite on Adela's level, they were still incredibly solid. I give up. I said I give up. But what was truly shocking was when Ha looked over at Junchan. Because Junchan had risked his life to circulate his magic power, he had broken through his limit and reached the 4th circle. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. It really lived up to the saying, danger is opportunity. Thanks to this, the number of tactical options available to them had increased beyond imagination. Right. Then Ha stood among them and clarified, one more announcement. Does everyone remember the flight schedule adjustment to Olympia? Shin Hu asked suspiciously. What is it? Is something wrong? Ha didn't hold back and said it straight. Yeah, there was a minor issue, he announced loudly. We've been provided with an even better plane. Tomorrow, we'll be boarding the Blue Tower's private jet and departing for the U.S. at 10 in the morning. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Junchan screamed in excitement. What? We're leaving tomorrow already? The Blue Tower's private jet? Ha added a bit later. Make sure you're all packed and ready. The next day, Ha-yeon's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, It's beautiful. Ha held up the ring he was wearing. Ha-yeon immediately asked, Is this the magical artifact we'll be using for this year's Olympiad? He quickly replied, Yeah. The Blue Tower's artisans upgraded them for us personally. Per the regulations, they look identical to the ones from other countries, just a different color. Junchan excitedly grabbed the ring from Adela. Adela, let me see that too, she asked skeptically. Why? That's mine. Junchan laughed excitedly. Does wearing more of them increase the effect? Ha chuckled. These rings are customized to each person's specific magic frequency. Upon hearing that, Junchan pouted in disappointment. Junchan collapsed to the ground, groaning. I feel like my stomach's been turned inside out. Ha snapped his fingers and explained. That's what happens when you wear someone else's. Someone stepped in from outside and spoke up. I forgot to mention that to you, Kang Kanan, he added. Also, since these artifacts have an adaptation period, it's best to wear them all day. The master of the Blue Tower, Kang Kanan, gave a strained smile. Sorry for being late. Ha Dan walked up politely. You look exhausted, sir. He waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I'm fine. Nothing to worry about. Actually, his elemental waves were so unique that he was the only one who kept failing at engraving the artifact. He already had his suspicions, but hearing that it was finally a success thanks to the Blue Tower Master's hard work, he must have stayed up all night. Sua chimed in from the side. It's time to go. Kang Kanan said in a rush. Oh dear, is it that late already? Let's get going. Outside at the airport, the weather was perfect, and the plane prepared for them was ready. Inside, it was spacious and luxurious. The group looked like they were going crazy, their eyes shining brighter than headlights as they shouted in excitement. Is this a private jet? This is amazing. Hanin, standing behind, told Sua. We have about 40 minutes before takeoff, so everyone feel free to look around. I'll have Miss Sua show you the ropes. Sua replied softly, yes. Ha walked up right after, thinking, he provided us with both the artifacts and a private jet. I'm truly grateful. Kang Kanin sat in his seat and calmly replied, I still haven't paid back the debt I owe you. Ha! More importantly, there is something I must tell you. Hearing that, he was surprised. Yes? Hanin snapped his fingers, and an envelope appeared. Ha looked at it in surprise and asked, Is this a secret document sealed with magic? He looked at him seriously and clarified, the Black Magic Tower's movements are unusual. Ha looked at the envelope in his hand and said loudly, A document hidden with magic? Hanin also stated, "Everything they do at the Black Magic Tower is suspicious. The plane outside is preparing for departure too." Hanin added from inside, "I've been investigating the Black Magic Tower in my own way from multiple angles." Just like that, Ha-Dan skimmed through the documents in disbelief. It was so detailed. The man sitting across from him added, "As you can see, the number of incidents suspected to be caused by the Black Magic Tower this year is 67. Then, he took out a laptop. And this is a chart showing the number of incidents caused by the Black Magic Tower from January to May over the last 10 years. Ha took it in surprise. Excluding this year, the average is about 131 incidents per year. It's shocking that the number has dropped by half this year. That fluctuation is definitely not normal," he explained. "And this is from 11 years ago. This is the number of incidents that occurred between January and May of the year the Great Atlantic Catastrophe happened. If it was the Great Atlantic Wormhole Catastrophe, that was one of the biggest disasters in history." The more Ha-Dan read, the more uneasy he felt. It had never been officially announced, but it was a man-made disaster caused by the Black Magic Tower. Hanan looked him straight in the eye. "As you can see, the number of incidents from January to May 11 years ago was 61. The pattern is very similar to this year," he said seriously. "So that means there is a high possibility that the Black Magic Tower is currently preparing for something like a terrorist attack." Kang Kanin pointed to the screen and explained, "That is my assessment. And here, take a look at the next dataset. This is a map comparing the locations of this year's incidents with the locations of the incidents from 10 years ago." He asked back, "Are you saying that the incidents this year are strangely concentrated in the U.S.?" Hanan nodded, "Yes. And besides, this year's Olympiad," Ha repeated in horror, "is taking place in the U.S. This year, in the U.S. The Black Magic Tower is planning a terrorist attack. As the Olympiad takes place, he warned in a serious tone, we have to prepare carefully as well." A major storm was coming. A short while later, the flight arrived at Los Angeles International Airport in the United States. Jun Chan excitedly held his hand up to his forehead. "So, this is America. Even the air smells different." Jin Sok raised both hands in enjoyment. "Is that the smell of America? I wonder?" Ha Yan interrupted him with a scoff. "That's the smell of the airport's air purifier." Sua, who was in front, looked at them. "Let's go. I'll show you the way." Just then, someone noticed Hanin was missing and asked, "The Master of the Blue Tower isn't coming with us?" Sua replied, "The Master of the Blue Tower has a prior meeting with the Master of the Red Tower." Adela looked over at Ha-Dan and asked, "The Red Magic Tower, I'd really like to visit it someday." He smiled lightly and replied, "Same here." COA walked a bit further, then turned back and asked, "In that case, should we be polite?" The two of them looked surprised. "Excuse me?" COA stared at them, her expression unreadable. "The owner of the Red Tower also expressed a desire to meet you, Ha-Dan. And you too, Adela." Ha-Dan chimed in, excited. "If it's not too much trouble, would it be all right for us to accept that invitation?" Adela sounded thrilled. Exactly. A while later, the sky had already turned dark. The streets were completely empty, save for the car carrying them as it rolled along the road. Assistant COA was discussing work with her subordinates, while Jun Chan couldn't hold back his excitement, saying, "They're surprisingly thoughtful." Ha-Dan immediately replied, "Well, what did you expect? That's why I say, they're getting more and more reliable." Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from out of nowhere. Ha-Dan looked toward the source, and Adela, beside him, noticed it too. Jun Chan glanced up defensively. High in the sky, that source of light began to flare up even more. The three of them quickly stepped back as a powerful attack aimed directly at them. Assistant COA and her subordinates were startled and pushed back by the force. Hai Yeon looked over, stunned. "What the?" Hai Yeon called out in a panic. Adela and Junchan screamed in fear toward Ha-Dan. From within a cloud of white dust, a source of light emerged. Luckily, the three of them had managed to throw up a protective barrier just in time. Someone approached from the distance. Quite impressive, a perfect coordinated effort. It was the UK representative, Hile Ventia. Ventia smiled warmly and offered a formal greeting. "Greetings to the representatives of South Korea. I wish you a pleasant evening." Adela didn't look pleased at all. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Ventia. "So this is how you people in the UK greet each other? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing." Hile Ventia kept that same smile on his face as he defended himself. "Oh, not at all. The UK is a land of gentlemen and ladies. There is no way they would greet people like this. This isn't a greeting, it's a provocation." Jun Chan couldn't keep his cool anymore and shouted in anger. "What did you say? You're acting completely reckless." Ventia pulled a weapon from his bag and laughed. I'm just being honest. Honesty is a knight's greatest virtue, isn't it? Let's fight here, right now. Ventia pointed his sword toward Hadan. Hadan, I'm extremely curious about your skills. Hadan didn't show the slightest interest. Why on earth would I fight you? Hilla Ventia was also known as the Knight of the Storm. Ventia replied, brimming with confidence, because I want to fight you. If you need an arena, I'll have one prepared immediately. As a spellblade, he specializes in close quarters speed and uses wind magic, which suits his nickname perfectly. Hadan felt weary hearing that, his heart full of disdain. Rumor had it that the guy was a battle maniac with a hot temper who loved challenging anyone strong. Still, he hadn't expected the guy to be this unreasonable. Hadan didn't want to get involved with this maniac, so he signaled a refusal. Forget it. Ventia was taken aback and shouted, "Why?" Junchan chimed in with a scoff. "Exactly. Why?" Adela added with a look of disgust. "You haven't changed a bit since the first-year tournament." Dan threw Ventia's own energy right back at him. He brushed his hair back, looking confident, and stated, "Because fighting you gains me absolutely nothing. Besides, if you get hurt, it'll become a huge mess." Ventia was genuinely stunned, his mouth hanging open instinctively. "What makes you think I'd be the one getting hurt?" Dan's teammates began to worry. "Here it goes, that maniac. There it is, his bad habit." Ventia looked at him with a serious face. "Even though you could gain intelligence on me, a fifth circle mage." Dan interrupted. "I don't need to." Ventia was stunned for the second time, instinctively backing away and shouting, "That's absurd." Maya arrived just then. "See? I told you that wouldn't work." Ventia called out, deflated, "Maya?" It was Maya Nedia from the UK team. Maya said emotionlessly, "Don't be so disappointed, Captain. We'll be fighting him next week anyway." Then Maya looked toward them and added, "I apologize on Hilla's behalf. Sorry for suddenly causing you trouble. He didn't mean any harm. So, I hope you understand." Hadan replied indifferently, "I didn't take it to heart. Really. That spell had been full of noise and fury, but it hadn't caused any damage to the people or the bus. It was just an empty spell, right?" With that, Ventia and Maya left. "Thanks for understanding. We'll be going now." Ventia still cheerfully waved goodbye. "Next time, let's go all out, okay?" Junchan watched the two of them leave, helpless, and sighed. What is wrong with them? They're like a storm. Hadan turned serious. "You're right. It seems like from here on out, it's going to be a series of storms." The group got back into the car and drove away. Yun complained irritably. What were those lunatics doing back there? Just popping out of nowhere to attack, then saying a half-hearted apology, and just walking off like that? The more she talked, the more agitated Yun became. They're genuinely insane. No way, I can't let this slide. Dan, from the front seat, looked back. "So, what are you planning to do?" Yun answered loudly. "What else? Report them. At the very least, they should be penalized." Dan coughed slightly and replied, "There won't be any penalties." Hearing that, Yun lunged toward the front seat in agitation. "Why not? They used offensive magic right in the middle of a crowded place," Dan explained seriously. "But Hilly's wind cutter was just a harmless ball of wind attribute mana. Even if it hit us, it wouldn't have left a single scratch." Junchan finally remembered. "No wonder my shield wasn't affected at all." He explained further. "Besides, we're in the US. This level of magic isn't considered a crime here. It's more like mages testing and observing each other's magic." COA sighed. Plus, they were recording it with nearby magic surveillance devices. That alone is enough evidence that it wasn't an attack. Yun could only swallow her anger and mutter, "So frustrating. They calculated every last detail. It's disgusting." Adela thought for a long moment before saying, "Seeing how well prepared they were, they must have challenged other teams too, right?" Dan replied. "Very likely." Adela asked again. "Their goal is probably to collect intelligence, isn't it?" Dan answered. "Most likely. Recording video with those cameras helps them gather tons of data." COA added. Even Junchan's magic earlier was exposed. Junchan thought even further ahead and said, "Will there be many teams willing to accept such a reckless challenge?" Dan agreed. "There will be plenty." Junchan asked anxiously, "Why?" Dan interrupted softly. "Remember what Hilla said? Because you can gather intelligence on a fifth circle mage like me?" Junchan leaned back in his seat, uncomfortable. "Right. If they fight, they can gather data on Hilla." Dan looked at him seriously. "And the reason I avoided the fight was because my information is more valuable than his." Junchan said half-heartedly, "Fine, say whatever you want. At this point, it's practically an illness, but that was a grounded decision." Seo-A looked out the window and said, "It looks like we're almost at the hotel." Even by now, Ha-yeon still couldn't swallow her anger. "Damn it, that's infuriating," she shouted, fuming. "I am absolutely not letting those guys get away with this." Jin-sok replied to Ha-dan, "If you're going, I'm coming with you. The room inside is all cleaned up and fresh." Adela looked around. "All right, preparations are done. Only the shrimp tail rolls and Mima's shrimp left. Where are they now?" Suddenly, a box under the table caught his eye. "What's this? And a magic stash too?" Ha-dan placed his hand on the magic book to cast his technique. A moment later, he said with satisfaction, "As expected of the Olympiad, the mana here is on another level, and the perks are different too. Even if it's not top tier, this security system is more than enough." He kept searching. "Great, now that I finally have a moment, I'll focus on my own business." He saw Mima and called out, "Mima, I'm here." Mima looked at him. "The air. Did you arrive safely?" Ha-dan replied nonchalantly, "I've returned to the safe house." Mima asked again, "Really? Nothing happened on the way?" He cleared his throat and covered his mouth. If you could call it a problem, a moment later, the room fell silent again. Mima sat on a chair and said, "I see. So it's highly likely the Black Magic Tower is plotting something, and the UK team is involved too. The air didn't cause any trouble, did you?" Ha-dan hesitated. "Of course not. Why would I cause any trouble?" Mima stood up, full of confidence. "I roughly understand what you're trying to say. Helping with that is my role, after all. Trust me, Mima, and leave it to me." Ha-dan continued, feeling uneasy. "I've always trusted you, but what do you mean by 'I understand'?" Mima immediately cast a spell to search for some magic books. Ha-dan was surprised, his eyes wide as he watched her. In the blink of an eye, 3 spell books appeared on the table. Ha-dan picked one up to examine it. "What is this?" Mima introduced it seriously. "What else?" "It's a book for 4th Circle mages." He was astonished. "What? How did you know?" Mima said confidently. "I could tell, just by looking. Your team is smarter than I thought. The probability of clashing with the Black Magic Tower is increasing. You have to improve your strength, even if just a little, for emergencies." Then Mima excitedly recounted what they said. "Mima, teach me how to reach the 4th Circle. Is this the right book?" Ha-dan read the book and regained his composure. "Mima, don't laugh like that. But you're not wrong. You're right. Mima." Ha-dan gripped the book and declared, "I have to increase my strength to prepare for what's coming." Mima replied happily, "That's exactly what I wanted to say." Ha-dan looked at the book, and this book was about the realm of a 4-circle harmonious mage. Before the Olympiad began, he had to master it. By the afternoon, the sky outside was incredibly peaceful. As Ha-dan was walking, he ran into Adela and called out to her. She replied with a sad look in her eyes. "Hello," she said as he walked up. "Is something wrong? Why are you sitting in the park all by yourself?" "I was just taking a walk." "Are you worried about something?" Adela replied, flustered. It was getting late, but she couldn't hide the anxiety in her eyes. "I have nothing to worry about. I should head back to the hotel." Thinking back, she didn't look well during the group training today, and she had seemed absent-minded during dinner. At that thought, he started to panic. It felt like something was bothering her. This wasn't good. Adela was a pillar of their team. If her mood slumped, the whole team would be affected. Seeing her leave, Ha-dan called out, "Wait, Adela, do you want to talk for a bit?" Time passed and it was already evening. Ha-dan was trying to find the reason for Adela's state. "Is it because of the visit to the Red Magic Tower tomorrow that's bothering you? Since Miss Sua came to the training ground this morning and told us about the Red Tower tour, I felt like your mood changed." Adela dismissed the idea. "No, it's not because of that." Ha-dan became anxious. "It's not? Then what is it?" Adela lowered her head sadly. "You won't laugh, will you?" Ha-dan agreed. "Of course not, I promise." Adela's expression was serious as she spoke every word clearly. "You know what? They don't sell banana milk in America." Just hearing that, Ha-dan was a bit baffled. It felt like 1,000 bananas were crushing his brain. Saying that, Adela began to sob, her eyes wet with tears. "What am I supposed to do? If I don't have it, then Ha-dan spoke softly. "Adela, you can't contain your emotions," he said as she covered her mouth. "They do sell banana milk in America. You can find it in the imported section of a nearby supermarket." Upon hearing that, Adela shouted in excitement, "No way! But, Ha-yeon clearly told me that." Suddenly, she ran off quickly. "I got played by Ha-yeon. Thanks. I'm going ahead." Ha-dan waved happily. "Yeah, see you tomorrow. I need to go get ready for tomorrow too." Finally, the day to visit the Red Magic Tower arrived. Even his friend felt incredibly amazed, as if he were arriving in a dream. He never expected to actually step foot in this place. Everyone was in awe of the scene before them. A man wearing glasses clicked his tongue in praise. It looks like a spaceship. Well, I'll go prepare the documents for everyone's tour. Please wait a moment. Adela's sister had to sincerely apologize. She promised she would never joke like that again. Junchan was still dazed, not understanding what was happening between the two of them. Hadan looked over and knew full well that Hai Yian had been teasing Adela. They don't sell banana milk in America, indeed. To Adela, that was a very serious matter. All the facilities here were state-of-the-art. Recently, it seemed they had been focusing on research into mechanization and magic automation. He quickly turned to whisper to him, asking this might sound a bit funny, but is it okay for us to be here right now? Hey, this is that girl's base. What if sensitive information gets leaked? Hadan felt that it wasn't something to be alarmed about. So what? We aren't using magic, we're just touring. Either way, this competition was a highly anticipated showdown. All three towers were supporting the competing teams. This had almost become a proxy war. Don't tell me the tower masters are also stressed. A girl suddenly answered that question. They placed bets, and now they're on their way back after losing miserably. They say if the tower master loses, it's over for them. At this, everyone's expression became panicked. Isn't putting that much pressure on the disciples too much? Are all the tower masters like that? Hadan calmly replied to that question. I'm not sure. I'm not a disciple of the Blue Tower Master, so I don't know much about it. That girl even spoke with a sarcastic tone. Really? That's a shame. If the Blue Tower Master cherished their disciples, maybe I would switch sides. Hadan didn't hesitate to fire back. Is that so? Then let me tell you in advance. The Blue Tower Master loves their disciples very much. If you want to change masters, I recommend them. That girl immediately changed her attitude. I was just joking. You're really funny. It's nice to meet you. You wrote my name down without even asking, right? He immediately replied to that. Nice to meet you too. I don't really need to introduce myself, do I? I mean, I'm pretty famous too. Besides, we've already met, haven't we? What? Starting off with that kind of attitude already? I'll refresh her memory. Don't remember? This isn't the first time. We met once when we first started. You came with the Red Tower Master on my birthday. You were introduced as the Star Apprentice back then. The red-haired girl only vaguely remembered that moment. I don't recall much, but if you say so, I'll believe you. In that case, long time no see, my friend. Suddenly, she kissed him on the cheek. Dan even felt his face turning red. That teacher finally showed up. A true student of mine, starting with the charm offensive already. Both of them turned and realized it was the Red Tower Master. He went straight to the point. Blue Tower Master, what are you planning? It seems we won this bet. You can't resist Danya's charm, can you? The master replied immediately. Charm? I don't know. To me, it just looks like a handsome guy's move. The two of them were bickering playfully. That sounds about right. Definitely my student's type. Are you feeling annoyed by being teased like that? That's enough. It's rude to the guest to keep going. He burst into laughter. What? You actually like him? She immediately flared up in anger. Tower Master, please just shut up. All right, I'm off. See you later, Hadan. Let's meet again soon. All three let out a sigh of relief. The Blue Tower Master whispered a warning. Keep it down a bit. If he keeps acting like that, it's going to be a headache. The Red Tower Master clearly knew this, but his reaction was just too funny. He couldn't help but chime in. He said he wanted to change masters, which made the guy even more frustrated. What? Am I that bad? One more push and he's actually going to switch. No way. Absolutely not. Anyway, this is our second meeting, right? It's a pleasure to see you again. Ha also reached out his hand to greet him. It is an honor to meet you again. The master felt happy instantly. I intended to guide you personally, but my schedule is packed. Please, enjoy the tour. Ha seemed to have taken a liking to him. At the Red Tower's magic data analysis room, the training area was becoming crowded. The staff there started the introduction. You can see the analysis results instantly. I wish our academy had this. It was time for everyone to have a meal. Had it already been 2 hours? It's so fun. I thought it was only 10 minutes. A man came out and made an offer. Could we talk for a moment? Dan was truly curious. He agreed to follow the man. They arrived at room number 75. This place was prepared so thoughtfully, they even rolled out a red carpet to welcome him. On the top floor of the Red Tower, the ceiling and hallways were made of fossils. Stepped inside confidently without any fear. But surprisingly, he met his father here. Father, when did you arrive? Didn't you plan to come for the finals? He replied calmly. I arrived 4 hours ago, for something important. Looked at his father's attitude and guessed. Is it about the Black Magic Tower? The Red Tower Master stepped in to confirm this. Sorry for pulling a student away from his tour to do work, but business is business. I hope you understand. Hadan waited to listen. The Blue Tower Master couldn't wait any longer either. This morning, we caught someone from the Black Magic Tower disguised as an official. All four sat down to discuss. The city had now shifted into the afternoon. We will negotiate with the U.S. government regarding what was discussed today. After that, we will notify everyone via formal letter. I will also discuss this with the organizing committee. I'll be in charge of contacting the International Counter-Terrorism Center. Dan didn't expect them to handle things so quickly and efficiently. Truly impressive. The way they made decisions and delegated tasks was fast and accurate. Indeed, the world's top mages had a young girl researching something. Human experimentation. They still haven't given up that habit after all these years? Otherwise, just withdraw from that competition. Closed the book and made a decision. That is exactly why I will change my strategy. The girl was confused and didn't understand what he meant. Change what? I will participate in the 4th challenge page. She still didn't seem to believe him. Are you sure? You know full well that the heir can only participate in the 4th challenge page once a month. On the opening day, no one could hide their anticipation. What kind of performances will we have today? Which nation is worth looking forward to? The performance at the opening ceremony team representatives would showcase their magic in the form of a performance. A grand show means that the team's representative has excellent skills. Not only that, the nation's honor was also on their shoulders as they represented their country. They couldn't just put on a sloppy show. The most notable countries are England, America, and South Korea, right? Do you know who their representative is? I'm looking forward to him just as much as Dania, the youngest 5th circle mage in the world, who also works as an engineer for spells. Jun-chan felt increasingly anxious. He's gone. Isn't here. Have you checked the room? But on the bed, there was only a book and a cloak. He wasn't there either. What do we do now? It's almost time for the performance. At the tournament venue, many people had arrived to watch. The seats were already packed. After searching for a while, Jun-chan helplessly announced to everyone, "He's gone. Isn't here. Have you checked the room?" But on the bed, there was only a book, with a cloak, and he isn't there either. Only those 2 items were left on the bed, just as he had said. The red-haired girl felt just as anxious. This is driving me crazy. Adela had to find a solution. First of all, since the Blue Tower Master and the Magic God family head are on their way, please wait a moment. In the worst-case scenario, decide on someone to replace him for the performance. On the screen, the host's voice could be heard. Thank you for waiting. The host was equally cheerful. Right now, let the opening ceremony officially begin. Jun-chan was so worried he was a mess. What should I do? Adela sighed, not knowing how to solve the problem. On the night before the ceremony, had tried everything possible to win. He had been working hard, day and night, without rest. Hadan finally found the Book of Secret Arts. He wanted to strengthen himself on his own. The book was full of incredibly interesting symbols. Once you can fully master the expanded circle, step into the 4th challenge page. However, you can only enter this page once every month. Think very carefully before accepting the challenge. Was suddenly transported to a strange place. He realized this was the 4th challenge page. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. "Welcome, heir. I am the guide in charge of the 4th challenge page. My name is Gam. Honored to meet you, successor." Just as predicted, after the other 2, this young lady is next. Greeted them cheerfully, accepting the introduction. She then got straight to the point. In the 4th trial, we will test whether your infinite circles have achieved perfect harmony. If you fail, you won't be able to retry for 30 days. So, be very careful. Hadn't expected this trial to be so dangerous. As predicted, it was a high-stakes gamble. If I fail this trial, I won't have the strength to defeat them in the tournament. I must pass it. All right, let's start the trial immediately. Then, the young lady began her trial. A blinding light made it impossible to see. Opened his eyes and was stunned by what he saw. An instrument, seemingly waiting for him to play it. He had no idea what the purpose of this object was. Suddenly, heard his master's voice. "Gam has transformed into an instrument you can use." Tried placing his hands on it, but heard nothing. No sound at all? If you cannot harmonize all 4 circles perfectly, it won't make a sound. Finally understood, but a surge of electricity seemed to snap from the instrument. He began playing a familiar melody with passion, and finally, sound emerged. What a grating sound. Normal mana isn't working. This trial is actually quite simple. Just play a piece of music on that instrument perfectly. If you achieve a result that satisfies yourself, you will pass the trial naturally. The time limit for this trial is 12 hours. The clock is already counting down. My disciple, I wish you success. This trial feels so abstract, but the master clearly said normal mana won't work. Ha Dan followed his master's and Gam's instructions. The goal was to check the harmony of his infinite circles. As Ha sensed the power within, he suddenly felt something urging him forward. Ha placed his hands on the keys. He had finally figured out the trick. Only mana perfectly harmonized through all 4 circles could produce a pure sound. Now that I know how to do it, time to get serious. It's been a while. The last time was probably during etiquette lessons. Finally, Ha felt the sound. At the ceremony, as his performance approached, Jun-chan and Adela were delighted to see him appear. Ha Dan had run with all his might to get there. Sorry I'm late. His friend immediately started scolding him. I asked the tower master of the Blue Tower to prepare the performance and your outfit. That was an overwhelming performance from Team Italy. Thank you to the team for such an incredible show. And now, thank you all for waiting. The next performance comes from the beautiful fiery flower of our nation, introducing Team USA, led by Danya. The crowd was more excited than ever. Finally, Team USA had appeared. I can't wait to see what the Red Tower has prepared for today. Danya stepped out, ready for her performance. She believed she would win this competition soon. She had prepared her combat method well in advance. Her confident demeanor wasn't something just any participant possessed. The whole auditorium held its breath with every step she took. Danya had plenty of interesting tricks up her sleeve. She wanted everyone to witness this scene. Another flame erupted, something even the previous contestants hadn't been able to achieve. Danya proved her talent to everyone. She was very proud of her display. Someone nearby was showering her with endless praise. The column of fire transformed into a giant flower. It's so beautiful. Danya remained focused on completing her task. Everyone was thoroughly captivated by the performance. A rose had emerged after this sequence. Danya believed she would triumph over every other contestant. She continued to display her talent. Danya focused on enjoying the fruits of her day and night training. She wanted to prove to everyone that she was anything but ordinary. The performance continued amidst the audience's praise. Everyone was fascinated. A shimmering, brilliant flower blossomed from the pillar of fire. This intense and beautiful performance was the very essence of who she was. With a calm gaze, she stood before a grand display of fireworks. No wonder she was a globally renowned Fifth Circle mage. That was truly an amazing performance. Isn't this the best one yet? It's unbelievable. People inside couldn't stop praising her in awe. Exactly. She's on a completely different level. Next is the performance from Team UK. The audience was cheering wildly. A man lifted a great sword by himself. The talent was about to be revealed. He seemed to be gathering power within his body. No one knew what he was planning, but his power kept growing, and everyone waited in anticipation. It's so windy, but that just makes it better. He began to raise the sword. He seemed mysterious, not wanting to reveal his hand yet. The audience was hooked. His power continued to surge, but suddenly, someone noticed he had vanished. Where on earth did he go? A spectator immediately pointed upward. Turns out, he's in the sky. He began to descend before everyone's eyes. It was easily the most captivating performance yet. The audience was thrilled. A giant cyclone, he was like a real storm. He dove straight down to the applause of the crowd. The Wind Mage of the UK, a completely unique performance. No wonder he had so many fans. The general consensus was that this year's representatives were all incredibly talented. Thanks to both of them, expectations for our team were rising higher than ever. He's preparing, and the next turn is ours. Adela, have you heard anything from him? Nothing at all, but I trust him. The audience waited for the next acts. In the stands, someone offered praise, but the Tower Master of the Green Tower looked annoyed. What a pity. I thought I could finally shatter their pride. That line should be mine to say, shouldn't it? Even if you don't like them, you have to admit it. You have to acknowledge their hard work. But why hasn't that person arrived yet? What's this? All that boasting about him being the youngest Fifth Circle mage in history. Don't tell me he ran away out of fear. But it can't be that simple. Too bad for you. He didn't run. I got tied up with something, but it's resolved now. The performances of Team USA and the UK are over. So, what are you going to show us now? The woman turned around to reproach him. I don't want to talk about it. Wow, what a stingy person. It's not that I'm being stingy, I just really can't say. Honestly, I don't even know myself. For this performance, the Blue Tower just prepared the costumes. Since Ha isn't the type to use magic based on artificial intelligence, there wasn't really anything we could intervene with. I am also truly curious to see what kind of performance Ha is going to bring us. Inside the arena, there were passionate cheers mixed with the voice of the announcer. The next performance began as Ha stepped out following the introduction. The representative of the Korean team, here is Ha. Below, the audience cheered enthusiastically, while Adela and Jun-chan looked toward Ha with concern. Above, Kang Kanan and those beside him watched seriously. Ha didn't keep everyone waiting long. He began casting his spell. And as his mana was released, a grand piano appeared before him. Sean watched his every move nervously. A piano? Adela added anxiously. What is he trying to do? By now, Ha had already sat on the bench, leaving everyone puzzled. He closed his eyes to steady his emotions. The arena went silent, matching Ha's breathing. Ha-dan opened his eyes, a glint of light shining in his pupils. His fingers gently glided across the keys, the sound spreading throughout the forest, harmonizing with the trees and plants. The people around were stunned, as they felt something so fresh and new. The soft, fluid melody conveyed through Ha's hands made even Kang Kanan up above gasp in amazement. Is the sound riding on mana? No. Is he using mana itself to create it? Before they could recover from the surprise, butterflies appeared beside Kanangan, creatures attracted by the scent of flowers. Not just one, but countless butterflies were flying toward Ha. Kang Kanan spoke in disbelief. Spring. It was the presence of warmth, the chirping of birds, the breath of nature. Everything felt impossibly real. Are music and mana resonating with each other? The gamer next to him couldn't hold back and shouted, "What the hell? How did he do that?" Gazun was equally flustered. So, was he really hiding something? Kang Kanin covered his mouth, cold sweat pouring down as he looked at Ha on stage, accompanied by sounds of terrified screaming. Kim Kanan. What the hell is that? Deep down, Kang Kanan couldn't believe it. He had never seen or heard of any spell like this before. Down below, Ha-dan was still gliding over the keys. Someone voiced their suspicion. The melody has changed. The person beside them shouted in a panic. Look, before their eyes, it was like a vibrant aquarium, enchanting everyone watching. A question arose as the ground began to rise, followed by a firebird, lush vegetation, and dazzling sunlight. This was the season of life, transmitted from Ha's hands, and now it was summer with a clear blue sky. The audience below cheered wildly in response. When a cool breeze brushed against their cheeks, the leaves swayed as if dancing. The season when life stirs and bears sweet fruit. Autumn arrived, and golden deer leaped out of the illusion, running toward the stands to the amazement of the crowd. A deer! Is that real? Each key Ha-dan pressed seemed to blend together. Many sounds carrying warmth gradually faded away, and winter descended. Dried leaves fell as a white, silent blanket covered the world. The world was now white and cold. Ha-dan understood this season better than anyone else, because it was during those cold, lonely times that Ha became the person he is today. The light in Ha-dan's eyes ignited with a brilliance that spanned all 4 seasons, feeling the heartbeat and will of the mana as it harmonized with everything. The world merged into one. The space surrounding Ha-dan was now a vast expanse of white. The music grew even more intense, the path of inheriting the magic of the great mage, Luvi Tenor. This place was like a stage meant only for him. Everything was formed based on his will. It was an endless circle, leaving Sunan-chan and Adela stunned. You would think that just being born as a mage is a blessing in itself. The astonishment in Kanin's eyes was fixed on Ha-dan. Ha-dan thought. But he wasn't arrogant about that power, because that is a realm only those who constantly strive for the peak can reach. Whether young or growing up, that is what the master taught me, to keep moving forward. Finally, Ha-dan's hands gently lifted off the keys, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He stood up and bowed, a sense of relief rising in his heart. That is his true self now. Following the bow was the excited cheering of the audience. Above, Kang, Kanin, Gazun, and James watched Ha-dan in deep thought. Gazun frowned and said in disbelief, "He's not just channeling mana into the sound. He's touching the emotions of the listeners directly." James Biller continued in horror. "And he's controlling it. Is that really magic cast without anyone else's help?" At this moment, James Biller glanced at Kang Kanan and asked in a low voice, "Kang Kanan, what the hell is that guy?" Kanan covered his mouth, contemplating, then replied, "I knew his control was good and his mana output was extremely high, but I didn't think it was to this extent." Saying that, Kang Kanan's face darkened. "That's not something you can just do with a magic eye, or by tweaking spell formulas." In his heart, he knew for sure that the guy was definitely hiding another type of magic. Below, Jun-chan excitedly ran toward Ha. "You crazy bastard!" Jun-chan jumped onto Ha's back to celebrate. Inside the waiting room, Ha-yun looked at Ha and praised him. "That's our leader for you. I knew you could do it." Adela also added, "Make sure to tell us how you did it later, okay?" Ha laughed loudly. "Yeah, sure." Shin-hu, standing behind, continued. With this performance, the strategy for tomorrow's match will be easier to execute. Mentioning this, Ha became serious. Oh, about that the tournament starts tomorrow, so I intend to adjust the strategy a little bit. The next day, at the Red Tower, everyone arrived as the crowd cheered endlessly. The announcer spoke warmly. Finally, it's beginning. The first match will be a 5-on-5 fortress siege. Teams will advance through an elimination bracket, and the team that wins the final match will take home all the glory. Following the announcer's voice, the barrier class opened, and the first two teams, the Italian team and the Korean team, stepped forward. The Italian team captain began to worry. Our first opponent is the Korean team? Someone else spoke up. After watching that performance, I'm starting to get worried. The Italian captain reassured them. Don't worry. In a siege match, the goal is simply to capture the enemy's base. We don't have to face Ha-Dan directly. When the screen displayed start, their determined voices rang out. The match begins. Let's go. Right. While scouting, the Italian captain heard a report from his team leader. Someone is coming. He was startled and asked, What? How many? Before he could finish his sentence, Ha-Dan's group had already met the Italian team, and the person they were facing was Ha-Dan himself. They immediately reported back, It's just Ha. He was startled and asked again, What? How many? Before they could even finish their sentence, Ha's group ran into the Italian team. The person they were facing was Ha, who immediately announced, Only I am here to deal with you. Ha-Dan tilted his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Across from him, the Italians quickly deployed their men to surround Ha, yet they were deeply uneasy. There was no way he came alone. Are the other four encircling us from the outside? The Italian team gathered together. Their captain shouted orders to stay alert and scout the surrounding area. They scanned the perimeter cautiously, trying to find Ha-Dan's teammates. Ha, not wanting them to waste their energy, generously told them there was no need to search. I came alone. The Italian captain glared at him, annoyed. What? What is that supposed to mean? Ha-Dan replied with a triumphant smile. I mean, I can take all 5 of you on by myself. That statement made them turn green with rage, and they started cursing him out. You foul-mouthed brat. Know your limits. Don't you dare mock us. With that, they all charged at him at once. He's all alone. Everyone, grab him. Ha didn't say another word. A light flickered in his eyes. It was resonance. A massive surge of light came crashing down. That night, at the lodging area outside, you could hear loud cheers and noise. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Hi Yun, exclaimed excitedly. Ah, everything from the opening ceremony to the match was just perfect. Shin Aeon frowned and criticized her. You seem a bit too thrilled, don't you think? Ha Yun, today's victory was entirely thanks to Ha-Dan. Yeah, we really didn't do anything. Ha Yun laughed. What are you talking about? We are Shin Hu, and he is us too. So this is our perfect victory. At that moment, Jin Suk looked over at Ha. By the way, kid, are you okay? Ha looked confused. So Jin Suk added, Didn't you say that if you used your full power, you'd be exhausted for at least 12 hours? Ha replied cheerfully, Oh, I'm fine. But in reality, he knew that since his resonance was a secret, he had covered it up by saying it happened when he used his full power. Adela raised her hand. I have a question. You already laid out enough bait at the opening ceremony, so was there any reason to show off your full strength in the very first match? Ha gave a sinister smile. Of course there was a reason. Everyone waited in silence for his answer. Ha pointed to his eyes and added, When I performed, you know I was wearing the 4 Seasons relic, right? That was the key to this whole thing. Jun Chan asked, Ah, you mean like those contact lenses? Ha answered seriously. It's a relic that allows me to draw out my full power. But do you honestly think the other teams know that? Meanwhile, at the British team's hotel conference room, as you can see from the footage we captured using a magic analysis camera, Maya discovered that Ha-Dan didn't use any relics throughout his performance. Ventia added, Maya, his magic power seems particularly dense and concentrated around his pupils. What is that? Maya guessed. I think it's magic power from his magic eyes. Ventia stroked his chin in thought. Maya pointed to the report and continued. And here is the analysis report from the British experts regarding his performance. Everyone was shocked by the data, Ventia included. They've determined that the person in the video is likely a 6th circle mage. Hearing this, Ventia was stunned. Ha-Dan is a 6th circle? Ha-Dan, the one with a 6th circle constitution. So that's why he didn't fall for Ventia's provocation. Maya pointed to the screen. This is from the analysis of the match against Italy. All the magic he used in the footage exceeded 5th circle level, estimated to be around the 6th circle level. He used 6 of those spells simultaneously, and it was rated as stable. No signs of overload were detected. In other words, Ha Dan is very likely a 6th circle mage. That means all our plans have gone up in smoke. We need a new strategy to stop Ha Dan. Maya looked at Ventia. So, what now, Kay? The next day, amidst enthusiastic cheering, the host announced loudly, "The match is over." With this, all the elimination rounds to select the top 16 teams had concluded. The winning team, the South Korean flag, rose high. Ha's team was announced as Team South Korea. Junchan was emotional, tears welling up in his eyes. I can't believe a powerhouse like Germany was crushed so easily. Then he looked at Ha. You followed your plan perfectly. But still, Ha indifferently interrupted him. I didn't even do anything today. Junchan shouted excitedly. Yeah, you really didn't do anything, so it was all thanks to that super fancy bait strategy, right? Hai Yeon criticized him. Your naming sense is terrible. Super fancy? Really? Continuing the story from yesterday, when Ha looked at them and asked, but do you think the other teams know? Hai Yeon wasn't sure. Huh? Do they? I mean, the Four Seasons is still a relic. They could analyze that, right? Ha, Dan smiled. I'm betting they won't. First of all, contact lens style relics that attach directly to the eyes don't exist yet, and these eyes produce a uniquely dense magical reaction. Plus, they already know I have magic eyes. When other teams analyze me, they'll probably assume my circle level is 6th circle. Hearing this, the whole team shouted in surprise. What? Ha sat up. Exactly. He confidently clenched his fist. We need to exploit that point completely. Actually, according to Ventia's classification, it's only 4th circle. But to keep it a secret, I officially announced it as improved magic. So, everyone naturally thinks I'm a 5th circle mage. And now, if rumors spread that you might actually be a 6th circle mage, Adela continued, the opposing teams will change their original strategies, right? And that will make their movements sluggish. Ha replied with a serious face. Yeah, though I'm not sure if this trick will work on the next opponent. This time, the British representative, 5th circle mage Ventia, faced the quarterfinals match 3, South Korea versus UK. Below the stands, the crowd was buzzing. Who's going to win this time? Obviously, the land of history and tradition, the UK. Someone immediately retorted. Didn't you see how Ha Dan performed in the match against Italy? South Korea is definitely going to win. The other person shouted back, What? Wanna bet? The first one replied loudly, Yeah, let's bet. Kang Kanan, up in the stands, pushed up his glasses. James Biller, sitting next to him, asked, Who do you two think will win? Gazun replied with a light laugh. Arkile will win, of course. Kang Kanan, not wanting to be outdone, retorted, Naturally, Ha will win. James Biller, sitting between them, watched them bicker and laughed excitedly. Watching this as an outsider is really fun. Kang Kanan wouldn't let it go and glanced at Hammer. What do you think? Gazan looked at Hammer, annoyed. Hammer didn't care. He just stroked his chin seriously. Not sure. I'll vote for that guy. Saying that, Hammer pointed toward the stands. The battle had officially begun. The host announced that the battle had officially begun. From the very first moment of direct confrontation, the first to step up was Kile, and the second was none other than Ha Dan. The opening of the fight was already marked by savage attacks. Ventia kept his trademark smile as he spoke. Long time no see, Ha Dan. To be precise, it's been 183 days, 47 minutes, and 34 seconds. Ha, Dan replied with a cold expression. I'm not sure if that's exactly right, but yeah, it has been a while. Ventia smiled cryptically. That's exactly right. Ever since we met, I haven't been able to forget you. Ha, Dan sighed. Are you sulking because I refused a one-on-one duel with you? Ventia raised his voice, pointing at Ha Dan. What? Me? Sulking? No way. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ha Dan thought to himself. Still as competitive as ever, but he's left no openings. Ventia unleashed his magic and laughed. Come on, that's enough, right? Seeing the magic manifest before him, Ha Dan silently marveled. Now he understood why they called him the Knight of the Storm. Gusts of wind seemed to obey his command, swirling toward Kile, gathering around him with programmatic precision, landing exactly where they were supposed to. It rested perfectly in the palm of Ventia's hand. It was clear that Ventia was extremely confident in his own magic. Ha Dan focused, watching every single move Ventia made. His eyes widened in shock, for before him, Ventia had already deployed a protective layer, the Gale God's armor. Ventia spoke loudly, brimming with confidence. Show me what the 7th circle feels like, Ha Dan. Ha Dan tilted his body to dodge. He was coming in. Ha Dan started to panic, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. So fast, Ha-Dan seemed to be pushed into a defensive position. A strike from Ventia grazed his cheek. Ventia was incredibly confident. One could say he didn't even take Ha-Dan seriously. Only then did Ha-Dan manage to unleash his own magic. Two massive sources of power collided, creating a suffocating scene. Ventia laughed even more maniacally and shouted, "Oh, you're the first person to block my attack that cleanly on the very first strike." "Ha," Dan calmly replied. "So this is Gale Strike?" Ventia struck a confident pose. "Yeah, first form of the Gale God Sword. Gale Strike. A spell that concentrates fierce winds onto the blade. It significantly boosts the sword's power and speed." Ha-Dan naturally knew that power, as he thought to himself. That final slash. I couldn't even see it clearly. He's much faster and sharper than I thought. Analyzing the data before the match won't help much anymore. Man. Well, that's exactly why I decided to personally mark Keeley in our strategy. Ventia reached his sword toward Ha-Dan to see if he could block this move as well. Ha-Dan also began to activate his divine eyes. Thanks to that, he knew exactly how many consecutive attacks were being thrown his way. Ha-Dan nimbly dodged each one, but it seemed Ventia's attack speed was truly too fast. Seizing the opportunity, Ha-Dan fired a fireball. His hand struck directly at Ventia's chest before Ventia could react. In the blink of an eye, Ventia was sent flying. Ventia dug his feet into the ground, a serious look appearing in his eyes. Ha-Dan smirked while looking at him. "I predicted this to some extent, but I didn't expect that even a third circle spell wouldn't cause any damage at all." Ventia spoke with a cryptic note. "Whoa, you dodged all of that?" It seemed Ventia still wasn't taking things seriously. He pointed a finger at Ha-Dan and scolded. "But using a fireball? Don't you think you're underestimating me a bit too much?" Dan replied seriously. "Not really. I've never underestimated you." Surprisingly, Ventia blushed, looking as if he were blooming, and asked, "Really?" At that, Ventia seemed re-energized and charged forward. "Then come at me with everything you've got," Jinsok grunted. Outside, everyone was observing them from the screen. James Biller laughed with delight, clapping his hands. "Man, dodging all those attacks and even counter-attacking. He's truly something else." Right now, Ha-Dan's strength surpasses not only Keeley, but Dahlia as well. Not just output, but his magic eye and intellect are almost invincible in this strategy. Gazun heard this and shouted angrily, "And he only just revealed he's a sixth circle mage? That's so unfair." Gazun laughed loudly. "Indeed, even among us, doing that is pretty nasty." Kang Kanan just remained silent, though he felt uneasy inside. Ever since Ha-Dan first saw the Four Seasons, he must have been planning this operation. Thinking this, Kang Kanan asked, "Can you make me a promise?" Gazun looked at him skeptically. "A promise? That's sudden." Kang Kanan spoke in a grave tone. "Yes, promise that you won't tell anyone what I'm about to say." Gazun watched, waiting for an answer. "All right, I swear it on my title as a Tower Master and my magic." Gazun calmly said, "I swear it as well. On the honor and magic of the Red Tower." Kang Kanan stared intently at the screen and muttered, "Fine. Ha-Dan's level hasn't reached the sixth circle yet. Ha-Dan might lose this match." Kang Kanan stated seriously that Ha-Dan was not at the level of a sixth circle mage, meaning he could lose this battle. But currently, he was still fighting quite favorably. Ventia, on the other side, shouted, "Give it your all, Ha-Dan." Ha-Dan remained confident, replying, "Full power? Is that really necessary?" One could see Ventia was on the offensive, but upon hearing his opponent say that, his mood became unstable. "Are you saying that even going all out against me isn't worth it?" Ha-Dan replied coldly. "Do you really not get it? This match isn't a one-on-one fight, which means I don't even need to defeat you." Suddenly, screams were heard from Ventia's side. Ventia asked in a panic, "What? Everyone? What's going on?" From the other side came a report. "Keeley, this is an emergency." Ventia glared at Ha-Dan. "You? What did you do?" Ha-Dan repeated nonchalantly, "What did I do?" His smile became excited as he looked at Ventia. "Just some interesting things." Ventia pulled back the armor around his body, beginning to worry. On the other side of the battlefield, Ara landed her final blow. The host outside shouted, "The match is over. The winner is Team Korea." Hearing that, the audience erupted in cheers. Gazun felt apprehensive and asked, "Kang Kanin, who is that kid? How can one person cast magic accurately from 2 kilometers away?" Kang Kanan hesitated, replying, "Good question. I'll have to reanalyze the footage later to figure it out." Gazun asked the Red Tower Master, "What about you?" Gazun continued cheerfully, Of course I don't know." He then glanced at Kang Kanan. "Well, I'm not sure about the magic itself, but I bet that kid has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Gazun felt hesitant and asked, Kang Kanan, who is that kid? How could anyone possibly cast magic with such pinpoint accuracy from 2 kilometers away? Kanan replied with a pause, That's a good question. I'll have to analyze the footage later to figure it out. Gazun then turned to the Red Tower Master and asked, What about you? James Biller chimed in, sounding amused. Well, of course, I have no idea. He then glanced over at Kang Kanan. Look, as for the magic itself, I can't say for sure, but I'd bet that kid has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. During the performance and the match against Italy, he made everyone suspect he was a 6-circle mage, even though Kile went a long way so the kid could mark him. After pulling their opponent's strongest warrior away from their base, he supported his teammates with ultra-long-range magic instead of fighting directly. But the more he heard, the harder it was for James Biller to believe it. It's confusing. Are you telling me this plan was made by an 18-year-old kid? And what's more, the kid didn't even actually fight Kile, and is still bluffing about his magic circle level. This could be dangerous for Dahlia as well. Moving to another scene, a magic book opens and Mima appears. Inside the familiar room, the two sit opposite each other, Mima resting her chin on her hand, looking at him. I see. So, according to the successor, that battle-crazed lunatic is that strong, is he? Ha replied, Yeah, and above all, our counter matchup is terrible. Mima asked skeptically. Counter matchup? Ha explained. Right, Kile is a close combat fighter, focusing on speed, and he maintains a constant defensive shield called Wind God. For someone like me, who specializes in free-form combat magic, he is the worst counter, Mima wondered. But if you used resonance, wouldn't you win? Ha turned serious. Of course I'd win if I used resonance, but the problem is the opponent isn't just Kile. Mima stroked her chin and added, The successor mentioned the red-haired woman you meant. Her name is Dahlia, right? Ha, Dan continued. Yeah, that's right. And using resonance puts too much pressure on me. So if I have to face both Kile and Kile in succession, I'd have to fight one of them without using resonance. Mima sighed. Here we go again, that annoying perfect preparation syndrome. Despite saying that, Mima was still very willing to help. It's fine. Being proactive and cautious isn't a bad thing. Ha looked at Mima and smiled gently. Thanks, Mima. Ha was still worried. The tournament had just begun, and to face them, he still needed to advance further. To the 5th infinite circle, the circle of truth. A few days later, the battle continued. Junchan said in the lounge that the U.S. team had won their semi-final match. Shinhu also added that they overwhelmed their opponents without even needing to use forbidden magic. It seems just as you said, Ha-Dan. It's reasonable to assume they don't have any data on Dahlia. Jinsok was excited. Feels like a really emotional final, doesn't it? Hi, Yan laughed in agreement. Just last year when we fought the U.S. team, it felt like a funeral. Junchan was startled by those words. Senior, we're only in the semi-finals, you know? Jinsok bared his teeth confidently. Hey, haven't we basically already won the semi-finals? We beat the U.S. team. What else is there to worry about? At this moment, Ha joined in. Yeah, the semi-finals aren't the problem, with our current situation. Having said that, he paused, and then said, All right, let's head out and win this semi-final. The others cheered excitedly. Leader Shin is so cool. Why do you look so charming? Leader Shin, shouldn't you be careful with that guy? A while later, outside, the announcer stated, The siege match, the second of the final 4, has ended. The Rising Storm Korean team easily crushed the powerhouse US team. This year, Korea is on a completely different level. How will they target the US team in the finals? Elsewhere, someone angrily slammed their hand on the table, causing a glass of water to spill. It was Dai-Han. He wasn't satisfied and cursed, Damn it, I expected them to perform well, but I didn't expect it to go this far. And with that kid being the same 6-circle level as me, he gritted his teeth and pressed his phone. If they actually bring home the gold medal in this situation, no, even if they just win silver, there will be no way to keep them in check. Speaking of which, Dihan called Tweaky. Hey, what the hell is going on? Tweaky was silent for a long time before replying. You are quite impatient, sir. I told you to just leave everything to me. I already said so. Dihan grew more impatient and shouted, You still have to report to me. Tell me exactly how you're going to handle this. Don't leave out a single word. Tweaky replied, I apologize, but regarding this plan, even with the client, Shin Dihan, I cannot disclose it to anyone. If I give you a hint, the high-level managers mobilized to handle this, not just me, would definitely eliminate Ha Dan Dan. The next day, on the day of the Siege Warfare Finals, Kang Kanin arrived early, silently observing the arena. At this moment, someone walked in from outside. Seeing the person before him, Kang Kanin was surprised and called out, "Mr. Shin In, did you come to watch the match in person?" Ha would be very surprised if he knew about this. In Hai, Wook asked in a cold voice, "Is everything going smoothly?" Kanan smiled and replied, "Yes. The International Anti-Terrorism Bureau has decided to accept our proposal. Those stubborn guys? You must have gone through a lot of trouble." In Hai sat down on a chair and asked, "How about you?" He sat calmly beside him. "Everything is going quite smoothly here." James and Gazun also said, "There's no problem." "Oh, the two of them couldn't come today because they were busy." James just said he wouldn't be able to watch Dahlia's match. Speaking of which, Kang Kanan held up 2 fingers and laughed triumphantly. "Thanks to that, it's been a long time since we could quietly cheer for Hadan together." In Hai Wook criticized, "That way of phrasing it sounds a bit strange." His expression turned a few degrees colder, and his gaze was directed toward the crowded audience below. In the arena, Hadan's team also came out. In Hai, Wook smiled cryptically. "I don't think there's any need to cheer for the kid anymore." Kanan tilted his head to look at him. "I see. Even Shin in Hai Wookung, the ghost of the Magic God clan, finds his son truly adorable." The announcer declared, "The first match of the Olympiad's 5-on-5, 1 Siege Warfare. We will begin the finals right now." Hadan rushed forward as soon as the match started. Because Hadan had a plan, Dahlia's specialty is high-damage fire magic and large-scale destruction magic. Fighting her as a team is disadvantageous. Just like the battle with him, a one-on-one fight is best. But unlike Kile, there is no guarantee Dahlia will obediently step out. If Dahlia and I face off one-on-one, I could crush their main base with coordinate-fixed magic like last time. But if Dahlia chooses to attack with full force, I'll have no choice but to charge into enemy territory. What bothers me is the U.S. strategy. If Dahlia makes that decision, we will definitely lose." And finally, Hadan arrived at Dahlia's base. Dahlia stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Hadan. "You're here?" But she couldn't stay cool for long. Dahlia was excited to discuss the weather. "It's beautiful today, isn't it? On a day like today, we should have gone for a walk in the park instead of fighting." Ha looked at Dahlia suspiciously, silently assessing her before finally speaking up. It seemed his 4 teammates had stayed behind at the base. Dahlia let out a loud laugh. "It's such a hassle to make unnecessary moves and fall into traps you've set, isn't it?" Ha thought to himself. She had already realized his coordinate-locking magic was a preset type. The battle was sparked by Dahlia. She unleashed her mana, aiming directly at him. "Oh, by the way, our team's strategy is that all 4 of them are on full defensive duty, except for me. And unless your 4 teammates show signs of regrouping with you, my team won't take a single step out of our base. As long as I, the expert in large-scale destruction, am still here, your team won't attempt to regroup, which means my team won't need to face you either." Ha noticed the aura surrounding Dahlia was blue flame. Dahlia added, "In other words, this match completely depends on the 2 of us." Dahlia's infernal flames surged toward Ha. He quickly dodged and launched a counterattack. This was Dahlia's signature secret technique, the Pride of the Red Tower. Her flames burned at a temperature completely different from ordinary fire. Anyone who mastered that magic could freely manipulate blue flames reaching 1,500 degrees Celsius. Dahlia, seeing right through Ha's thoughts, loudly reminded him, "How much longer do you plan on probing me, Shinhu? How boring." "Shinhu?" Dan said while running. "I wish you'd go easy on me a little." Hearing that, Dahlia laughed gleefully. "Don't go crying now." Ha had activated his magic eyes, but he still couldn't observe Dahlia's magic circle. A notification appeared. The minimum requirement to observe the magic circle was to be within 4 meters and stare directly at its core using his mystic eyes. Dan felt anxious, but the attack range of her infernal flames was too wide to approach, and even that tiny sphere could incinerate everything within a 10-meter radius. She was difficult to deal with in a completely different way than Kile. He activated a protective shield, but it only made him more worried. He wanted to use the shield to block her magic and observe the magic circle through it, but against that geothermal heat, even the shield would melt instantly. Dahlia's eyes widened with excitement. "Hey, are you seriously planning to run? If you do that, I'll be disappointed." Saying that, Dahlia unleashed a new attack, splitting it into small, perfect groups heading straight for Hadan. Ha focused on the incoming attack, then quickly jumped high into the air, dodging. Mana was activated right after he was airborne. Gusts of wind formed into the shape of bird wings, flying back toward Dahlia. Dahlia recognized them as wind blades. With just a cold snort from her, The wind blade struck right in front of her. Ha-Dan took the opportunity to launch another attack, one more wind blade. Dahlia's eyes widened, astonished by the trajectory. Even so, Dahlia wasn't worried. A level like that wouldn't work on her. Finally, Ha moved back down to the ground, but looking at the result, he felt uneasy. I thought this level of curvature and speed would pierce through it, he thought. Before speaking up, I guess there's no other choice. Ha decided to use resonance. Dahlia's eyes popped open in surprise, thinking, a water attribute spell? With a sloppy spell like that, you can't stop my superheated inferno. The two spells collided, creating a violent explosion. The scene of the battle between Dahlia and Ha was covered in a thick layer of steam. The space became hazy. The commentator was stunned. We can't see anything. What the hell is going on? Seeing the scene, Dahlia also paused for a beat. In the hazy steam, Ha-Dan remained alone, steady and unshaken. That was when she excitedly shouted, "You're the first person to block my attack so perfectly, and you're still holding back, aren't you?" Then Dahlia kept launching new moves, throwing another barrage of techniques at him. The space became hazy again. The stadium erupted into a buzz of murmurs. The steam had reached all the way out there. I can't see anything in front of me anymore. Even Dahlia was having her vision obstructed by her own technique. The steam was obscuring her view. If this was intentional, a flash of light streaked across the sky. She reacted quickly, turning and saying, "There you are." Through the steam, Dahlia's technique shot upward, but it hit nothing. She was startled. Not there? From the air, streaks of furious lightning began to appear. Unexpectedly, Ha was behind her, readying a finishing blow. Seeing the lightning all around, Dahlia panicked, looking behind her. But this, it won't pierce through. Seeing Dahlia repeating the same move, Ha couldn't help but taunt her. Is that all you've got? Then he immediately lunged toward her. Ha's eyes were cold and sharp. A warning strike grazed her face. Dahlia grew increasingly terrified, thinking to herself, this insane bastard. She reflexively jumped high to dodge, silently praying, "Thank God, it only grazed me. I didn't think he would lunge at that exact moment." Dahlia became angrier and angrier, shouting at him, "Punching a woman in the face? You really have no manners." Her face darkened, and she unleashed all her power. Ha simply nudged his hand slightly, causing her technique to shatter. Dahlia frantically attacked, and Ha frantically dodged. She thought excitedly, "This is fun. I don't know how long it's been since I felt this tense. Since the last time I felt this way. Wait, my earpiece is gone. Did it fall off just now? Whatever, it doesn't matter. This match will be decided between the two of us anyway. More importantly, I need to focus on this round." Thinking that, Dahlia became more determined to unleash immense power to decide the battle. However, she could clearly feel that Ha was very strong. Dahlia continued to think, but what is this uncomfortable feeling? Could it be that this guy isn't a six-circle mage? If he weren't, he wouldn't be struggling this much. He should have overwhelmed me with pure firepower by now. Ha, as if reading her thoughts, spoke up first. "Dahlia, do you think I'm not a six-circle mage?" She froze instantly. Ha sheathed his sword and continued, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not avoiding using six-circle magic. I just don't need to use it. My goal is to gather information about you and your superheated inferno." Dahlia retorted immediately, "Nonsense. If you were a six-circle mage, you would have crushed me with magic instead of talking." Ha continued, saying that if this were a solo match, then certainly, but this was a team match, and the tournament was still long. Dahlia, confused, asked, "What do you mean? It's like, even without you, your teammates could defeat us on their own?" Ha confirmed firmly, "Of course, this time will be the same." Dahlia lost her cool and shouted, "Then say that after taking this hit." However, just then, a notification rang out. The battle ended, and the winner, Adela, was stunned. What? The Korean media started reporting that the winner of the event, the first Olympia Castle siege battle, was the Korean team, a real upset. A high-ranking black mage leader watching the match commented, getting all excited over such a flashy performance. "How do you answer that? Isn't it great?" He continued, "Just let them enjoy everything while they still can. After this Olympia event ends, they won't be laughing anymore." Having said that, the high-ranking leader cast a dangerous glance. Where did he come from? Stop spouting nonsense, he's almost here. At the same time, the TV screen flickered off, and the minions bowed respectfully. "You've arrived, my lord?" The Dark Demon King,